Truth? You can speak of moral truths and aesthetic truths, but I'm not concerned with those here, important as they may be. By truth I shall mean the kind of truth that a commission of inquiry, or a jury trial, is designed to establish. I hold the view that scientific truth is of this common sense kind, although the methods of science may depart from common sense, and its truths may even end it. Commissions of inquiry may fail, but we assume a truth lurking there even if we don't have enough evidence. Juries sometimes get it wrong and falsehoods are sincerely believed. Scientists too can make mistakes and publish erroneous conclusions. That's all regrettable but not deeply sinister. What is profoundly troubling, however, is any wanton attack on truth itself, the value of truth, the very existence of truth. Is what concerns me here. Richard Dawkins. From Magazine Issue, December 19, 2020. In 1984, George Orwell's O'Brien held that 2 + 2 = VE if the party decrees it so. A ministry of truth existed for the purpose of disseminating lies. In the past 4 years, the U.S. government has moved in that direction. World-weary cynics sigh that all politicians lie, it goes with the territory. But normal politicians lie as a last resort and try to cover it up. Donald Trump is in a class of his own. For him, lying is not a last resort. It never occurs to him to do anything else. And far from covering up a lie, he will stick to it. His well-named base will love him the more for it, and will believe the lie, however far-fetched and shamelessly self-serving. Fortunately, Trump is too incompetent to fool L. Orwell's nightmare, and anyway, he is on the way out, albeit kicking and screaming, and trying to pull the house down with him as he goes. A more insidious threat to truth comes from certain schools of academic philosophy. There is no objective truth, they say, no natural reality, only social constructs.
What's this
Extreme
school of academic
exponents attack
philosophy?
logic and reason themselves as tools of manipulation or patriarchal weapons of domination. A philosopher and historian of science, Noretta Koerch, wrote this in Skeptical Inquirer magazine in
Incredible that you can read
1995,
Noretta Koerch,
and things haven't got any better since.
Have trouble with simple words.
Instead of exhorting young women to prepare for a variety of technical subjects by studying science, logic, and mathematics, women's studies students are now being taught that logic is a tool of domination. The standard norms and methods of scientific inquiry are sexist because they are incompatible with women's ways of knowing. Authors of the prize-winning book with this title report that the majority of the women they interviewed fell into the category of subjective knowers, characterized by a passionate rejection of science and scientists. Essay subjectivist women see the methods of logic, analysis, and abstraction as alien territory belonging to men, and value intuition as a safer and more fruitful approach to truth. At way madness lies. As reported by Barbara Ehrenreich and Janet McIntosh in E! Nation in 1997, the social psychologist Phoebe Ellsworth, at an interdisciplinary seminar, praised the virtues of the experimental method. Audience members protested that the experimental method was the brainchild of white Victorian males. Ellsworth acknowledged this, but pointed out that the experimental method had led to, for example, the discovery of DNA. Was greeted with disdain. You believe in DNA? You can't not believe in DNA. DNA is a fact. A DNA molecule is a double helix, a long spiral staircase with exactly 4 kinds of steps called nucleotides. A one-dimensional sequence of these 4 nucleotide letters is the genetic code which specifies the nature of
2 plus
every
2 doesn't
animal,
equal
plant,
5, so...
fungus, bacterium, and archaean. DNA sequences can be compared, letter for letter, between any creature and any other, much as one might compare folios of Hamlet.
2 plus 2. I don't know.
From this we can compute a numerical cure for the closeness of cousinship of any 2 creatures and hence, eventually, build up a complete family tree of all life. For, whether we like it or not, it is a true fact that we are cousins of kangaroos, that we share an ancestor with star SH, and that we and the star SH and kangaroo share a more remote ancestor with jelly SH. eDNA code is a digital code, de-erring from computer codes only in being quaternary instead of binary. We know the precise details of the intermediate stages by which the code is read in our cells, and its 4-letter alphabet translated, by molecular assembly line machines called ribosomes, into a 20-letter alphabet of amino acids, the building blocks of protein chains, and so of bodies. If your philosophy dismisses all that is patriarchal domination, so much the worse for your philosophy. Perhaps you should stay away from doctors with their experimentally tested medicines, and go to a shaman or witch doctor instead. If you need to travel to a conference of like-minded philosophers, you'd better not go by air. Plains why? Because a lot of scientifically trained mathematicians and engineers got their sums right.
Oh my god.
EY did not use intuitive ways of knowing.
Social
whether they happen to be white and male or sky blue pink, and hermaphrodite is supremely, triumphantly irrelevant.
Fuck off.
Logic is logic is logic, no matter if the individual who wields it also happens to wield a penis.
Not true, actually. Logic only exists
A mathematical proof reveals a donite truth, no matter whether the mathematician identifies as female, male, or hippopotamus. If you decide to to that conference, Newton's laws and Bernoulli's principle will see you safe.
Leftists.
And no, Newton's
I think he didn't listen to them
is
very well because
not a rape manual, as was ludicrously said by the noted feminist philosopher Sandra Harding. It is a supreme work of genius by one of Homo sapiens' most sapient specimens, who also happened to be a not very nice man. It is true that Newton's laws are approximations, which need modifying under extreme circumstances, such as when objects travel at near the speed of light. Os philosophers of science who zade on the case of Newton and Einstein love to say that scientific truths are only ever provisional approximations that have so far resisted falsification. But there are many scientific truths. We share an ancestor with baboons is one example, which are just plain true, in the same sense as New Zealand lies south of the equator is not a provisional hypothesis, pending BLFL.
What?
Possible falsification. Physics of the very small also goes beyond Newton. Quantum theory is too weird for most human brains to accommodate intuitively. Yet the accuracy with which its predictions are full lead is shattering, and beyond all doubt. If I can't get my head around the weirdness of a theory, which is validated by such predictions, that's just too bad. There's no law that says truths about nature have to be comprehensible by the human brain. We have to live with the limitations of a brain that was built by Darwinian natural selection of hunter-gatherer ancestors on the African savanna, where medium-sized things like antelopes and potential mates moved at medium speeds,
Occam's razor is
It's
brought
actually remarkable that
into
human brains,
to say
even if only a
some
minority of
explanations
them,
are too
are
complicated
capable
for
of doing modern
Dawkins,
physics
apparently.
at all. It is an open
So it's,
question whether there remain deep truths about the universe which human brains not only don't yet understand, but can never understand. IND that open question.
But this is a good
Immensely
technical
exciting,
solution, it
whatever
seems.
the
I
answer
could
to it
have
may be.
some Molbach blogs
Eologians
like
love
this.
their mysteries,
Theologians.
such as the mystery of the Trinity. How can God be both three and one at the same time? And the mystery of transubstantiation. How can the contents of a chalice be simultaneously wine and blood? When challenged to defend such stew, they may retort that scientists too have their mysteries.
What?
Quantum theory is
Nobody says that.
mysterious to the point of being downright perverse. What's the D'Arents? I'll tell you the D'Arents, and it's a big one. Quantum theory is validated by predictions full-led to so many decimal places that it's been compared to predicting the width of North America to within one hair's breadth. Geological theories make no predictions at all, let alone testable ones. Of course, not all the sciences can boast the formidable accuracy of physics. We biologists stand in awe of the LIGO experiments, in which gravitational waves, having traveled 1 billion light years, are detected by measurements accurate to less than 1,000th the width of a proton. Biological experimenters
Burning
have
Man.
to confront problems, like the subjective bias of the experimenter, intuitive ways of knowing. Medical scientists have perfected safeguards aimed precisely against intuitive ways of knowing, because these are highly likely to mislead. A double-blind control test has become the gold standard for demonstrating the efficacy of a medical treatment. A new drug must be compared with a placebo control, and the comparison tested statistically. Neither the patients, nor the doctors running the tests, nor the nurses administering the doses, nor the analysts evaluating the results are allowed to know which patients were given the placebo, which the drug, until all the results are in. I myself conducted a double-blind test of dowsing, water divining. It was pathetically touching to witness the sincere distress of the professional dowsers when they failed, every single one of them, to perform above chance level. Poor things had never before been tested under double-blind conditions, never before been deprived of whatever subliminal cues normally inform. Why their subjective ways of knowing. I treasure the remark of a homeopathic doctor who, when his methods failed under double-blind testing conditions, said, "You see, is why we don't do double-blind tests anymore. EY never work." A layperson's version of the pernicious philosophy I mentioned earlier is the familiar bleat of, "Well, it may not be true for you, but it is true for me." No, it's either true or it isn't.
Ain't nothing to be shy about.
For both of us. As somebody once said, authorship multiply attributed, you are entitled to your own opinion, but not to your own facts. Some of what I have claimed here about scientific truth may come across as arrogant.
When Dawkins
So might
said
my
that Trump
disparagement
always
of
lies
certain
and he never
schools of
chooses
philosophy.
to speak the truth.
Science really does know a
Was he
lot about
entitled
what is true,
to that
and
fact,
we do have methods
or
in
that
place for
opinion,
finding
or
out a
was it
lot
lie,
more.
or
We should not be reticent about that. But science is also humble. We may know what we know, but we also know what we don't know. Scientists love not knowing because they can go to work on it. A history of science's increasing knowledge, especially during the past 4 centuries, is a spectacular cascade of truths following one on the other. We may choose to call it a cumulative increase in the number of truths that we know. Or we can tip our hat to a better class of philosophers and talk of successive approximations towards yet-to-be falsely-ed provisional truths. Either way, science can properly claim to be the gold standard of truth. Written by Richard Dawkins.
He barely addressed the problems of barely. Such a shame. What else we got?
Fireside chat with the attorney Lin Wood. I'd like for you to read the definition of the word slander.
Okay, from Merriam-Webster, it is the utterance of false charges or misrepresentations which defame and damage another's reputation, or a false and defamatory oral statement about a person.
James, as an attorney, as we get ready to introduce the Fireside Chat number 3 with Lin Wood, as an attorney, why do you not want to falsely accuse people of things that they did not do, as an attorney?
Well, because they could sue you.
So on today's edition of the Thrive Time Show,
reason?
Lin Wood wants to share the truth about Supreme Court Justice John Roberts, Vice President Joe Biden, President Barack Obama, the Clintons, Bill Gates, the richest man in the world, the Vice President Mike Pence, Mark Meadows, Pat Cipollone, the counsel for the president, Bush 41, Bush 43, George Soros, and the FBI Director Christopher Wray. James, as an attorney, why must he be correct about the statements he's making about the names on today's show?
Well, Clay, truth is a complete defense to defamation.
So without fear, Lin Wood joins us on the Fireside Chat number 3 to share the truth about the biggest names in the world and some of the most corrupt people on the planet, as he shines a light on the truth about the names you need to know. All right, Thrive Nation, on today's show, we are having yet another fireside conversation. We've had thousands of you reach out and say, hey, Clay, could you ask Lin Wood about this? Or could you ask Lin Wood about that? And so, Lin Wood, I appreciate you joining us here on the Thrive Time Show to answer questions from the Thrive Nation.
Listen, Clay, I really appreciate what you're doing for this country and spreading the truth to so many people, and it inspires me to know how interested people in this country are. They are interested. They do care.
Aaron Antis, you and your brother run Oklahoma's largest home building company, Shaw Homes, and I think you guys have been very busy running that business. Yeah. And I think when you're busy running a business, being an entrepreneur, it can become very easy to not know a lot of the names on today's list.
True.
And so when I say the name Pat Cipollone, previous to right now, would you know these names?
I only heard about him recently.
Okay, maybe through the Thrive Time show?
Yeah, other than that, I would not have known who he was.
So on today's show, what we're going to do is we're going to unpack some of the names that Lin has recently been tweeting about, so that way America can discover the truth about some of the biggest names that are in the media right now, and you can understand which side of this election fraud these big names are on.
Yeah.
Sound good with you?
Sounds great.
Okay, here we go. Aaron, now that we know that you don't have any objections with this list here, we're going to go over some of the names that Lin Wood has recently. Lin, some of the names that you have recently tweeted out. It is time to share. It's time to shine red hot light of truth. It's time to shine the red hot light of truth on Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Stephen Breyer, Joe Biden, Obama, the Clintons, Bill Gates, Vice President Pence, Mark Meadows, Pat Cipollone, George Bush 41 and 43, George Soros, and Cocaine Mitch. Now that's a lot of people that you're naming, and I know that you probably thought you were going to be retired at this time. Lin, weren't you planning on to semi-retire this year?
I actually told my family last Thanksgiving that I was going to semi-retire so that I could spend half my time finishing all of the Nicholas Salmon cases and then half my time writing. I've always had a number of books in my mind that I wanted to write, and it didn't work out exactly like I planned. So somebody else will have to write the books. I'm still busy practicing law.
Well, by retiring, if you meant to double your hours and make half the pay or something like that, then you're doing a good job in retirement. So I'm mentioning that because you're certainly not doing this for the money. And before we go through these names, why are you unapologetically sharing the truth? Why are you doing this?
Because I love this country, and I love freedom. I love the opportunity that this country provided me. As a young boy at age 16, having grown up in a household of domestic abuse and violence. My mother was
Oh my
ill.
God,
I
he
found
was
her when I came
abused?
home from a high school function. She went to the morgue, and my daddy went to prison. Didn't have a dime in my pocket. I said this at the rally a few weeks ago.
Wow.
I would not have made it anywhere in the world, no matter how smart I might have been, the tools God gave me, the will, the drive, anywhere else in the world, I would not have made it. But because America gave me the opportunity,
What?
I feel like I owe this country a lot. I don't have any tattoos, but if I did, I'd have "Made in the USA" tattooed on my spine. I love America. So you're right, I'm not doing this for money. I've had a 501c4 that's raised some money for expenses for investigators, IT experts, security people. I'm not taking one fee, not one dime in fee. I'm giving my time to the country. I'm giving my time to the people.
And
It's called paying back.
I was asked this by a woman today. She says, ask Lin how he deals with all the negative comments. So I'd like to ask you that, then we'll get into this list of names. Because as you share the truth, you're not slandering people. You're not making things up. You're just sharing the truth about people. But how would you respond to this woman? She wanted to know, how does Lin handle all the negative feedback?
That's the problem. He
Well,
thinks
I don't
he's
know
sharing
how
the
much
truth,
there's
but
been. I'm assuming there's quite a bit. Anytime you're over the target, you're going to take flack. The more flack you take, that means you're straight over the target. If you can't attack the message, you attack the messenger. Now, am I perfect? No. I'm a sinner. We're all sinners. We all need forgiveness. But I face my sins. I face the good, the bad, and the ugly in my life, and I asked my
Just
God
choke
to
her up.
forgive me, and He did. So I'm not running from any truth in my life. I have nothing to hide. So that anybody that wants to attack me,
I mean,
if they
he
attack
believes
me,
the
it's
shit
a
he's
lie.
saying, but
It's a lie. If they pull up something in my past and tell it accurately, it might not be flattering. They might take things and try to misconstrue them. I just can't get bogged down in the accusations, because at the end of the day, I don't really care what other people think about me. I only care about my reputation as it exists in the eyes of Almighty God. If I'm good with God, no matter what anybody else says or thinks about me, I'm good.
So here we go. We're going into the truth canon here. Here we go. Chief Justice Roberts, as we fly over the target, you recently tweeted out, "I cannot imagine the pressures felt by the Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. Tough job. Bet it is even tougher when you know that Nancy Pelosi, Rod Rosenstein, John Podesta, and John Brennan have a damning and incriminating recording of you. Tough way to earn a living." What do you mean by that, sir?
I believe that there's documentation that Chief Justice John Roberts was involved in discussions about the successor to Justice Anthony Scalia
what?
before Justice Scalia died. I believe
So
that
quiet.
those individuals I named have recordings of that conversation. That was their protection against anyone ratting out the other. One goes, they all go. I believe that exists. I believe that the evidence exists in a sealed document in a federal court
I
in
believe.
Maryland, but sealed under alleged national security.
What?
If that
What?
document is opened and the fake claim of national security is removed, we're going to learn a lot
Hold
about
on.
the truth about Justice John Roberts. I also believe that John Roberts did know Jeffrey Epstein, that he did fly on his plane. I don't know. I've seen pictures that I don't really believe are John Roberts at the island. But I would say to your viewers, your listeners, What's the connection? Check out whether Jeffrey Epstein had anything to do with Justice Roberts adopting 2 children from Wales. I think you're going to find that John Roberts has a special place in hell waiting for him. And he has no business being on the Supreme Court of the United States.
I mean,
He's corrupt. He's evil. He needs to go.
So
that may
let's move
all
on
be
to
the
Joe
case,
Biden.
but you
Again, I think a lot of Americans up until this year
year
probably been apolitical,
You
meaning that
can't
they
make
don't
claims
probably
like this.
vote a lot, and if they do, they probably just show up and vote straight ballot. They vote, straight Republican or straight
Well, just
Democrat. A lot of
say,
people
"I
haven't really
believe there's
thought
evidence
about,
for
man,
this."
I wonder if the people
might
running for
be.
office have connections to
wanna
the
see it.
communist Chinese. What does every American need to know about Joe Biden?
Sound.
Joe Biden is owned by Communist China. He's taken
Tell
money
me
from
something I
Communist
don't
China
know.
in business deals involving him, his brother, and Hunter. I believe you'll find he also took money from the Ukraine. Joe Biden is corrupt.
I believe you're also
Joe
finding
Biden
he took.
has got
He took
issues
if
beyond
that is as
corruption
supported,
and money. There are times when I learn things about Hunter
so
Biden that
we
are
may
disgusting.
suspect
But I
that
wonder what his life was
he
like
took
as a
money
child.
from Ukraine. We may have a lot of
Joe Biden
circumstantial
also has a
evidence for
special
that,
place in hell
but
waiting for
we
him.
can't say we know it
So we
because
move on
don't
to,
He will never,
actually have
he will never be president of the United States of America.
evidence of
I do not
that
believe
happening.
Almighty God would allow a man
If-
like that to ever set foot in the Oval Office.
He's saying,
What
I
you
believe.
just said sounds crazy for someone who hasn't heard it
Justice,
before, and I have cited all of it. So if anybody wants to, if you
Justice,
heard what Lin just said, and
Roberts
going, I'd
was
like
in
to see
bed
proof
with-
of that, please text me.
with,
Don't text
Jeffrey
Lin. Lin is
Epstein.
fighting for our country. He's doing lawsuits. I'm not that talented. Text me, 918-851-6920, 918-851-6920, and I will send you irrefutable proof of Joe Biden's corruption and Chinese connections. It's truly incredible. And when you
if-
see
if
Hunter
that's the same
Biden's
level
Biden's
of
connection to the
certainty, then
communist Chinese and just all the nefarious things going on, his laptop,
This isn't a
gross. Now,
revelation, then.
President Barack Obama, I hate to use the word president
Oh,
before I
that's
say
the
Barack
best.
Obama, but he was the president. What does everybody need to know about Barack Obama?
Barack Obama hates America. Barack Obama is a communist. Barack Obama wants to run this country again. That's why the puppet of Biden and Harris are the ones they tried to put into office. It would have been actually run by Barack Obama with probably the input from Hillary Clinton. Barack Obama is a criminal. He's a phony. Somebody needs to check in and see how much money Barack Obama is worth. It'll be well over $1 billion. He inherited it from his stepfather, who was a major owner of Halliburton stock. This country is going to be shocked when it learns the truth of the level of corruption and evil that exists and has existed for a number of years, if not decades, in the highest echelons of our government and our so-called business leaders. When you hear me say that communism has taken over this country without firing a shot, I believe it. They did it through ideology. They did it through money, corruption. They did it through extortion, blackmail. You go to China, you go to Russia, they'll take you out, they'll give you some drinks. Next thing you know, you're on videotape with a young woman. From that point on, they own you. China is not the Chinese people. There are millions and millions of Chinese people who are oppressed, who want to find God, who cry out for freedom. The Communist Chinese Party is evil. It's a small group of the Chinese people that oppresses the masses. It's exactly what that small group of communist leaders in China want to do to the United States of America. I only have to look at Georgia. And I've learned in the past 2 months that Georgia, through its governor and administration officials, we do more business and promote China, communist China, more than we promote the state of Georgia. I believe people in Georgia are going to jail for treason. I believe many people in this country are going to jail for treason. The level of involvement of individuals in this country in trying to steal the election of our president is going to be mind-boggling. And they're all guilty of treason.
Now, the word treason, for everybody out there, is not, a lot of times I don't spend a whole lot of time looking up the definition of treason. I'm sure a lot of our listeners don't either. But the word treason means the crime of betraying one's country, especially by attempting to kill the sovereign or to overthrow the government. As an example, the Governor Kemp of Georgia is choosing to use communist-controlled software during your elections. And again, for anybody out there that's not aware of this, when you went in to vote this year, if you were using the Dominion hardware, the Dominion hardware it's a Canadian company called Dominion, and that hardware company uses Chinese parts on the hardware. All right. Now that company shares office space in Toronto with George Soros. Lynn, do you have my back on that part? Is that part correct? Am I incorrect? Am I getting that wrong about the Dominion hardware company?
I got you back on that one. Dominion is made up financially of about 75% of its financial assets are provided by China through a UBS subsidiary. China in communism was involved in the development of the system down in Venezuela. But the Chinese communists used that scheme of stealing an election to attack our country, a cyber attack. This is 2020. We think we're being attacked by a foreign enemy with bombs or missiles or guns. That's not 2020. 2020, we've been attacked with a biological weapon, COVID-19. We've been attacked in a cyber attack on our election. There are other cyber attacks that have gone on in this country in the last few weeks of our infrastructure, at least one or more of our military bases. We are at war with China, and we're going to be in a war for our freedom. What's going to happen over the next several weeks, only God knows. But I believe there's going to be civil unrest. That's part of the color revolution, of a disputed election followed by violence in the streets. People are going to try to believe the brainwashing from the media that somehow Trump is trying to seize control. That's nonsense. He's trying to save our country and save our freedom. But I believe this country is going to realize soon that we have to come together against a common foe. Communist China, likely Iran, to some extent Russia. They've taken us over internally, just like they said they would. They do it without firing a shot. They've infiltrated our media, Hollywood, academia,
So
our
basically,
community organizations, our local,
like an
state,
amalgam
and
of
national
Alex
governments, our
Jones
judiciary. We were looking for the
and,
last 20 years at the Middle East. We took our eye off the
and
ball. We
QAnon.
should have known that communism has never
stuff.
moved off of its goal to take over America. So now it's not so much of how do we keep them out, they're already in. The question is how do we get rid of them? That's the swamp that Donald Trump promised to drain. He couldn't call it communism in 2016 because everybody would have said, my goodness, we haven't heard about communism in 20 years or so. But I believe that Donald Trump is looking to get rid of communism in this country.
One way
That's why I believe that Donald Trump will be one of the greatest, if not the greatest presidents that ever lived and to serve this country.
Amen. And I'll say this, the one way to get rid of a lot of bad guys at one time is to arrest these people of treason, because the punishment for treason in the United States, those punishments are harsh. They involve imprisonment. You can never run for office. There's actually a penalty of up to death. So again, step one, when you went and voted this year, folks, you voted on Canadian-owned Dominion voting machines using Chinese communist parts. Step two, the software is called Sequoia, a.k.a. Smartmatic Sequoia. That company, the software was coded out by communists from Venezuela. Step three, our votes are then stored in Frankfurt, Germany, where they can be switched. And step four, the votes were then counted in Barcelona, Spain, using a feature on the Smartmatic software that allows them to actually change the votes. Those are all indisputable facts. And this isn't a Republican or a Democrat thing here, Lynn. I mean, you're talking about the governor of Georgia, who is a Republican, making this happen. Can you explain the governor of Georgia's role in allowing these communist-owned voting machines and software into his state?
He's corrupt. I don't know whether he's a communist by ideology, but he is corrupted by Chinese money. I believe he took money in the Dominion voting machine purchase. It was a $7 million 10-year deal that they bought the machines in 2019. And yet $89 million of that was paid in the first 2 years. That's not a good business deal. And then he went out and bought during COVID masks from China, gowns from China, test kits from China. I believe the evidence will show he bought them at a grossly inflated price when there were other, much
I
more
believe the
less
evidence
expensive
will
items
show.
available from other countries. Why did he take it from China? Why did he use the Georgia taxpayers' money to pay China? As I've said before, that's like buying bullets from the enemy. I believe he took money to his advisors, probably hidden well in his family. I think he's corrupt by Chinese money.
I mean,
think that the young boy
we know
died
that.
in alleged car wreck, which looked more like an explosion. I believe, personally, it was a message to Governor Kemp, who the day before said he was going to do a signature audit and then abandoned it the next day after the young boy died. I think people need to realize that the truth is
That was something.
Communist China is evil. They will threaten you. They will threaten your family if necessary to prove their point. They'll kill people. They have no value on life.
What was the young man's relationship, the young man whose vehicle exploded, what was his relationship to Governor Kemp, for folks out there that don't know?
He is, as I understand it from all of the reports, he was the boyfriend of Governor Kemp's daughter. He was
What?
also a staffer working for Kelly Loeffler.
Wow. Wow. Now, okay, so...
I've seen pictures of the car.
Yeah.
It looks like a roadside bombing in Afghanistan. Witnesses said they heard an explosion a mile away. The
So-
GBI agent who was initially assigned to the case, a 51-year-old man from Metter, Georgia,
Yep.
showed up a few days later having committed suicide. I don't believe
So
in
car
coincidences,
bombing, but we don't know if it's really a
because I
car
believe that
bombing.
everything is planned.
Probably, press will be
Planned by
talking about
Almighty
it.
God. So, sometimes people say, how do you figure things out? I say, I connect the dots. If you don't,
Although I'm
believe
saying
in
press will be
coincidences,
talking about it, how much
the
shit
dots
they
will
didn't
always
talk
be
about
connected.
in the past.
Now, a lot of people are hearing for the first time this stuff, so I'm trying to go at a medium pace so people can get it, but I want to make sure we're getting this. We know that the voting machines were communist controlled. The voting machines were made by communists. The software was made by communists, and the software has the ability to switch the votes. And if you're listening right now and you want irrefutable evidence of this, text me to 918-851-6920, 918-851-6920. And your friend, Sidney Powell, just released about, 48 hours ago, 72 hours ago, a 270-page report documenting all the voter fraud. I mean, that has actual affidavits. Can you maybe comment on that a little bit? Because Sidney Powell is
But
an
that's the
unbelievable
same
researcher, and
stuff
we're going to
we've seen
share this with
before.
all the listeners out there. But
Didn't,
could you maybe
didn't
share
actually
about the
go
level of
too well.
research that Sidney Powell has put into that report?
well, I can. I can tell you, for starters, that Sidney Powell is a truth giver. And she is also a woman of God. Sidney Powell, and I've seen it for several weeks, along with a team of very talented and dedicated young people. They have worked
That's
around
great.
the clock. I've worked with them many nights. They have assimilated
So
the evidence. They've
he's
tracked
saying
down the leads. I have
She wouldn't lie.
tens of thousands of emails sent to me where people have witnessed the fraud,
Still the mobile radar.
and they track it down. Experts have submitted analysis. Sydney has just recently posted in the last 24 hours a video or two that shows
No
you
cameras?
how easy the votes are changed by the computer software system.
Yep.
2020 was not the first election in this country that was manipulated by computers. Hillary ran a program in 2016. Trump beat the algorithm.
Fuck off.
That's how he won the Electoral College.
Amazing.
If the truth were known about the real vote in 2016, Donald Trump won the popular vote. They ran it again in 2018 for the mid-year election. That's how they took the House. And then they ran it again this year just to make sure that 2016 didn't repeat itself. They used the COVID weapon to heighten the excuse for and the use of mail-in ballots. So that this year, in 2020, when the president once again badly beat the algorithm, they stopped counting almost in a coordinated fashion in the key swing states, and they started bringing in box loads of fake paper ballots by mail. The fraud was so great, they knew they were going to get caught. They never intended to make this about a lawful election. I've said it before. I haven't changed my mind. This is a color revolution, an attempt to overthrow the duly elected president of the United States.
I mean, the
And
similarity
if we let
to...
them get away with it now, 2020 will be the last election. Because after 2020, they won't need to go to the time and trouble of creating a false election. They'll just tell you who the next leader of the country can be. That will never happen in America.
Amen.
Americans will not let it happen.
Now, we have some great Americans here in the studio that want to ask you some questions, so I want to fire through a few more names here because, again, I think a lot of listeners are hearing this for the first time. I think if you're somebody on the right wing, you might go, oh, it's obvious those dirty Democrats, those people are stealing the vote. If you're a Democrat, it's like, oh, it's obvious those Republicans. But let's get into the Republican Party a little bit because Patrick Byrne, who is the founder of Overstock.com, he's working to expose the mass industrial level election fraud. He's showing the technology behind it. He's been employing a team on his own dime of researchers to prove the election fraud. It's truly incredible. And he had a meeting in the White House with the president, and he said after the meeting, they all agreed to not share about what was discussed with the president, because that's just kind of a rule. You don't talk about what you talked about with the president in private. And then Pat Cipollone, this is the president's counsel, a.k.a. kind of a legal advisor, apparently leaked to the media false information about the context of the meeting. And then Mark Meadows, the chief of staff for the president, he apparently refused to give your friend and attorney Sidney Powell access to the White House, essentially cutting her off from the president after the president tasked her. The president asked Sidney Powell to do some things and to assist him. And then Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, passively aggressively wouldn't give her access to the president, wouldn't give her a pass to get into the White House, wouldn't allow her to call the president. And then Pat Cipollone, the counsel for the president, apparently was yelling at the president during the meeting and being super disrespectful of the office and of the president. These are the people that are supposed to be helping the president. What is going on with Mark Meadows and Pat Cipollone?
They're not patriots. They're disloyal. They've got their own interest. Pat Cipollone loves money. He drives I've heard, a new luxury vehicle every few days to the White House, including a Rolls Royce. Pat Cipollone is corrupted. Mark Meadows is corrupted. They're not patriots. They need to be fired. I believe at the time of his choosing, President Trump will fire them. President Trump is in a situation much like Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln could not trust anyone around him. They were all conspiring against him. In fact, Mary Lincoln, his wife, was even conspiring against him. But Donald Trump has the loyalty of Melania.
Yep.
She's a close confidant. But unfortunately, it's sad to say that Donald Trump is not a lonely person. He loves God. He knows he's got Jesus with him at all times. But he doesn't have a lot of people he can trust. But he's finding them out. They're exposing themselves to him.
Yep.
So that I believe in the second administration, he's not going to constantly be fighting the conspiracies of people trying to advance their own agenda and harm him.
Amen.
I believe he's going to accomplish some incredible things in the second 4 years because he's going to be surrounded by people who are loyal and people that love America.
Now, I want to fire through the final few names, and we'll open it up for our team to ask you some questions. The FBI director, Christopher Wray, many people thought he was on our team. But then you tweeted out, time flies when you're busy speaking the truth. Time for lunch break. But first, a few more thoughts. FBI Director Christopher Wray must be fired immediately. Research the law firm connections with Wray, Rod Rosenstein, and Sally Yates. Birds of a feather flock together. What's going on with the FBI Director Christopher Wray?
They were all partners in the law firm of King and Spalding. Rod Rosenstein is corrupt. Sally Yates is corrupt. Christopher Wray is right in there with him. He's corrupt. The FBI, I'm sure, is made up of some fine individual agents.
Yeah.
But the FBI has been corrupt at its higher echelons for decades. I saw it firsthand when Louis Freeh was the director, when they falsely accused and tried to literally railroad Richard Jewell. They don't care about anything but their own agenda. The FBI is probably covering for the CIA. The CIA is the most corrupt organization in the country. Donald Trump's getting ready to take the fangs out of the CIA.
Uh-oh.
He's going to turn them back into paper chasers. He's going to pull all the special ops from them. The
Oh,
CIA
shit.
was involved in the election fraud, too. They've been doing it for years, decades, in other countries.
So let's talk about, we're going back to Republicans here, going back to more Republicans.
Big
Vice President
claims.
Mike Pence. So many people that I know have put their heart and their soul and everything of Mike Pence. Oh, yeah, baby. Mike Pence. And yet Mike Pence worked closely with Dr. Fauci for months of this COVID-19 chaos. The models that said 2.2 million people might die, those turned out to be false. And by the way, if you're listening and you need proof of that, text me, I'll give it to you. The models turned out to be false. The actual COVID-19 tests have been shown to be falsely calibrated. Dr. Fauci's telling people to wear a mask. He says, don't wear a mask. Then you should wear a mask. He says we shouldn't shut down the borders. Then we should shut down the borders. He says we should never shake hands again. He says we can't go back to normal until everybody has a vaccine. And the man who spent the most time with Dr. Fauci, the head of the coronavirus task force, is in fact Vice President Pence. What is going on with Vice President Pence?
I've never met Vice President Pence. I have had the opportunity to speak with people that have known him firsthand. I don't want to judge him based on necessarily what others have told me about his demeanor and how he treats people. Let's do this. Let's see what Vice President Pence does on January the 6th and whether he rejects a lie, the election of Biden, or whether he stands up for truth and rejects it. If he is a man of God, as he claims to be, he would never even consider validating a lie. If you don't live a life
Validating a
of truth,
lie.
you will not see the kingdom of God. You've got to be able to accept that you make mistakes, the good, the bad, and the ugly. You've got to ask for forgiveness. If Mike Pence is a man of God, then he needs to stand up for truth. Yet no one's really sure where he stands right now. The fact that there's concern about it does a lot to me. But I believe that pressure will be put to bear on Vice President Pence, who I think was more concerned about 2024 and keeping in the good favor with all the money people in the Republican Party who have been anti-Trump, that he was looking for his own agenda in 2024, and he was not putting his country and President Trump first. He better not let the American public down. They will not tolerate it.
Final three people or people groups before we open it up for our town hall group here. Let's go with Bill Gates, the Bush family, and the Clintons. Let's go with Bill Gates first.
Oh, come on.
Bill Gates. Bill Gates is the one, it turns out, who was helping to fund the models that said 2.2 million people might die of COVID-19. That turned out to be wrong. Bill Gates is the one behind the technology called Election Guard that turned out to have the ability to nefariously adjust the votes. Election Guard is on many voting systems, on most voting systems. Bill Gates spends a lot of time in China. Bill Gates chose to be a longtime good friend of Jeffrey Epstein, and he didn't become a friend of Jeffrey Epstein until after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of pedophilia. What are your thoughts on Bill Gates?
He's going to have that same special place that Roberts and Biden are going to have, and many others. Bill Gates is evil. He wants to depopulate the world so that the ruling elite
I mean, he does.
can be served by
And that
a
is
controllable
evil.
number
But
of the masses.
hell,
Look him up.
if you don't do anything about it,
Depopulation.
he'll do it.
He's trying to control people through use of chips. Microsoft had a chip done where you could have it put in your arm, and it would regulate allegedly your exercise level, and you exercise enough, you get cryptocurrency. It didn't go over very well. So now he's developed an invisible tattoo that goes on your forehand or your forehead with an invisible ink called luciferase. Bill Gates wants to weaken the natural immune system of our population by giving them vaccines. Vaccines of which the content we do not know. Some people believe that it's DNA altered. I wouldn't get near within missile range of anything that Bill Gates promoted. He talks like he's a doctor. He has no medical training. He talks like he's a scientist. He has no medical training. If you look at the history of his family, you're going to find that there's a long lineage of evil in Bill Gates' past. I think Bill Gates ought to be in jail.
You know, Bill Gates, a lot of times, Lynn, you know, I know you work on fun projects. I know you enjoy spending time. What kind of dogs do you have, Lynn? You have some pet dogs, right?
Well, I have my number one puppy at the moment is Allie. She's a rescue puppy. I've had her a little over 2 years. And recently I rescued 3 puppies that were on the side of the street. People say they found me instead of me finding them. I nicknamed Allie my little god puppy because she's half beagle. She's been lost 3 times, and she found her way home, so she has a plan if she wants to get home. And then she's half Australian Shepherd, so since she had a plan and she was a Shepherd, I nicknamed her my little god puppy. And now I tell the funny story that the three little wise puppies came to see her. So I have 3 other rescue puppies, the Motley Crew, and I love those dogs. Just remember that if you don't take care of the least of us, how are you going to take care of your fellow man? I think the way you treat an animal tells you a lot about what kind of person you are. Because without our help, they're helpless.
Now, you like to spend time with your dogs, with family. This is what Bill Gates likes to do on his fun time, during his downtime. The Blaze reported here on December 28th, Bill Gates is moving forward with his plan to dim the sun's rays. I mean, I can't make this stuff up. This is real stuff. He's trying to dim the sun's rays. And if you're listening right now, folks, just text me, 918-851-6920, and I will send you irrefutable proof that Bill Gates was working on and has developed a patent with the patent number, the vanity patent number 060606, which is a cryptocurrency that is distributed via body activity, as you mentioned. So if you do these physical activities, you get a cryptocurrency. He chose the number 060606. We've done an entire podcast with Dr. Jim Meehan, Dr. Richard Bartlett, the New York Times bestselling author, back when that used to mean something, Christian Northrup, exposing the corruption of the vaccine. Final questions, and then we're going to open it up for the town hall here. The Bush family. I mean, so many people thought the Bushes, George, you know, George W. and George H.W. And people think the Bushes, and they think of Texas, and they think of barbecue and guns and gold and America. And what do we need to know about the Bush family?
George Bush 41 ran a crime family. Clinton ran a crime family. Obama ran a crime family. Hillary ran a crime family, and Biden ran a crime family. We have had literally mafia bosses, to draw analogies, running criminal enterprises out of the Oval Office. Remember, the world is a lie. God gave the devil dominion over the world. He's the liar of liars. So the world is a lie. What you see is a lie. But the devil's so good, he can make you think the lie is the truth. What we saw about the Bush family appears to be a wholesome, God-fearing, loving family. Looks for the season. I believe that at the funeral of George Bush, certain members of that family and other people in our government received notes that said, "I'm sorry, they know everything." Look at the expression on Jeb Bush's face when he saw the note.
I have a copy of that video.
President Carter didn't get one. He's looking around like, why didn't I get one? Because he wasn't involved. Carter was not in the crime family, and Ronald Reagan was not running the crime family, and Donald Trump loves America, and he's trying to get rid of the criminals. But they tried to paint him. They tried to propagandize and brainwash the American public to hate him. And the public has bought into the lie because they've been brainwashed by communist propaganda ever since he was elected. In the summer before he was elected, they couldn't praise him enough when he was running.
True. Because
they thought he'd be easy pickings for who? Hillary Clinton is evil. Bill Clinton is evil. Sadly, Bush 41 was evil. Bush 43, apple didn't fall far from the tree.
If people
He's even going after Bushes.
want proof
Wow.
of the interaction where at the George H.W. Bush funeral they were given an actual note and they didn't react positively to receiving the note at the funeral. I can send you a copy of that video. I have that. There's just so much to unpack here. You're blowing people's minds. So I'm going to open it up now to the town hall. We have a guy named Jonathan Kelly here. He works with me. He manages a team of about 100 people, does a great job. Happens to not be a fan of communism. He's also, Lin, I vetted him. He's not a member of Antifa last time we checked. Jonathan, what question or questions would you have for Lin Wood?
Yeah, I want to go back to the 6th. We keep hearing about how important this day is going to be, and I just want, what's your opinion on what's going to happen on the 6th?
I don't want to speculate when I don't know. So at first blush, it's clear that President Trump, I believe, has said that he wants the people to come to Washington by the millions to celebrate. I think he said it's going to be a wild party. So I would like to believe that between now and the 6th of January, President Trump is going to reveal the truth to the American public. And they're going to celebrate because I don't believe that anybody in the Congress is going to vote for a criminal like Joe Biden to be in the White House. I even believe it could be unanimous. But that may be the plan. I know there are other plans from nefarious people like Antifa and Black Lives Matter, and so I'm always worried that they might
Antifa and Black Lives Matter are going to vote in Congress for the president?
But I also believe that President Trump is way ahead of these people. I believe that he has positioned our National Guard to protect our citizens. I believe he has positioned our military forces to protect our country. So let's see what happens between now and January the 6th. But I believe your President of the United States has been working long hours. I believe my own belief is that on Christmas Eve, he crossed the Delaware. We haven't heard from Bill Clinton since the middle of December. We haven't heard from Hillary Clinton since the middle of December.
Beautiful.
We haven't heard from
My
other
people are
people
already tinkering
that you
with
would
the
expect
radar.
to be in Georgia campaigning for the most
Oh,
important
please tell
Democratic
me.
Senate election.
Please tell me they're in get mode. Tell me they're in get. I know you can't speculate, but I know you can't tell me. You're not going to hop on the show and speculate. But Thrive
Where's
Nation,
Hunter Biden?
oh, I want them to be in get mode. I can't. We have no proof they're in get mode.
The president has made several comments.
I'm
Where's Hunter?
listening.
President Trump is a genius, but God named him Trump because he's
Tell me
going
about
to
the
trump them all.
Not
And
much
I
going
believe
on
he's
out
the
here.
trumpeter. For the
Au
walls of Jericho.
contraire,
You've heard
if
me
you
say
use
it
your
before.
eyes and ears.
Our country is
This
praying
is an
like it's never
ecosystem.
prayed before.
Nomads, raffing ships,
Jonathan, does that
corporations,
satisfy
Tear
you?
down the walls,
They form a
take our
complete
country
whole.
back.
Remove
We're gonna
one
have to
part,
fight.
the delicate
Half of our
balance
country doesn't even
toggles.
know what's going on. Half of our country thinks Biden won and life's going to be good somehow under a communist. God's going to bring that half to their knees too. He's going to humble this nation. He is angry at what has occurred in this country. He's going to send a message. He's the perfect
I wonder
father.
what
He's going to
Mrs.
deliver
Mobile
perfect
would say
discipline.
about this
Our country is going
interview.
to return to being
That's
a
smart.
country under God.
What would
Like we
Nick
were
Fuentes
started,
say?
we will
Is it
end.
Hey
I
man,
believe this is the second
Optical.
harvest, and God's getting ready to show
the
this world
optics
that he
king,
is real.
supposed optics king?
you know,
What-
we got
what
about
would he say
18
about
minutes
this?
left, and I think we have about 407 questions we want to ask here. So, John, if you didn't get the satisfaction that you
One
need, because you're
thing
having
is,
direct access,
neither
John is
Mold
probably the
nor
most
Fuentes will get
curious,
this interview,
impatient,
so-
hey, let's win this thing kind of guy. And I want to make sure he can ask you the questions. We'll go with Aaron Antis. Aaron runs the largest home building company in Oklahoma. Lynn, I didn't check, I didn't research that like you would do before having him on the show, but I believe I can say it could just be speculation. You are also not a member of Antifa. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so now we got that out of the way. Aaron, what question do you have for the attorney, Lin Wood?
Well, first of all, you posted earlier today, FBI and ATF say the Nashville bomber acted alone. Wow. He did a great female voice impersonation on the evacuation warning. Pretty sophisticated lone bomber. So, and you said, we the people are being played again. Ask questions, demand answers. What thoughts do you have on? I know I had actually a dinner years ago with Frank Gaffney, who was the former Assistant Secretary of Defense under Ronald Reagan, and he told me some of the most mind-blowing stuff about other governments being infiltrated into our government. And I thought at the time that he was a crazy man. But he talked about attacking the electrical grid, and that the most vulnerable spot of America was the electrical grid.
I wonder, what's China's
What
stance
thoughts
on
do you
Israel?
have on what was going on behind
What's
the
China's-
bombing of the Lone Bomb?
If indeed US
let
is
me
being
give you a
bought
quick
by
background.
China,
They accused my client Richard Jewell,
What
who
will
I fought for
Israel
for
do
16 years, of
about
being
that?
the lone bomber of Centennial
What will
Olympic
China
Park,
do
turned
about
out to
Israel?
respond
Who's
by
better
a man
friend?
named
Who's
Eric
China
Rudolph.
better friends with?
It took the FBI
Everyone around
years
Israel
to bring Eric Rudolph to
or
justice.
Israel?
So I'm a little suspicious when they wrap up a bomb case within 24 hours and put a bow on it. And say
I'm
everything's
thinking
fine. I also am a little
this might
suspicious
be
about while
very
you can
interesting.
synthesize a female voice, it's still a fairly sophisticated warning for people to evacuate. If you look carefully at the video coverage where the explosion occurs, it doesn't seem consistent with the RV. I think there could be any number of
Okay, fuck
explanations.
this.
It could have been a distraction. It could have been an effort to destroy evidence of wrongdoing in the Dominion data that was run from Georgia through the Nashville AT&T facility. There's a number of explanations, but let me say this. I wouldn't trust a word from the FBI at this point in time until we get the corruption out of the FBI.
Yeah, amen.
Now, I
So
watched.
there's, what I try to do with people is I try to raise questions. Because we're so used to accepting at first blush what we hear in the media or hear from our government that we've gotten lulled into not thinking for ourselves, not raising questions and having a curious mind. So maybe my questions don't have the right answers, but they're the right questions, and there need to be more asked by more people so that we can think for ourselves.
But
and
what
we can
question is he
discover
actually
the truth
asking?
without being
He's telling you what he
spoon-fed
thinks.
someone else's version of the truth, which may very well be propaganda.
Now, we have a guy here in the studio, Lin, who's been known for office propaganda. You know, he's always trying to, run around, mixing things up. He's kind of a funny guy. He's a jokester. There's this Clay Stairs guy. He's a former school teacher. He's the former head of the teachers union, actually, turned business consultant. Clay Stairs, what question would you have for Lin Wood?
Lin, it's so good to talk with you again. I hope things are going well and your family had a great Christmas. Hey, here's a question for you. You just talked about Trump defanging the CIA. What does that look like? How does Trump defang the CIA? What can we be looking for to say, defanging? Defanging has commenced.
Well, I think if you look, the reports are that Gina Haspel was not invited to the last security briefing in the White House.
Amen.
Why not? If you go back historically to John F. Kennedy, who inherited a CIA operation for the Bay of Pigs to overthrow Fidel Castro. And he went ahead and gave his approval for it with some reluctance. Part of the deal was that they would bring in U.S. air cover. When it actually was undertaken, it was a disaster. So much so when they called in Kennedy for air cover, he refused to give it. He didn't want the United States to be openly associated with such a failed, botched operation. He said afterwards, it's a quote, "I'm going to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and cast it to the wind." Shortly thereafter, they splintered his head into thousands of pieces. On his desk, unsigned, before he died, was memorandum, I believe, number 45, where he was going to take all special operations out of the CIA, put them under the Department of Defense, and convert the CIA into what it should be, a paper chaser. No president after Kennedy had the courage to do it because the CIA had too much power, too much of a
Jesus
threat.
Christ, he's like a
Donald Trump signed that memorandum.
Oh,
Yes. Now, folks, I want to give the listeners out there some encouragement here.
they're
before we go
making
to our
it
next,
about Kennedy.
question. President Donald J. Trump put Christopher Miller to be the Secretary of Defense. Lin Wood, for people that don't know these names, why is it significant that you have Christopher, that you have a new head of a new person acting as our Secretary of Defense, and that he is a true patriot? Why is that significant?
Well, one, significant because President Trump has had to get out of government at high levels people that are not patriots. Christopher Miller is a patriot. He is also an expert in cyber terrorism. He's the right man to be acting Director of Defense, Secretary of Defense, at a time when our country is in
Gecko.
a war involving cyber terrorism.
It's powerful. Now,
So
also,
I believe we got the right person in the right spot. I believe President Trump has been moving quietly, but he's been moving effectively and forcefully to get people in place.
Jesus,
To
this
make
is.
sure that this country is not going to be subverted by
Alright.
the people who were here to do us in.
Oh
That's
my
why you can see a
god.
lot of heads roll.
Does he believe
Treason is
there's
treason. A few weeks
however
ago,
many
the Department of Justice affirmed
indictments,
the power of
active
government
indictments?
to execute by firing squad.
that's a fact. That's a fact. Everybody should look that up right now. Look that up. Lynn, can you repeat that one more
And-
time? Because
and
what you
the-
said is just a
and
fact.
the people that were involved in treason by letting themselves be sucked into for money, participating with a foreign entity and interfering with our election of our president, they better be mindful of the penalty of treason. Maybe they need to start coming out and getting clean and cutting the deal.
It is unbelievable. Again, I want to make sure, folks, we know this. I will put a link on the show notes today that the new rules that have come out allow us to use firing squads. This was as of November 27th. The U.S. now has allowed the government to use firing squads to. There's a lot. If you look behind the scenes and you see the things that aren't being reported by the mainstream, these are powerful things that are happening. Our next guest here, he is in the hair industry, just like one of my companies is. His name is Daniel Walker. Daniel, what question would you have for Lin Wood? And make sure you eat that mic, because I know you're a tall man, so you might have to come on down to that mic there.
Hi, Lynn. I'm a newcomer to this whole movement, and I really became aware of you at the Georgia rally. And my question is, does this thing you just spoke about, treason, does it apply to the mainstream media and the conglomerates that force the 100 million people behind Trump to have no voice or to go through alternative channels? And does the mainstream media get held accountable in this?
Yes. And under the executive order that President Trump signed in 2018, he has the power to seize the assets of the media. He has the power to seize the assets in this country of China. He has a lot of powers that he needs to execute that order if he finds, as the DNI Director Radcliffe found, confirmed by Peter Navarro, that China,
I don't like it when people take away my
Iran,
right
and
to
Russia
choose.
interfered in our election in a materially adverse way. So whatever the president decides to do, he's got the lawful power to do it. He runs this country. He's our chief executive. His sworn obligation is to uphold and execute the laws of this country faithfully. He's not allowed to maneuver around the law like too many presidents and too many government officials have been doing for years.
Yep.
Donald Trump is going to enforce the law in this country. Heads are going to roll. Heads that should have rolled a long time ago.
Now, February
I have
12th.
total confidence in Donald Trump. I've never wavered for 1 minute.
Yep.
I believe he knew they were going to try to steal the election. I believe he caught them red-handed.
Now, just for the listeners out there that aren't familiar with this, okay, you can type this into Google and find it yourself. The executive order is called the Executive Order on Imposing Certain Sanctions in the Event of Foreign Interference in the United States Election. And it allows the president to seize the assets, in layman's terms, seize the assets, take the stuff of any organization or any individual found to be committing election fraud. And that was issued on September 12th, 2018. Also on November 9th, 2020, this year, Christopher Miller was put in as the Secretary of Defense. That doesn't seem to me to be the actions of somebody looking to wrap it up here. So I'm very encouraged. Does that answer your question, sir? Do you feel good about that?
It does.
Okay, we're going to go to my wife next. Yes.
Hey, Clay, could I make one other point?
Yes, sir.
Before we move to the next call? I would urge your listeners to look back at a tweet that Joe Biden posted in October of 2019, where he literally was forecasting the idea that we were unprepared for a pandemic and blaming the Trump administration. If Joe Biden knew that they were going to attack us with COVID, Joe Biden is a traitor. And Joe Biden should never be allowed anywhere near Washington, D.C. I'd take him outside in front of a firing squad. We lost 200,000 plus Americans to COVID. People have lost their jobs. They've lost their businesses.
Had to die sometime.
That SOB took that and knew it was going to be done and was complicit in it. Then he has a special place in hell, worse than Bill Gates and John Roberts and some of these other people. I'm sorry if I'm emotional about it, but I believe he was complicit. I believe it was an attack that he knew was coming because he's owned by China.
Yeah.
I hope that says it all.
No, it does. And again, I want to make sure the listeners understand this because there's so much that you and I understand because we've been researching this without ceasing for months. But can you briefly explain, China infused $400 million into the Dominion voting systems before the election. Is that correct, sir?
400 in November of 2020, or right before November of 2020, and 200 a year or so before. So they put 600 million into Dominion.
And I'm putting a link to it on today's show notes. I fact-checked all this stuff, folks. Vanessa, my incredible wife of almost 20 years, and she just turned 21, Lynn. It's amazing. It's kind of weird. But Vanessa, so mother of 5 kids, what questions do you have on behalf of the Clark family and all the moms out there?
Yes. Well, thank you again, Lynn, so much for being on and for keeping us all up to date.
Please tell me it's fast.
It really is.
Ride of
You feel closed in because you can't turn to. You can't just turn on Fox News or any of these networks, and so you can't get news anywhere unless you're going to the source. So I had a question, just being really curious about this RV that blew up or / the missile strike that happened in Tennessee. I feel like that the deep state and Americans who are awake to what's going on know that we're at a war basically for the survival of America. And my first thought, seeing that was, I felt like that was I feel like most of America is asleep, but for everyone who is awake, and I felt like that was an act of war, like the war going on behind the scenes, and we're not being told what goes on.
I'm not crazy about
I don't,
lasers.
It certainly didn't look to me when I saw the videos like that was an RV blowing up.
Right.
That looked like,
Prefer lining up my own clients.
The fire was coming from elsewhere. It looked like there was a strike.
I put video footage on today's show notes.
Yeah, so just my question is, do you think as we approach the 6th or between the 6th and the 20th of January, that we should expect to see more of events like that, which are maybe things happening behind the scenes, but then playing out in this war, which we're kept in the dark about?
Shit.
I do believe there will be increased incidents of violence.
Oh,
what
no.
people have not talked about with respect to that bombing is that there were eyewitness reports of a gunfight.
Wow.
There were shots fired. We may even find that the good guys intercepted that bombing, and that's why it may not have been able to effectively destroy the evidence they were trying to destroy.
Okay.
No need to speculate on it, but we know there were gunshots fired. That's not consistent with this lone bomber, suicidal guy. We know that nobody else, from what we've learned, died except this man, whose remains were quickly found. DNA was quickly identified. Man, they're good. They weren't that good in 1996, and recently I haven't seen them that good in solving any crime. But they sure were good there. So I would just have a very suspect view of that bombing until we learn more of the facts. I think eventually, I've said it many times, every lie will be revealed.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait for the truth to come out. But I think we have legitimate reasons to raise questions as part of our search for the truth. I'm a lawyer. I discover truth by asking questions, sometimes open-ended questions, sometimes questions on cross-examination that are intended to be rough and tumbling. Because when you confront somebody with the truth, sometimes you have to work them over verbally on cross-examination before they'll admit it. But I do believe that truth does prevail. I believe that God is true. I believe that God is in charge and controls and plans everything. So what you're seeing happening is God allows, in effect, evil to exist so that on his time, in his way, he will defeat it. And we give him all the praise and all the glory for when he does so. Because he's Almighty God, the perfect Father, he wants to be glorified by his children. I believe that God is going to win. He always does. He won at Calvary. I believe that good is going to win and truth is going to win. President Trump will be the president for 4 more years. Joe Biden is a liar and a criminal. he will never win over Donald Trump, who represents America, freedom, and truth.
I mean,
Lynn, we have 3 final questions in final 5 minutes. So here we go. Josh Wilson, you served honorably in the military. Were you a cabin boy, or what was your role in the military, sir? Were you
security forces, basically base police, essentially in the Air Force.
Okay, so it was you were a part of the real military. Well, not like me.
Well,
right? Just
a lot of people say the Air Force is not a part of the real military.
Well, I didn't have the courage to serve, or whatever that was, but you honorably served. What question do you have for Lin Woods?
So for me, Lynn, all the people, and thank you so much for joining us, sir, but for me, all the skeptics out there, all the people who are tuning into this, say, hey, let me listen and see what's here. Where would you advise the people who maybe don't believe it or are looking or searching for the truth, like you were saying earlier, where would you advise that they go do their independent research? Where would you say that they go and hunt for the truth to get to this conclusion?
Well, first you got to search hard for the truth, because it's obfuscated and hidden by decades of lies. And you're not going to find the truth in the mainstream media. Stay away from that one. If you want to do research online, go to DuckDuckGo. Use that web search site. Don't use Google. Google manipulates the information in there. Before the COVID
Jesus Christ.
you could go on Google
What
and
a
you would find any
nutso.
number of treatises about masks not being effective. And then after the COVID attack, you go to Google, and all of those pre-2020 articles were gone. And all you saw were 2020 articles saying that masks were effective. Stay away from Google.
Yes,
go
sir.
to DuckDuckGo. I think OAN is still giving you some legitimate information. Newsmax, I'm not so sure anymore. So there are not many solid sources, but you got to look for the truth givers. Go to Sidney Powell's Twitter page. Go to General Mike Flynn's Twitter page. Go to Donald Trump's Twitter page. If you're of the mind, go to mine. If I tell you something there, I believe that I'm doing my very best to tell you the truth.
Of course he has soy paste.
Try to live a truthful life. It doesn't cause me any benefit, in fact, great detriment, if I go out and spread a lie. If you're a liar, you won't see the kingdom of God. Amen. You've got to be a truth giver.
It's unbelievable the sacrifice you're making by sharing the truth. I know you receive a lot of. What I see is 2 out of 4 people are very positive and thankful they hear the truth, and then that 1 out of 4 they're super negative. But you're pushing through the pain to share the truth. I appreciate that. Nace,
it's
you
truth
run a
mixed
machine
up with
shop.
bullshit,
You're
so
one of our final 2 guests here. You have a machine shop called Master Machine. You make parts for everybody from like the U.S. military to Tesla, etc. What question do you have for Lin Wood?
Well, first of all, with a group of guys like you guys, you have a notable quotable. Your network is your net worth. And so a lot of my questions have been already answered. So the last question I'm going to go with is, assuming the rest starts happening, even at local levels, how will we fit those roles, and how will we hold elections again?
Well, I think that the one date that is in concrete in our Constitution is January the 20th. Any other date, including January the 6th, can be changed if circumstances require it. So I believe that between now and January the 20th, hopefully on the 6th, we're going to elect, pursuant to our Constitution, Donald Trump as our president. I believe that in a great number of states, they're going to have to nullify the election of November the 3rd, and they're going to have new down-ballot elections, because the election of November 3rd was contaminated with fraud. You don't know if the people they claim to win or that made a runoff, you're not sure whether or not they really were the person to be in the runoff. So the entire election, from the down-ballot standpoint, if there's evidence of fraud, it needs to be redone. We've got time to do it. There's no reason why those elections could not occur in January. I think we ought to use paper ballots. I think we ought to have hand-counted votes. Whenever you link yourself into a computer system, it's not supposed to be linked to the internet, but Dominion was. You are opening yourself up to computer fraud. It doesn't take, sometimes they say a grammar school student can hack a computer system. Computers are not safe. They don't have integrity. We've got to go back and do things more simply in this world. There's nothing wrong with the paper ballot. and
Right.
people taking the time by hand to count the votes. Then you
Let's
know
tie
you've got
that
an
back
honest
into
election.
Richard
So
Dawkins.
far,
Yes,
the time
simple
that's spent
explanations are
and the tens of
pretty
millions,
good.
if not hundreds of
Thanks for
millions of
taking care of
dollars
my ride.
litigating and fighting over this election, it sure would have been cheaper and simpler
I'm
and
not
had
crazy about
integrity
mixers.
if we simply
Might as well
voted
be
by
pimps
paper
without the
ballot and
special
counted by
favors.
hand.
Right.
I agree with that. Well said, well said. Now, Joe Antis, you and your brother, you guys run Shaw Homes together. I'm not sure if you're the more talented of the brothers. I'm not sure if you're the. I think you are the more. You're definitely the better looking of the Antis brothers. I'm only saying that because you're on the mic. But what question would you have for Lin Wood?
Hi, Lin. So I've heard you speak a number of times, and I'm sitting here today, and I'm just kind of wondering, what would it be like in your shoes, battling for our nation like you are? So no pressure at all that either you guys win or we're all screwed. No, I'm just kidding. But
Right.
in all seriousness, I can only imagine what it must be like, fighting for a cause that's essentially our freedom and our lives as we know
That's
it.
essentially
So
lost.
I guess the only thing I can equate it to is, it's like defending yourself in court and you got the death sentence on the line. And so I guess,
I mean,
I think about the passion in your voice and the effort, that you put in is so apparent.
I'd
I guess
want
the question
voter
I have
fraud to
is,
be
can you tell us a
uncovered
little bit about what
and
it's like
beaten,
being
and the
on the front
process
line
be
like you are? And I almost
checked,
wonder, is
but
it scary or
it's
is
set
it
up
more
in
one of
such
those
a way
things
that
that like
you
you're
can't
on the
really
right
do
side,
that.
so it's easy as heck to just fight like with everything you have.
You could have prevented stuff before it happened.
Well, I think the greatest fear people
Or
have is don't know
now
God.
it's
It's the
kind
fear
of,
of death.
or you can make the
If
future
you know
elections
God,
better,
you know
but you
have
can't
eternal life.
make
If you don't fear death, you don't fear any man or any event.
you can't make
You're fearless.
a fucked up
I'm
election
fearless.
better.
I said
It's
months
done
ago on
unless
Twitter,
you
and I
want
said at the rally,
you and Ukraine.
that to the cause of freedom, to my fellow Americans, I pledge my life, my honor, I pledge my life, my honor, and my fortune. Not that my fortune was that great, but I know that I've been threatened. I know they're very serious, high-ranking people would love to kill me. I know that my honor has been attacked, which I've had a number of false accusations made against me. I know that I haven't been out making money to live in the last few months. I've been trying to spend my time working on what I believe is the cause of freedom for this country. I believe every one of the Americans that are patriots will pledge their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. Our forefathers did it in 1776. And many of them lost their lives, and many of them lost their fortunes. But they gave us freedom. The generation, we have an obligation to those people.
as per
An
your
obligation
request.
to the people that have
Sister,
died over
cut the
the
bullshit,
decades
all right?
to
I'm
fight
no
for
one's
freedom.
sister.
We
Just
have an
tell me what I have
obligation
to do.
fight
After
for
that,
it
we're
now.
even.
So no price is too high.
She's not crazy about fixers.
Sir, I salute you and I thank
No
you.
horse likes its saddle.
James, you're a
God
fellow.
bless you.
Only horse you've
James,
ever
you're a
seen
fellow
is a
attorney. I'll give you the
That's
final
right.
question, then we'll let Lynn get back to doing what he's
Thanks for
doing. And
everything,
again,
babe.
every time he's on
Happy
this
to return
show,
the
we call
favor
these a
sometime.
fireside chat, and there's just
Just make sure
millions
you
of
got what
people
she
that
owes
tell
you.
us, thank you, Lynn. So, Lynn,
He
thank
has
you for
nothing to
just
worry
sacrificing your time, and we hope that we
Thanks.
reach millions and
Nice
millions
doing
more with
business.
this show. So, if you're listening right now, share this show with at least 25 people, okay? Wake people up. Share it with 25 people. Do your part. James, what's your question?
Yeah, and Lynn, I also echo the gratitude that everybody in this room is expressing to you today. My question, Clay has a recording, a piece, a song, and it's entitled "Pick a Side." Pick a side, and I interpret that to mean, pick truth, pick freedom, or pick the opposite of that. Are you noticing, like on, in your interactions with folks that maybe haven't chosen a side yet, that they are picking a side, they're not picking a side, or they're just equivocating and waiting to be led somewhere?
I sense a rising tide in support of freedom.
Amen.
All
A
right.
rising tide in support of truth. I also sense a rising anger as more and more Americans are becoming aware of what has been done to them and their country and the threats that it imposes on our life, our liberty, and our pursuit of happiness. I think that people are waking up, and I think as time goes by, there'll be more information and there'll be more people waking up. You see, the people that tried to take us over and erase our history,
Yep.
like these people now that want to change our military bases, names, and things. They want to tear down our statues. They don't want us to remember our history, but I will tell those people that it is that history that will defeat them. Because America always
He's
rises
crazy,
up, makes the
but at least he
sacrifice,
fights.
does what it takes to maintain freedom for itself and freedom for people around the world. America is the shining light to the world. People look to America to maintain the hope for freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of religion.
Not respect the money.
The difference I think is the
known the truth. They would have known the truth.
I'm wearing my 11th hour t-shirt. I think this t-shirt is actually for climate change. But for this week we're making it for Donald Trump winning the election. What do you think? 11th hour. It's the 11th hour. What do you think? Is Donald Trump going to pull it off? Sitch, what do you think?
I think that at the end of the day, Donald Trump is going to be president for another 4 more years, guys. We still got this. He still got this. Ted Cruz is going to ride in on his white horse after Donald Trump insulted his wife and father, and he's going to save Donald Trump's presidency.
Don't mess with me, Sitch.
And he is.
Sitch, I wore my 11th hour t-shirt, okay? Don't mess with me. Don't play with my emotions. Don't play with my emotions.
I know. I'd love to play with Adam's emotion. As much as Gemini 7 I would love to play with Adam, if you know what I'm saying.
Don't make me do emotional labor, since that's basically the theme of this video.
It is. Nils for $1 says, "Ha, gotcha! I knew there was a musical you liked, Adam," referring to the Muppets movies that he suggested last week. I also like to recommend to you Shimoneta. I don't know what that means. You'll love the full title, although I don't believe it has a dub. It's unique enough that you should check it out. Also, I'm working on some art for Sitch. Thank you, Nils. That makes me happy. That makes me all warm and fuzzy inside. Unfortunately, I don't think Adam would ever watch a subtitle movie because he can't read, so...
My wife reads to me, though, so I can make her read it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
You'll put your wife through the emotional labor of having to read.
It's great. She does the different voices. Oh, it's awesome. It's like she acts the whole movie out. It's great.
That's pretty impressive.
I believe in actor. Yeah, let's get to this video. What's taking so long?
Get into the video?
Yeah, new people are here. They want to hear our take on this video.
So we're skipping the intro because it's just a minute of boringness. This video is about Philosophy Tube whining about jobs he had in the past.
Are we going to whine about jobs we've had in the past? I feel like I might want to.
Adam might do
Get ready. Get ready for a lot of Adam whining.
Every job I've ever had, I've loved because I'm a good capitalist American, and God damn it, I love my country and I love freedom.
Okay.
Real job when I was still a teenager was doing data entry as an office temp for the NHS. Technically, I worked for a private temp agency who were hired by the NHS, but it was my job to take paper copies of patient records and type them into the computer. I was usually hired during a busy period to clear a big stack of papers, and then after a few weeks, I'd be moved to a different department, maybe in a different hospital. Thing is, people only requested a temp when the records piled up too high for them to handle, and the process of requesting and arranging one took a couple of weeks. So by the time I got there, they'd usually managed to clear the backlog themselves. My boss was some agency dude on the phone who I'd never met.
So to be clear, to be clear, a leftist is complaining that government inefficiency in their healthcare system and the government-run single-payer healthcare system in the UK was so inefficient that he had a job that was useless.
Yeah, doing absolutely nothing. Got him! What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Like, okay, all right, it's fine. Look, it's gonna work better. The rest of the world, okay, it's fine.
We'll
just pretend like that happened.
Is this a Medicare for All video? Is this a video for Medicare for All? Sitch, I can't tell. Is he advocating for? Because he basically is saying Medicare for All is a bunch of waste of money.
That's what he's. Yeah, this is such a weird video. This is a bafflingly weird video.
Maybe if we went for the public option, we could have private industry compete against government and see which one wins.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah, I'm for the public option. How about you?
If only someone suggested that. If only some candidate had run on that notion.
Well, I think what you mean to say is if you wish someone who was like alive and vital, had a lot of vitality in him, advocated for that position, right?
There you go.
Biden doesn't count, dude. He's sleepy Joe Biden. We know. He's not going to get anything done.
Nobody in the office had any authority over me, and unless I really pissed them off, it wasn't really worth the effort it would take to get rid of me. The only time it ever got tense was when I used the...
Did he just say no one in the office had any authority over him?
Yes.
I believe that's his exact wording. No one in the office had any authority over me.
Yeah.
Because I think later on he complains a lot about how people have all this authority over him.
You know,
I just want to highlight that point.
That's a good point because he's like, oh, I worked in in the future, and then later in the video you'll see, right now he's like, oh, I had a job where I didn't really have to do anything, and no one had authority over me, and I hated it. And then later he's like, I had a job where I had to do a bunch of stuff, and I had all this authority, and bosses telling me what to do, and I hated it.
Yeah, exactly. You just hate everything. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I think we talked about this on one of our previous shows, how I had the same kind of dumb job and I had the same kind of experience on how, constantly thinking about how I'm going to get out of here. He does, I have to give him credit. He does mention that there's a lot of whining in this video and maybe, these jobs just weren't for him. Because a lot of the jobs he explains, I keep thinking, well, dude, that's somebody's dream job. Are you kidding me? There's so many people that just want a dumb job. Like, I'm not one of those people, but I know I have friends that are definitely those people, man. I had this guy that I was friends with for a long time who, all he loved to do was surf. But he wasn't good enough to become a pro surfer or anything. So his whole aspiration in life was just to have a dumb job and surf every day. And that was like his dream. Right. So these jobs are just, tons of people. That's their dream. So I don't necessarily know what you want in getting rid of them. Like when we talk about automation and stuff like that, you're talking about getting rid of jobs that people are like, no, I want that job.
I mean, this whole video really comes across as like a bougie, leftist stereotype who's complaining because their jobs are not self-actualizing enough for them, and then all they want to do is like act. I want to be an actor. I want to be an artiste. I don't have to work a job where I like produce something or work for someone. Ugh. It really comes across as like this out-of-touch artist, assuming that the rest of the world is like them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is why people go into things like STEM and law and medicine, is to have jobs that are fulfilling and self-actualizing. So it's funny because like the job that is self-actualizing for him is obviously working as an actor, but that's just like extremely competitive.
Right, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But the notion that he thinks every menial job, not even menial, every like, I don't know what you call them, every data entry job, every job working as a waiter or working in a bar, like obviously not every job in the world is gonna give you spiritual enlightenment for doing it, and yet they still have to be done. So it's weird to hear him just harp and whine about everything and provide no real solutions or alternatives other than communism, I guess.
Yeah, he tacitly kind of talks about that a little bit. We'll go on. Let's let him continue.
Office microwave to make fish soup, which in fairness was a dick move. So most of the time, I was paid to sit around doing literally nothing. And you might think that's...
And that's why we should have government-run healthcare. Thank you. This has been philosophy too.
I bet his nickname at work is Fish Soup. What do you think? Any guy who does that, walks in the break room and like heats up fish soup, his nickname's Fish Soup forever.
Fish tank.
Exactly.
Fish tank coming through.
Fish Soup is here.
It's even worse because he's a fucking... he was a temp that didn't do shit on top of it either, so it's like, fuck this guy.
Oh, I know. Not a team player.
No, not a
Must
team
be a
player.
communist.
Sounds like a pretty sweet gig, but it was miserable. I still had to get up early, put on a tie, go into an office, which was usually in a horrible, cramped old building with the heating turned up way.
They make their data entry people wear a fucking tie.
Yeah, that's intense. Jeez. Fuck government. Come on, what are you doing?
That's crazy. That's crazy. In America, people be showing up in their jammies to do data entry. Let's get real here. All those jobs are probably home jobs now.
Well, yeah, now because of COVID, sure.
Have you worked in a restaurant before? Have you done any restaurant work?
I don't work
really?
in a restaurant, no.
Really? Oh, man, I had a blast working in a restaurant. I worked in a restaurant when I lived in New Orleans. Oh, God, that was so much fun. That was so much fun. Oh, one of the bartenders told me a story about your buddy OJ showing up. OJ showed up at the restaurant one night, stayed all night long, like way past everyone leaving, snorted like an 8-ball of cocaine, drank all night, never paid for any drinks or anything.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, man. Good times.
But did he kill someone after that?
I think was after. When did no, this had to be after the OJ stuff, yes. After the trial, after all that. Well, yeah, exactly. We don't know. We don't necessarily know what OJ was doing after that. But this, so just to be clear here, I'm working at a bar. One of the bartenders had told me a story about OJ coming into the bar and hanging out with him because OJ was obviously famous for the murders. So it was after the murders had happened. Right. But when he came into the bar, it was before the murders had happened. So it was just OJ hanging out. He's a celebrity. And obviously, this is New Orleans. So I saw a ton of celebrities in New Orleans all the time because it's like, that's like a cool place to hang out.
That's probably why that's probably the real reason he killed Nicole. He was just tired of people quoting the Naked Gun movies at him, and he's like, I want people to think something else.
Respect me.
I'm tired of people thinking of me for those Naked Gun movies, so I'm gonna just kill someone, and they'll always remember me.
I'm trying to think of the name of the bar. There was this bar that we used to always go to that was obviously like a shed on the side of somebody's house. New Orleans was such a culture shock because like you could build a bar in a shed on the side of your house. You can't do that shit in California. That doesn't fly in California. And it was super nice when you walked in, but it was obvious they ran out of money as they were buffing out the shed. And the bathroom was just like, I swear it might have been a bucket that you peed in or something like that. It was so awful.
Them damn California liberals with all them zoning regulations making you have actual bathrooms in your bars.
I can't remember. I met the lead singer of the Counting Crows there one night, which was odd because it was just such a hole-in-the-wall bar.
Too high, and those white styrofoam ceiling tiles, only they'd all gone yellow with age. And sit there all day doing nothing when I could have been doing literally anything else. I was never in an office long enough to get to know anyone or share in banter. I just drank lots of tea and read a book and did pointless mental exercises like figure out exactly how much I was being paid per second just to sit there. You could probably
just to read at work. Oh God.
What a horror, Adam.
My nightmare.
What a tragedy.
I could read. I could expand my knowledge.
I had to be paid to get up in the morning, put on clothing, and go to a building and read and do whatever the fuck I wanted. Oh, the humanity. Oh, we must overturn capitalism. A revolution now. A revolution now. Oh.
I used to draw at work and it would drive the boss crazy. He'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, I got my sketchbook. I'm drawing. He's like, I'm paying you. I know. There's like, the restaurant is empty. There's no tables. He's like, can't you do something? I'm like, I'm afraid not. I have to do this.
Bad Adam.
They loved me though. So I didn't obviously.
You didn't whine about it.
Well, they knew as soon as it was slammed, and I was the guy who'd always stay late. I didn't care. Like
no, I'm saying you didn't go on YouTube and whine about it and say, oh, when I was working at
they didn't have YouTube.
There were lulls, and I got to draw, and it just made me question my reality.
They didn't have YouTube at the time. Otherwise, I probably would. I probably would go on and complain about it. I don't know. You know, you like in any job, you know the people who are going to be there when you really need it. And I always tried to be one of those people that was going to be there when people really need it, because I knew that like the stupid shit people would let slide, because they knew you were the guy who'd help out in a pinch, and that is 10 times more important than being the guy that's just always doing busy work. Nobody likes that guy anyway, right?
No, especially when he's microwaving fish soup.
Yeah, exactly.
Disgusting.
Exactly. You got to go in and you got to be a team player. Somehow I don't know if Philosophy Tube is a team player. Which it's funny because he talks later about this, but I mean, it's interesting being an actor because I've worked with a lot of actors. And you realize the actors that are team players, and those actors constantly get rehired because like it's a lot of work doing a movie. You want an actor that is going to be prepared and is going to like be aware of what's going on around him, you know, not make fish soup in the fucking place that we have to stay all day long, which is totally going to ruin the mood on the set. And if Philosophy Tube is not that guy, I mean, it could really damage his acting career.
It's funny too because I've worked like in college and after a little bit after college, I've worked on both sides of the camera, and I would say that being on the acting side is like 1,000 times easier than doing anything behind the camera.
Oh yeah.
And so when you're working behind the camera, you like if you've ever experienced this, if you're working behind the camera, you get so fucking mad when there's actors who are not prepared because you're like, oh my god, your job is like so much less work than like everyone else's.
Yeah. No, I've had when you don't make your day for shooting, and there's obviously one actor that's responsible. Like you catch the daggers, like being shot at actors.
Yep.
It's so sad. So where are these lost tapes of Sitch acting? I'm curious. I think people would like. We want. Hey guys, we made a discovery here.
You'll never find them.
Show number one. Show number 117. What was the scene? Like Romeo and Juliet? Was it a makeout scene?
Yes. I had to have sex on stage. Yes. It was a very progressive modern version of Romeo and Juliet. So.
Come on, be serious. Let us at least imagine. Let's at least.
That's what you can imagine. You can imagine that.
No, come on. What was it really?
On one computer system and give the doctors those pad things from Star Trek, and then there wouldn't be any paper records, and I could have just made fish soup at home. And it turns out that...
So wait, he's complaining that the technology or process didn't exist where doctors writing notes and records would automatically be transferred to whatever NH system that needed to be transferred. So he's complaining that he had a job that wasn't obsolete by technology, where he could be at home and have no job.
Yeah. This is where everyone's going to hate me because he talks about UBI, I'm going to talk about UBI.
A lot of people... The anthropologist David Graeber was famous for his analysis of so-called bullshit jobs. Not just hard jobs. Those are something else. I've had a few of them too. In order to qualify as a bullshit job, the person doing it has to believe there isn't really any point, but they have to pretend like there is. According to a 2015 poll by YouGov, 37%...
That's not his job. Now? I mean, I'm just... I mean, he's pretending like any of this matters, but it's a little sus.
Well,
I don't know.
This is different because he's saying a bullshit job is a job where you believe has no meaningful contribution to the world. But this is the opposite. He has a negative contribution. Okay, so this is like a harmful job.
But he believes it's negative.
Of course.
Is it really negative? I don't know that it's negative.
Of course it's negative.
Why? He's just bitching on the internet.
He's drawing a generation of children into being communists.
Yeah, as a phase.
We're hoping. I don't know if I believe it's going to be just a phase.
Yeah, I don't know either.
We'll see. Look, it's hard to tell because, you know, the politics has shifted so insanely in the last 5 years. We've gone from relatively normal politics to anti-SJW woke shit, and now we've moved from that to like literal communist, you know, versus, you know, Donald Trump is playing 20-dimensional underwater chess. And so it's like, I don't know where we're going. Like, what's going to be the next phase? Is there going to be another dramatic shift? Is that communist shit going to be a phase and going to die out? I'm not convinced it is.
I was thinking how so much of our political debate is over what our political debate should be. It's really over like the Overton window. It's like, what is acceptable dialogue?
Sitch law.
Yeah, well, when you're wasting so much of your political dialogue arguing over just what we're going to talk about and not really getting the substance of anything, it's pretty frustrating. It really is. I guess people are really just in a battle over tearing down people's status. Like they're really just. I mean, we're not really even getting past the picking player stage. Everyone's like just tearing down all the players. I feel like we haven't even started the game. We're not really debating communism here. We're just saying.
Well, communism isn't acceptable by the Overton window in mainstream audiences yet.
No, it is. You can go on Twitter and talk about communism all day long.
Wait, it's on Twitter. I said the mainstream. Twitter's not the mainstream. Twitter is still segregated to the lowly ranks of the internet. So what I'm worried about is that in 10 years or so, when all these stupid commie kids are like older, that they're going to draw this conversation into mainstream society.
Each platform kind of has its own Overton window, doesn't it? Because you can't talk any trans issues on Twitter or Nova. Like the Overton window on trans issues on Twitter is gone. It's like you're risking your account. You're talking about this, which is kind of weird because I feel like that's a relevant debate we should have. We should be talking about it. But you can talk about communism all day, all night. Advocate communism, do whatever you want. So that's inside the Overton window.
Well, I mean, you can talk about trans issues as long as you're on the side of people can transition as long, at the drop of a hat for whatever reason they ever want. It's only if you
can't
criticize
debate it,
it.
though. Yeah.
It's only if you criticize it or are hesitant about something related to trans issues. That's when the band hammer comes down.
The Overton window, though, is specifically about what is open for public discourse. So you can't include things that aren't open for public discourse. I completely agree with you that you can, as long as you're parroting the party line, then sure, yeah. But that's not a discourse. That's not any kind of discourse at all. You're not talking about that stuff.
Percent of British workers believe that their job makes no meaningful contribution to the world. And maybe that's not surprising, because the main products of the British economy since actually years have been sarcasm and transphobia. But it might not just be... The cruel Britannia. Supposedly in the Netherlands, it's 40%. You might want to take your money with a pinch of salt. That poll asked 849 actors, which is hardly every working person in Britain. But when Graeber wrote a little article about bullshit jobs, it went viral and got translated into over a dozen languages. He got a ton of emails from people being like, yes, my job is nonsense, which suggests that it might have struck a chord. I certainly found it relatable. That data entry job was pure bullshit. It was just a test of my mental stamina. How long can you sit here pretending to do something before you give up?
It's super weird to hear a leftist complain about a bullshit government job, because so many of these quote-unquote bullshit government jobs are like, they're just work programs, basically. Just saying, we need to have unemployed people have some semblance of something that resembles work in order to pay them. Like, that's what a lot of these government jobs can, not all of them, that's what a lot of these bullshit government jobs can be, to some extent.
You know what Keynes suggested?
That's what he suggested, isn't it?
No, he suggested
people to dig ditches.
Digging ditches and fill them back in. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot
Keynesian economics.
Yeah, exactly. And that was a lot of, getting us out of the Great Depression era thinking was the government's just going to hire people to do whatever the fuck it takes. They're just going to throw money at people to give them some idea of work. And it's funny because it sounds like the philosophy tube's argument is basically, well, why do I even have to pretend to work? Just give me the money.
Yeah.
for nothing. And it's like, that's a step too far. Because don't you think people need the psychology of actually working, right? Of producing something, or some notion of going to a place and pretending to produce something. Even that's different than just waking up, microwaving fish soup in your home, and playing video games all day while you got a check in the mail.
My situation is much different. So I have always been extremely motivated. I've always been extremely driven to do things, to work on personal projects. And so I'm in a strange situation that I don't know if it stretches to the entire population. I would like to believe in a world where people would eventually try to do something if there was some kind of UBI implemented, that people wouldn't just want to sit on the couch and watch TV. But I could be wrong. Maybe people do just want to sit on the couch and watch TV. Is that a terrible world, though? So much of this, I think, is shifting from a scarcity mentality to an abundance mentality. And sooner or later, I think we're going to hit that abundance mentality, and we're really going to have to shift our institutional thinking, because I don't think our human psychology will ever be able to deal with the fact that there is abundance.
There are arguments in favor of UBI that I totally agree with. Mm-hmm. One of them is not the fact that you're saying, is anyone saying, like Philosophy Tube saying, that he doesn't want to work a job that he thinks is pointless, or that because of the system becomes pointless, as opposed to just making it more efficient. Like, shouldn't this is what's so weird about this entire rant. Shouldn't his rant be, they just need to streamline the process of getting the temp workers where they need to be, so that when he shows up, he can actually do the job he's supposed to.
Yeah,
he never fucking says this in the entire video. This is what's crazy about this. Okay, leftists especially, they always complain about how, there's all these problems in the world that need to be solved. Why can't we put money towards solving them? And one of these problems is in his own country, in the healthcare system, there's a backlog of records and shit that needs to be typed into whatever system it needs to be in. Instead of saying, because of government inefficiency and red tape and all this other shit, it's taking too long for temps to get to where they need to be, so why don't we just change that? No, he just says, my job was pointless, and apparently the workers figured out how to do it on their own by just working harder, and I just did nothing, so, I should just be able to sit home and get my UBI check. Like, that's fucking crazy to me. To me, that really shows where a lot of this kind of bourgeois communist thinking comes from.
It's so driven by moral intuitions, though. Your moral intuition is people like this who are lazy. Well, I don't know that Philosophy Tube is lazy or unmotivated. He obviously doesn't want to do what he doesn't want to do, but who doesn't? Who doesn't not want to do what they don't want to do?
Right, exactly.
The question is really, are there people who have absolutely no motivation to aspire at anything, because that's what you're worried about. You're worried about giving money to somebody who's going to be a total it's totally going to be wasted on society. But the whole idea behind an abundance economy is that we have plenty to waste. Like, we have abundance. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're too focused on UBI fitting into the situation.
Oh no, Sargon showed up. Damn it! I knew it. We talked.
You summoned him. I think you're too focused on UBI in the situation, which will come up later, as opposed to just. To me, what's more interesting than how UBI fits into any of this is just Philosophy Tube's mentality of work, and how it really, to me, is kind of the standard mentality of leftists and communists.
My UBI is a conversation to have, I think, where we're at, and I've always been fascinated by technological development and technological growth. So I feel like we're a lot further along technologically than a lot of people consider. So I do feel like a lot of these jobs are going to be automated away over the next 20 years, and the dumb job that he's talking about now, once it's gone, and if we don't have some sort of UBI system, there's going to be a huge population of people who are just superfluous. The only argument that I hear against this UBI stuff is that people, they need work to feel fulfilled. And I do agree with that, but there's the type of work. I don't necessarily think that people need dumb work to be fulfilled. I think people want to climb status hierarchies. They want to feel like I'm respected in the world. So I feel like there's other status hierarchies that will develop that people can climb that could even be divorced from money. Isn't YouTube, like the entire YouTube system, somewhat kind of analogous with UBI? Because anybody can start an account on YouTube. It doesn't cost anything. It's like it's completely
Well, no, I don't
free.
think it's analogous, because you still have to. You're not getting paid for nothing. You have to work.
Yes, you do bring some of your own time and energy.
I should have known this video would have triggered Adam to be fixated on UBI the entire
Well, how is
video.
it? I mean, in business, the first thing they tell you is it takes money to make money, right? It takes money to make money. That's like the number one thing. It takes money to make money. Like you can't make anything without. Like it's the same with YouTube. You can't have a successful YouTube career without YouTube. Like it takes that component. And UBI I just feel like is like the baseline component that gives everybody the ability to achieve on some kind of level playing field. I guess you're not for UBI. Maybe.
No, I am. I'm just.
Okay.
I don't think it's to me, as I said, and I guess you didn't focus on it because you didn't respond. As I said, to me, what's more interesting in this video is not tying everything that he's saying into UBI. Okay. Everyone knows your position on UBI.
Right.
We talked about this a lot. It's more that this is very reflective of just the general leftist philosophy, specifically the socialist philosophy of the failures of work. I mean, you have a upper middle class, white, rich male complaining that he was getting paid to do nothing. And even later in the video, he talks about an immigrant who was working so hard because presumably from whatever country he came from, the job opportunities were so much worse that he actually looked at these kinds of jobs as a huge opportunity. And so because of his own fucking privilege, he's sitting here whining about, I'm getting paid to do nothing and sit in an office. And I just think of like the whole world of people who are struggling, and he comes off like such a privileged piece of shit. And to me, that's so much more interesting than tying this into UBI.
Yeah, he's a total hypocrite. Yes. He's got all these opportunities at his fingertips, and he's just like too good to even recognize that. It's funny because later in the video, he talks about like the busboy or whatever at the bar that he worked at, and how that guy was lower down in the hierarchy, and he felt so bad for this guy because he was at the bottom of the hierarchy at the workplace. But he's not really thinking about, there are people in third world nations who are like running around worried about roving bands of military raping their siblings.
Right. I mean, there's people in first world nations who are living in squalor and poverty, who are have to resort to selling drugs, or have to resort to like really fucking jobs that they don't really want to do, that are really labor intensive and really draining. And it's just crazy to me to hear him whining about. Yeah, if you have to work at a job at an office and you don't feel like you're contributing meaningful to society, sure, that creates an existential dilemma to people. But having an existential dilemma like that in the first place is a huge sign of being a privileged fuckhead. Yeah. And it's interesting to me that he's so unself-reflective to not only to not notice that, but then to whine about it publicly in a YouTube video and get hundreds of thousands of views and likes from other socialists who I assume are in the same fucking boat as him, who also don't realize what kind of privileged shitheads they sound like whining about this.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things that fascinates me about YouTube, because I'm always curious. Like 500,000 people have watched this video, and I want to know like what type of audience watches this video. Like, are these? But they're probably all in the same boat. They're all like top of the food chain. Kids of rich people or at least upper middle class, well-off people who have time to spare, who feel like, why am I not famous already? Like, I'm good, I'm great. Like,
exactly. I'm amazing. Why does everyone just know I'm amazing?
It must have something to do with the way the world is unfair. Here, I like this video. Let me watch more.
Zero Richards for $5 says, I wish I had an office job like this brat. He needs to work an entry-level job and go through the grueling process of getting a non-cushy job. True.
Excuse you. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, he talks about selling insurance too, but I always liked sales. I always thought sales was fun, but that's just my attitude, I guess.
And it's the pretending that's exhausting, which is kind of a weird thing for me to say, because now pretending is my job. There's quite a lot of pretending that goes into making this show. Plus, like I said, I'm also an actor, and that is literally just playing pretend.
Diary of a Workaday Actor.
Dear Diary, Today I did a commercial for a product I've never used. I had to pick up a jug of water and put it down in front of the camera 27 times. Then I had to throw a bottle into a bin 17 times, missing in exactly the same way every time. I've never used the product before, I don't expect I ever will, and I wasn't paid very much to do it. All in all, it was a great day. When I'm acting, though, I'm pretending on my own terms. My first job out of drama school was...
See, on his own terms.
Yeah. It's all about, oh, I need to have my own agency, my own self-fulfillment, you know.
But he's not on his own terms. He read the script and he just did the whole diatribe about how he had to throw the bottle in the... I mean, okay.
Yeah, but as long as he has some, you know, responsibility about his line, if he can say his line in some direction, you know.
This is what the director's for. Hey, no, you're saying it wrong. Don't say it this other way.
But it's interesting to me because it really shows you what he values as an individual. Is like, oh, I have to have creative control over my life, which I guess is fine, but that's not everyone's focus. It's not what a lot of people's focus is on. I mean, as you said, a lot of people just want to do a job because they need money, they need to survive, and then their life is what exists outside of that.
Yeah, definitely.
It's almost ironic because even though he's like a socialist, he's basically bought into the entire notion that like your job is your life, your job is your definition of who you are. So if his job is something he doesn't find spiritually meaningful, then he thinks that his life has no meaning. He has no meaning as a person in society.
I mean, there are really two types of people. There are career people and there are job people. And career people are their jobs. And job people are really, you know, they focus on other things, family, whatever interests them.
Right, but I'm saying it's interesting that a socialist who's always criticizing that notion has apparently bought into it and doesn't even realize it.
Yeah.
Was doing voiceover for an accounting firm's internal corporate video. And it was a blast. I had a great day. I didn't write the script or direct it, but I had creative control over my performance, and that counts for a lot. Bullshit jobs require you to pretend for your boss. Even if you know and they know that there's no point in you being there, you still have to do it. Someone else owns your time, so you just have to sit there and use it up on pointless tasks till the end of the day. It grinds.
A lot of this feels like this is all like after the fact rationalization.
Yeah, moralizations.
Because he's like, if I'm an actor and I enjoy pretending to be something in a commercial, why didn't I enjoy pretending to be something at this job? Let me try to rationalize and answer it backwards. And what he said doesn't even make sense. Because even if you're working for a commercial, your time is still not your own. It's whoever's making the fucking commercial.
Yeah, totally. Well, he's not a team player at all.
No.
Obviously, he's like, he envisions work as like slavery. So.
Well, isn't it funny that all these socialists who talk about flattening all the hierarchies in co-ops and working together, and like none of them feel like team players?
I know. The philosophy is totally contradictory for that reason.
Like, there are all these people who want to stand at the top of the pyramid and say, I'm a star, everyone look at me, everyone listen to me, I'm a fucking genius, listen to everything I say. They're all the exact opposite of the philosophy that they're preaching.
Yeah, that's what's fascinating about it. They're all massive hypocrites. This is why I was saying, you're not going to get rid of the hierarchy. Their philosophy is completely contradictory because they say their ultimate goal is to flatten hierarchies. That's the whole reason they're into this stuff. But really, it's not. It's not at all. They are as status conscious as everybody else. They just want to. They're very bad at competing in the status hierarchy that really matters in our society, the money hierarchy.
You tell me.
So that's why they're like, we just want to get rid of the money hierarchy. Like, we like the hierarchy. Like, we all want to be YouTube stars or actors. It's funny because even in the acting, if you climb the acting hierarchy, you win the status hierarchy in the money game as well.
Yep.
I mean, he's not doing bad on YouTube. This video did like $500,000. Or 500,000 views. That's like $3,000-4,000 for a video.
And this is what's crazy too. This video, you didn't see it because I skipped the beginning. This video is sponsored by fucking Skillshare.
Yeah, so he's got a sponsor on this, which probably got a couple grand out of that as well.
Yeah, talk about the Overton window shifting. We have large companies are willing to sponsor literal communist propaganda on YouTube.
Yeah, well, a lot of large corporations are in favor of UBI. They see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, but they're not in favor of fucking communism. That's what's so crazy. Is there any, and maybe someone in chat knows, is there any like anti-communist or anti-SJW YouTube channel that gets sponsorship from like Skillshare or any of these other like, or Audible? The communist guy, Second Thought, he's fucking sponsored by Audible. That guy's insane.
Yeah, it's super, well, people will make the connection. I feel like we have to separate the conversation about UBI from, like, communism is making the ownership of private property illegal, like making owning a business illegal. My whole idea, the reason why I'm in favor of UBI is because I think that it'll allow more people to start their own businesses. And there's no incentive to start a business or create or innovate or start a product or an app or any of that stuff if you're not going to own the fruits of that labor. The place people tie it together, though, is they say, well, Adam, you're in favor of UBI. So obviously the Amazons of the world, you're taking their private property when you expropriate their money and give it to other low-life couch surfers who just want to surf all day. So I don't necessarily know. I mean, it tacitly touches on that. But I mean, we're talking about just, and I guess it's those old intuitions that we all have. If you didn't earn it, you're not entitled to it. That's the intuition that people have. And I understand. I relate. I don't want people, in certain situations. What's the answer for that, Sid?
Well, I mean, I don't care. That's not my intuition. I guess it is my intuition. But my focus is not on that. It's just on the psychology that I think people need to feel like they've earned shit. Because when you just get free stuff, I mean, for most people, everyone, but I think for most people, when you just get free stuff, you don't value it whatsoever.
Yes.
You get to work
yes.
for shit.
Yes. And this is what you're making my argument. My argument is that people will want to succeed above and beyond UBI.
Well, no,
UBI will be like a base.
Well,
Wait, listen. In the YouTube analogy. Well, in the YouTube analogy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone can sign up and get an account and make some YouTube videos. If you don't have any audience whatsoever, nobody's happy with that. That's like the UBI. That's like sleeping on your couch and not doing anything. Like, sure, I have a YouTube account. I'm not successful at it or anything. No, you want to climb the hierarchy. You want to succeed beyond that.
It's like, for some people, I think it can be like doing drugs. Okay, someone can do some sort of addictive, destructive drug because it makes them feel good at the time, even though they know it's bad for them and is destroying their life slowly. And this doesn't have to be an actual drug. This could be anything you're addicted to. It could be gambling. It could be TV. It could be video games. It could be anything that you feel like, oh, whenever I do this activity, I'm basically throwing my energy and time into a trash can, right? And but people still do it because it makes them feel good at the same time. And so that's why I'm saying that for a lot of people, if you just give them free money, it's like a drug. Like, they're going to not turn it down, even if they think it's bad for them on some level. They're still going to take the money, and they're still going to, be part of. They're still going to be self-destructive in that way. They're still going to not respect the money, like Philosophy Tube's doing right here. He doesn't respect the privilege that his position is affording him. He just whines about it.
The difference, I think, is the motivation to want to succeed versus the motivation not wanting to die. And I guess we don't really know. It'd be interesting to devise some sort of experiment to figure out which of those motivations is more powerful. I guess the survival instinct is probably far more powerful than the will to succeed. I just don't know if the will to succeed could drive the ship, could drive the economy. Like right now, isn't the economy being driven by the survival instinct? I mean, this whole conversation he's talking about is basically like.
I don't think it is. I think most people, assuming you don't have like mental issues, you could do nothing in America and you could get government assistance.
Sure, totally. In California, you could get like an apartment.
Being driven. Yeah, I don't think the economy is being driven by survival instinct. I think it's being driven by people seeking to climb the status hierarchy.
Okay, so it's already being driven by the thing that I think will drive the economy once UBI is implemented.
Yes, but the problem is that right now, money is like the score that everyone's agreed. Not everyone, but most people have agreed is your score in your status hierarchy. And there have to be some other agreed upon metric that there isn't yet.
Yeah, yes. Money and fame. Money and fame are where the hierarchies are.
Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, a lot of jobs, they pay you to simply be ready to do something if needed, not to actually do something regularly, like security guards. Very true. Very true.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
HiZap77 for £5 says, as someone who works in a bar and has been on furlough most of the year, I'm sick of free money. I miss working as a place to get out and socialize. True.
Yeah, definitely. He goes into that as well, which is fucking super sad. Like the empathy crowd here. Like, these guys are supposed to empathize with everyone. In the end of this video, it's like, yeah, the place I worked at went under. Fuck those people. It's like, what? Dude, so cold, man. People have families and shit.
I know.
You're like, I worked at this place. It was a dumb job. I'm glad their whole family's in the poorhouse now. What a fucking dick.
John Masters $5 says, abundance mentality doesn't account for variation in prosperity across time. We cannot build our institutions on the assumption of eternal affluence. I guess that depends on...
Where were we?
It depends. Yeah, it really depends upon... Yes, and I completely understand that if the whole ship comes crashing down all of a sudden, and you move from a society of abundance to a society of scarcity, you could definitely be in trouble. But I don't know. People could knuckle under and get to work. I'm ready to knuckle under and get to work. No, fuck that. Never mind.
It's down your self-esteem until you just feel like crap, but you can't admit that. You can't say out loud, this job sucks and I hate it, because if you do, you might lose it. So you have to be like, oh yeah, I am really passionate about data entry. I just love getting data and entering it. Sometimes I do data entry on the weekends. I'm just weird like that. Like, I got a dog, I named him data entry. Like, what? No, I don't mind that the office smells of fish soup. I love it. This is closely connected to an idea.
Somebody has to do this, though. What's so weird about this? His arguments.
Elon Musk says Neuralink's going to be functional in like 5 to 10 years. Data entry will just
until
be
we have the computers in our brain that do all the data entry for us. Someone still has to do this job.
Do you think data entry will be around in 5 years? I'm not convinced it will.
Not if we have magic brain computers. Who the fuck? I don't know. But but as I said, say 5 years from now, there's 0 data entry jobs, and 10 years from now, there's 0 trucking jobs because we'll have automatic cars. Okay.
Yeah, that's coming.
Yeah, you're either gonna have UBI, or you're gonna have the government's gonna be paying people to do fucking nothing. They're gonna have some bullshit job that's just the guise of work.
My buddy just got a Tesla.
And look, maybe that's better than UBI.
Did you know that the Tesla costs an extra $10,000 to get the self-driving mode?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, either you think it came with the car? Nah, they get an extra 10 grand out of you. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Crazy.
You might have heard of, called emotional labor. It was thought up by a sociologist called Arlie Hochschild in the 80s, who famously did a study of Delta Airlines flight attendants. They had to manage the emotions of their passengers, always having a smile, a helpful attitude, and a smile, and accompanying presence, and a smile, and a smile, and a smile, and a smile, and a smile. Technically speaking, my data entry job didn't involve emotional labor.
Is it weird that an actor is
Yes.
complaining about emotional labor?
That's why the title is perfect. Yeah. Philosophy 2 accidentally destroys his entire argument. Yeah, emotional labor is a thing that we call acting. It's literally what you're being paid for. It's not motion pictures. It's emotion pictures. But there is some variety, and I guess the actors take different roles because they want to experience the emotional range and being at work, always on stage, always in the same happy mode. Yeah, I guess that can get old. So
of course it can get old.
Yeah.
Even though I did have to pretend like I was working. In order for it to count as emotional labor, the job has to be public-facing, and the performance has to be something your boss can monetize.
Yeah, that's acting, buddy. That's exactly
Yeah,
that's
it's literally acting.
industry that you want to be in. The industry that you were fawning over just a second ago.
The smile on that face is part of what keeps them coming back to Delta.
Yeah, or the movie theater. If you're in a particular production, sure.
It is literally what you are being paid for. Not all emotional labor is bad. A nurse, for instance, might need to comfort a patient as part of their job, and that's okay. The question Hochschild asks, though, is, if Delta Airlines is paying you to smile, in what sense is that smile really yours? If your job is to produce an emotion...
I know, isn't that just like sit on the couch and just took a big fat rip off your joint? You're like, oh man, it's so weird. Is the smile really yours?
You know what's weird? Let me tell you something that's real weird, Adam. Okay. Human beings, we have to steal the life force of other animals to survive. Like just, I don't know if you thought about this, Adam, but like, there's a cow out there somewhere, like in the world, and it's like eating grass, okay? The grass is getting energy from the sun, right? The grass is self-sustaining, self-sufficient, but then the cow comes along, and it steals the energy of the grass, like eating it, and it just murders the grass.
Basically a grass rapist.
That's right, that cow raped the grass. And then what does the human do? The human comes along and murders the cow and steals the energy that the cow stole from the grass.
Yeah.
All of life is based around stealing energy from other things, Adam. I'll tell you, man, we live in a barbaric world.
It is. You should smile more.
See, this is why the vegans don't have an argument. Because all these animals are just stealing the energy from the poor plants. They're not innocent. They're just as evil as the meat eaters.
Nobody's innocent. Nobody here is innocent.
But to address the point specifically, I mean, it's true, but it's stupid, because it's like, well, if you work a job and you have a boss, your time and energy is technically not yours. In that time period, it's belonging to the boss that's paying you to do whatever work you're doing.
Yeah, also on a psychology level, if you fake being happy long enough, you'll actually be happy. So, I mean, I'm kind of with the boss on this one. Like, put a smile on. Go ahead, give it a shot. See how it works.
Mm-hmm.
I used to always work with people who hated their jobs, and I mean, if you work in a restaurant, you make a lot more money if you are in a good mood. And then being in a good mood, making money puts you in a better mood. It's like a virtuous cycle.
Right.
The boss is just trying to get you on that virtuous cycle.
Positive attitudes are infectious.
They are, definitely, yeah.
Who do you want to be around? The Debbie Downer?
Yeah, totally.
Or the positive, energetic person that gives you a little bit of pep, a little excitement.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm perpetually a Debbie Downer, so I just bring everything down.
Not really. You're not too bad. You're okay.
I like that. You're not too bad, Sitch.
You're not terrible. You're not awful.
And your boss owns everything you produce at work, and that emotion isn't really yours, it's theirs.
But this is what's stupid about this too, because it's all hyper focused on the boss. The boss owns your labor. Even if you had no boss, okay, you're still not the master of your energy and time, because you know who is? The customer.
Yeah.
You're still working for them. Like, could Philosophy 2 come out and make a video that for some topic that he vehemently feels in his heart, but that he knows his audience will disagree with? Could he come out with that video?
Well,
all his patrons would leave him. All his audience would leave him. All his emotional labor he's lying about, he thinks it belongs to him, but it doesn't. It belongs to the audience that feeds him and supports him. This is all just a psychological issue. It's all just an issue of perspective in psychology that he's lying about.
See, the most valuable thing at work is the experience. And he's literally making money off that experience now. Like, he literally took it away from the job and is now monetized his experience at that job.
But so much, and while I am completely sympathetic to people that have shitty jobs and have shitty work situations, so much of the experience, especially that he's talking about, it's self-created to a large extent. You can create your own experience in your own environment to some extent.
Well, I mean work experience, like something you can take to another job to actually, like climbing the hierarchy has a lot to do with experience.
Sure.
Yeah.
Even that's a perspective, because you can go to a job that you don't like and you can view it as, I'm using this job to get me somewhere else I would rather be, or you could look at it and say, I'm sitting here doing nothing, or I'm sitting here, being paid too little for too much work, and it's just draining me in my life, and I'm just dying every day inside. And it sucks because so much of life is you trying to program yourself to have a more positive attitude so that you'll be happier in life.
Yes. I've worked a lot of jobs and I hate it, but I always just thought, I gotta get a different job. Like, I never thought, we need to destroy the whole economic system. Like, I never thought, yeah, the entire world has to change because I hate this job.
Right. And say his job, he talked about this later, but say his restaurant job is a co-op, okay?
Oh my God.
He's gonna think right now, he'd say, that's good, because that means that my time and my labor would be my own. Wrong! What it would mean is that your time and your labor actually belongs to everyone else.
Yeah,
It belongs
the
to
customers
well, not even the customer. It belongs to the majority of the people because it's the majority of the people that make the decisions. You don't, as an individual, make the decisions. So, like for example, if 51% of the workers at the restaurant who own the co-op, want to change the restaurant to make it a burgers and fries place, and British guy over here wants to make it a fish and chips place. Okay. And so he gets overruled and it becomes a burger and fries place. Because by 51%, he could sit there and say, oh, since I'm putting 49%, I really want to be a fish and chips place. That's burgers and fries place. This means that my emotional labor here is not my own. I'm really working for all these other people because I'm not doing what I want to do.
Yeah, sad.
It's funny because I think a lot of these socialists, what they really want is they want to live in Tom Jump's magic utopian society.
They do, exactly. Yes. Tom Jump reference. You got to lay out the utopia though.
Tom Jump, well, basically he was saying that what is it?
The best of all possible worlds.
Yeah, objective morality exists because the best of all possible worlds is a world where everyone can manifest anything they want.
Yeah, they're basically a god. A god to
yeah,
their own.
everyone's basically just God. You can just control reality to that extent.
Do whatever you want. No imposition of will. I don't know. Cooperation is fun. Like the whole idea behind sports is a bunch of guys get together and cooperate to clobber another bunch of guys cooperating.
Well, I mean, that's the whole point of cooperation.
Yeah,
you have to sacrifice part of your individuality and what you want to cooperate.
Isn't it ironic that, well, I guess there is some cooperation going on. They have the one communist and the Crocs line communist. They both cooperated on this video. He reached out and said, hey, can you do some role plays over for me? It'll be fun. I've cooperated with you. I've done acting for Sitch before. Sitch has put me to work a couple times. I can't remember what ridiculous shit he asked me to do, but I did it.
They act like if we all switched to co-ops, all the cooperation would be magic and meaningful, and they would suddenly have this, feeling of self-fulfillment, and everyone would be happy.
Nah, bullshit.
It's like, have you ever interacted with people in your life? Like, this is a guy he says he worked multiple office jobs. Okay, if you work any sort of job with any other person in your life, you're gonna be like, well, most people I end up working with are really fucking stupid or lazy. It's like you're gonna be subject to their whims as opposed to your stupid and lazy boss. This is why this utopian thinking doesn't exist.
They also act like people desire to be bosses, and my experience is more people desire not to be bosses than desire to actually be bosses. Because it takes a certain type of person to crack the whip. Nobody really wants to be the cop and say, hey, we have to get to work. I don't want to be that guy. You probably don't want to be that guy. Have you ever been a boss?
Not an accident.
Okay. I've been a boss before, but it was a design company, so it's totally laid back. Like I never had to crack the whip or anything like that.
I mean, I guess I'm the boss of you.
Not really. I mean, I don't feel like I'm being oppressed or anything.
Uh-oh. I gotta press Adam North so he feels like I'm the boss, so he knows who's in charge here.
Well, you read the super chat. I get to slide on the super chat, so that's
true. That's because you can't read. You're like,
this is the boss debate right now, and I know people have had it because like sooner or later, if you're reasonably intelligent and you're a team player, people come to you. They're like, hey, there's a promotion. You want to move into this position? It's more money. Why does the boss make if people are so desirous of being the boss? Why does the boss get paid more money? Why do you have to pay him more money to entice him to be the boss? Because it's more responsibility. Nobody wants that responsibility. Fuck that.
Well, some people do. It's interesting that
some people wouldn't get paid for the responsibility.
Right.
But it's like you do the calculation. Sorry, let's go.
Well, it's interesting that so many of these socialists, they're not like people who work these jobs, who work some normal blue collar or even white collar job day in and day out. They're always like the artist type, or they're always like the
irrational.
Yeah, they're always the irrational artist. They're always the person who wants to climb status hierarchy, but doesn't want to do it within the normal confounds of the system.
Yeah, because they're suck at that.
Right. So it's so funny because yet they claim to be like they're fighting for all these people. It's like, but how come the people you're supposed to be fighting for aren't the ones who are agreeing with what you want? They're not the ones advocating for what you want.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Do you think some of these people have large audiences because they're popular because they're popular? Sometimes I wonder about that. Like the algorithm just picks somebody who's popular, and everyone just follows along. They look at, this video got a bunch of views, so a bunch of people watched it. All those people can't be wrong. I should watch it too, and
right.
And so, raw along, raw.
So Adam, how do you feel that since I'm not on stream or on camera, like my face and yours is, so that means that you're the one doing the emotional labor?
I am doing. We've said this a million times. I am doing the emotional labor. Our show, I think, is 50% better with me being on camera. I think if all of a sudden I stopped going on camera, people would go, "What happened? Where's Adam?
Where's Adam? I need that emotional labor."
There is an emotional component to the show.
Sure.
Like one of the reasons, and I started off with an avatar the same way as you. I didn't want to put my face out there and like risk being a target and stuff like that. You could have Gemini in here fucking me tooing me every fucking week, right? But I said, listen, I said, for my art. Actually, it's true because Social Justice Detective was kind of my my face reveal, because I was like, for my art, I must show my face. I must be the emotional resonance. And also, I wanted to talk to more interesting people. It's difficult to ask for interviews with people when nobody can see your face.
Of course.
Like, what do you think one species looks like? I'm curious. Like that guy's got, like, I'm thinking drool, like coming down the face and shit.
I'm thinking like long, yeah, he looks like a long unkept beard. He's got like the fingernails have gone really long because he's like cut them.
Have you seen the movie The Machinist?
You think he looks like Christian Bale when he's all skinny?
Maybe. I don't know. It's that kind of look wouldn't surprise me. I don't know. I'm not hiding anything here. It's just me in my room hanging out. I got my 11th hour. January 6th. It's coming.
Fedeka just for $10 says Philosophy Tube is not concerned with the issues of the working class. He simply doesn't want to be part of it. True. Happy New Year.
Yes.
Play Street Fighter.
Yes. Let's do play Street Fighter.
You can annoy Adam to play Street Fighter with you.
Oh, I forgot to give Nathan Margolis a shout out. And he was in the chat too. God damn it. I feel so bad.
Go employee. Give him the shout out.
You should subscribe to our clips channel. Nathan Margolis does all the work. He's a very hard worker. He also does puts together our podcast for us. So link is in the description. Here's the all-seeing eye. This is supposed to hypnotize you into doing. I don't know. I think it's psychology mumbo jumbo, but.
Shinzo Bean for $10 says, in white-collar jobs, you tend to spend less time doing real work, but by being available, you can help everyone else do their real work instead of holding up the workflow. Sounds like Philosophy Tube wasn't a team player.
Very bad. I don't know if I'd hire him on one of my movies because of that.
No.
Sounds like a diva.
He's a person standing around on set who's like, oh, I'm not going to help anyone.
Yeah. Chatting up our hairstylist when she should be making the hair look good.
Had to stuff their own feelings of boredom and resentment down inside and ignore them because it wasn't what they were being paid to experience, and it really affected their feelings. They felt like work robots in a similar way.
You know what makes boredom and resentment go away, Sitch?
What?
Smiling. Just try it. It's
I think I say drugs.
Well, what makes you smile? Drugs.
You have to pretend like your job is meaningful, and deep down you know that it's bullshit. That's your employer laying claim to the lens through which you view reality, to your values.
Isn't it the opposite? If you're doing a job that's bullshit, that has no impact on anything, that means that you're basically scamming the system. You're just getting paid to do nothing.
Yeah. Yes.
So how
you're free riding.
Yeah. How does that mean that your boss controls you? It's literally the opposite. It means you're controlling your boss. He's paying you to do fucking nothing.
Oh, this is the thing about owning your own business too. You're like, oh, it's so hard to get good people working for you.
It's so funny because he's basically, this is why this video is insane. He's making an argument. He doesn't even realize it. He's making the argument that all the capitalist and right-wing arguments about you have to self-actualize by being a productive member of society are right.
Are true,
because
exactly.
Yeah, because he's saying, I was getting paid to do nothing and I felt awful. It's so weird. This is so strange.
Philosophy too.
And
conservative commentator.
Right, and yet he thinks that the reason he felt awful was because he had to pretend to work, and that if he didn't have to pretend to work and just got the money, he would feel better about himself. Which is not fucking true at all.
He would feel better about himself, though.
Oh my god.
He would, because he'd be using the money to go on. He'd move to Los Angeles, and he'd go on auditions and try to climb up the hierarchy.
Exactly, but he'd be working. He'd just be doing the work he'd want to do. That's the difference.
Yeah, the work that he wants to do doesn't pay any money.
Right,
the unpaid intern doesn't pay any money.
Right, but he'd still be proving that idea correct, that everyone wants to work. Everyone wants to find meaning in their life through working or being a productive member of society.
Yeah, that's my argument.
Yeah, but he doesn't. Wait until he makes some direct counter arguments.
Okay, let's see it.
And what you think constitutes meaningful work. So no wonder it's upsetting. The opposite of a bullshit job is a hero job. A job that absolutely has to be done no matter what. If you're talking about a hero job, you had better be praising it and the people doing it. The two that spring to mind are the military and the police. It's considered bad form to question those institutions, even though if you ask any troop or cop, they'll tell you the job involved a fair amount of bullshit. Here in the UK, we're starting to see the idea of hero jobs used as a tool of workplace discipline. When the pandemic started, we were all encouraged to stand on our doorsteps and clap for the NHS. There are big banners up in London now thanking our heroes. But many of the people cheering on the NHS now were absolutely lambasting junior doctors when they went on strike in 2015. Healthcare staff have for almost a decade pointed out that austerity and public sector pay raises have left them dangerously overworked and unpaid, but the government still won't give them a pay rise. When teachers' unions, which is...
I know, we just drifted into the boring part of the video.
Well, wait a minute. He just spent the opening of the video complaining about how his own government-run healthcare system had so much red tape and inefficiencies that they were paying him to do nothing.
Right, and now the doctors are not getting paid enough.
Yeah, now he's turning around and complaining that the same government system is not paying his doctors enough.
Yeah.
So
well, if they didn't waste all that money on data
argument.
entry, they could pay their doctors more. Let me figure this out for you.
Yeah, so I guess this is Philosophy Tube coming out against government-run healthcare.
Yeah. It's a decisive, evidence-based argument that he doesn't know he's making.
Just to say, teachers expressed doubt about the safety of opening schools again. The Daily Mail ran the headline, "Let teachers be heroes." If your job is a heroic one, then anything that stops you doing it is villainous. If you're a hero, you're not a worker, so you don't get control of your workplace. You get a heroic cause to die for. I could have got...
See, heroes aren't real. Okay, that's just... Wait.
Yeah, I know. What's the point he's making here, Sitch? I don't get it.
His point is he's doing the socialist nonsense thing. Where he's saying, I want to deconstruct the critical theory thing. I want to deconstruct everything that society tells you is positive. And say it's actually a means to control you. So if society labels you a hero, it's actually just a means to control you and to get people to shut up so they don't question your job, and the rest of society doesn't question your job. That's why he used the examples of the military and the police. He's like, oh, you say military and police, all the leftists go, boo.
The hero jobs, though, have something all in common. People are risking their own lives to do them.
Right, but he says that that's bad. He just labeled this out. He's like, oh, if you have to risk your life for something, that's automatically bad.
Yeah, that's what's confusing me here. Like, what the fuck is he saying about? Like, why is there's a reason why it's considered bad form to insult heroes, like hero jobs, because those people are literally risking their lives to do things that society needs. I mean, that's
exactly, and that is why you get labeled a hero, is because you're making a sacrifice.
Yes,
or a potential sacrifice
for other people.
Yeah, for other people. And it's so funny because our socialist team player flatten the hierarchies guy is at the same time criticizing people for praising people who make sacrifices for everyone else. And he says, no, this is just a method. It's so weird. This is like this is the ultra liberalism position, because he's making an Ayn Randian argument. This is why this video is insane. Okay, because he's criticizing. He's saying the whole notion of a hero is just society's way of controlling you to get you to sacrifice for the good of society. That's like a fucking Ayn Rand position.
It is kind of, yeah. The selfishness is the ultimate goal.
Yes, he's saying if you don't have complete individual control over your life and what you want to do, that's bad.
Yeah. You should be so selfish that you don't even want to sacrifice a smile for other people. Fuck those people. They don't deserve my smile, my emotional labor. God damn, I'm not running into a burning building for that person. I don't even want to smile at that asshole.
This video is
It is kind of crazy. It feels like a lot of it is whining about not noticing how cool he is. I mean, that feels like a subtext.
Yeah, that is
like I am an actor. I should be respected. People are asking me to smile.
It's crazy to me that he's either so stupid or so blinded by his ideology that he wrote this dumb script out and then read it to himself multiple times and didn't say like, wow, this really destroys all of my arguments and worldview. And whoever's filming this, because he doesn't do this by himself, there's a crew of people.
What?
You know, they're all listening. They're all listening to this, and no one says, YouTube, I think you're kind of like destroying the entire leftist position here.
You know why they can't say that? You know why they can't say that? For the same reason. Like he went through this in a video. He's the fucking boss. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. He's become the boss he hates.
He is the boss. They're probably all on their break going, oh man, this is fucking stupid. Like, how do 500,000 people fall for this grift? It makes absolutely no sense to me.
Philosophy Tube has gazed too long into the abyss, and now
he's become the boss. He doesn't have he has a tripod. He has a tripod.
No, there's a part in this video.
He has a DP that comes in and like sets us up.
I was surprised by this because I assumed that he did this all by himself because he has like these very static 1-2 shots that don't require anyone to be there.
Yeah, I did Social Justice Detective all by myself. What the fuck? I was multiple locations and shit.
But you'll see there's a point in this video where he makes some like off the script joke or something, and you can hear the production people laughing in like the background.
Oh wow, yeah, crazy. Those people, I hope they don't have to smile at work. Oh, they're probably stoked because they're working for some big time YouTuber. They're probably super happy about it.
Remember when our communist streamer Hassan got into all this trouble because he was getting this guy to edit videos for him and he was like paying him shit?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
What a bad boss, huh?
Gone on getting paid, pretending to work in that office. And eventually I could have started stealing NHS valor. Like, yes, I did data entry for the NHS. Please, ladies, there's only one of them. But I couldn't handle it. It wore me down with its sheer pointlessness.
Because intuitively you knew that you weren't working any hero job. Like,
right?
Seriously.
Right, so he's literally making the conservative argument.
He is, yeah. It's like if you were a doctor and you were saving lives for a living, you would be proud of that.
Yeah.
You would feel good about yourself. Instead, you're doing data entry. You're like, I'm going to climb this fucking hierarchy. Some people are just fine doing data entry because they're not like status hungry people. Obviously, if you're an actor, let's face it, if you're an actor, you're a status hungry person.
True.
Like,
true.
That's a certain type of person that definitely you're interested in status.
There's no one who wants to be an actor who says, I really want to act, but I don't want to be famous. I just want to be like a background person who walks around, or I want to be like the guy who holds something in a commercial and you just see their hands. Yeah. No actor thinks that when they want to be an actor. No, they want to be a superstar.
I did the acting and Social Justice Detective totally for pragmatic reasons because I'd worked with so many actors and just had a terrible time. Because you can't, you have to depend on other people. I mean, I did all the characters for that same reason. I'm like, okay. I did one character I hired, which was the girl, and she did such an amazing job. So, yeah, working with other people's tough sometimes. But I would much rather put the camera on an actor and just have them blow me away. But so many performances are just like, that's it? That's your performance? Disappointment.
So, I quit. As I soon discovered, though, the only thing worse than a bullshit job that does nothing is a bullshit job that hurts people.
Oh, no.
This probably doesn't count as a job, since I was technically never paid. But a few years ago, I went to live in New Zealand for a few months over the summer. I spent most of my savings on the flights, so I thought I'll get a job for a few months, make a bit of money, and then travel around having fun. But you know me, I had to try and be clever about it. I thought that if I got a job where I wore a tie, I'd make more than all those suckers working in a bar or picking fruit. So I signed up with a dodgy company selling door-to-door insurance. I honestly couldn't tell you what.
This shows how stupid he is, I guess, or was, because he just complained about his job where he had to wear a tie.
Yeah, totally.
And now he's like, I went to this other country, and I was like, I need to get a job where I can wear a tie and be miserable again.
Yeah.
Kind of insurance we were supposed to be selling. I think it was for some very specific financial thing. But in any case, the real business was getting people to sign over their contact details so we could sell them on. That's why the most important bit of the form was actually the little box they had to tick to say that we were legally allowed to do that. Which we were encouraged, by the way, to just gloss over, like, yeah, that's no big deal, just go ahead and tick that there and sign that at the bottom, yeah, in blood if you can. The work was on commission, and I was told that I could make a few $100s a day if I was good at it. I was pretty good at improv, and I liked talking to people, so I thought, what the hell? They sent me out with one of their best guys to learn the ropes, covering a fancy neighborhood in Auckland. And it sucked. We only signed up 2 people all day. The first was a guy who didn't speak English, and the second was a heavily pregnant woman who clearly just wanted us to leave. My colleague pressured her into signing the form, and I honestly just felt ashamed of myself. Walking back alongside a motorway after a long day of trying to sell pointless insurance, tired and dehydrated, I wondered how many other people did bullshit jobs like this one. Why did they exist in the first place? How come so many people were stuck doing useless things, or unemployed completely, when there's so much work in the world that needs to be done? We've got a hell of a lot of climate-related stuff to do. Feels like we could squeeze a few jobs out of that. We need nurses, we need teachers, we need carers. Some people like to answer that question by saying that young...
So, wait. This is so weird.
Yeah,
he spent
totally.
The first 10 minutes of this video complaining about his horrible, inefficient government job. And now he's, like, complaining about his unethical, terrible private sector job and saying, how come the government can't put people into better jobs for actual things that are important?
Yeah. The terrible, unethical job you shouldn't do.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is that he just explained why having the government just dictate what you should do is not necessarily going to work, because it's going to create a lot of inefficiencies, a lot of regulations, a lot of bureaucracy. And then he turns around and says, well, how come our government can't magically make us do all these like amazing jobs? Like, this is a child view of the world.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I wish everything
complex.
was wonderful. I wish all people were confident, and I wish all governments were the height of morality and efficiency. I wish that too, philosophy too.
Yeah. We're almost there. Getting close.
Aren't doing those jobs. They're all doing useless degrees in media studies and critical race theory and starting Patreon campaigns and inventing 5 new genders when they should be doing STEM.
Click here to invent 5. Click here to invent genders. Should we watch that video?
It's funny too, because he's just describing himself, because he wants to be an actor, So it's like, okay, if you want to do a job that's off the beaten path, that doesn't have a clear pathway to success because it's hyper competitive, like being an actor, then yeah, you're going to end up taking a lot of jobs that have nothing to do with your field, and you're going to be wandering around a lot.
Totally.
Okay. So yeah, if you want,
I can relate. I can definitely relate. This is like my life.
Right. If you want the stability, if you want the path, then there is 100%. There's complete knowledge and truth to this claim that, well, if that's what you want in your life, it's better to seek a degree in the STEM field towards a job that has a clear path for you as an individual.
Yeah.
And yet he just dismisses this, like, no.
He also glossed over it. He's like, we need teachers, we need nurses, all these jobs. Oh, that's not for me, obviously. I'm going to work the insurance job, stealing money from old ladies.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, he's complaining. He's like, there's all these jobs that need to be done. Why aren't they being done? I don't know. You fucking tell us.
Yeah, why aren't you doing it?
Yeah, why aren't you doing it? Why didn't you say, I don't like selling bullshit insurance to people. I want to educate poor, underprivileged minorities somewhere. Let me go get my degree in teaching and teach them so that they can, better themselves up. Did he do that?
No.
No.
I have to play Batman.
Yeah, it's like,
I will be Batman. I will be the best Batman ever.
He just took his agency and free will and just pretended like it didn't exist. Like, that wasn't even an option for him.
Yeah.
While he explained that the government forcing people to do things, or the government trying to create or control things, was inefficient. So he's thrown in the trash the government solution, and he doesn't even acknowledge his own individual agency.
Do you think 500,000 actors watch this video? I'm so baffled by that. I'm so baffled that 500,000 people watch this video. They're like, oh yes, very good, stunning and brave.
People who are fans of this stuff, they're not listening to it critically. All they just hear is like the very shallow surface level, like, oh, he's complaining about his job, he's complaining about his boss. I agree. Workers should get paid more, and they should feel completely satisfied with their lives at all times. That's the range of their thinking when they listen to this insane 40-minute rant.
Yeah, 46 minutes. That's a long video.
Either that, or it's all these government regulations tying us all up in red tape. Bloody Brussels bureaucrats telling us how bendy the bananas have to be. I'm British. I like my bananas straight, hard, and green.
Oh, there it was, right there.
Did you notice how he's mocking people complaining about government regulations, red tape, when the reason he felt not fulfilled by his job was literally because of government regulation, red tape?
Yeah, totally contradictory. Completely contradictory.
Does this man have like an ounce of self-awareness?
Sitch, I think contradictions trigger you. I think you're as driven by contradictions as I'm driven by whataboutism.
I'm triggered by people who have no self-awareness whatsoever.
That's most actors. That's what allows them to act. Yes, that's like the things I've seen actors do. I mean, you have to basically be shameless and unabashed. Like you have to have no ability to see yourself as from outside in order to do these things. Yes. Yeah, it makes perfect sense that an actor would have no self-awareness.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're completely right.
That is the chief constituent part of being an actor. This is why reality television is so popular, because normal people feel shame. So you just put them in situations where they feel shame and they can't act their way out of it.
Right.
Yes, yeah. Where actors should feel shame, normally they're feeling some other emotion that is called for in the script. So
well, it's not even just that it's a question of feeling shame. It's a question of a guy who posits his channel as philosophy too, right? I'm the big brain philosophy guy. I'm thinking deep thoughts about things in the world and existential reality. And yet he's up over here doing this fucking long rant where he basically destroys his entire life's ideology and he's completely unaware of it.
Yeah. Well, it's funny.
It's funny. It's hilarious. It's so weird. It's crazy.
Like a hot that's But at the very least, that can't be the full picture, because bullshit proliferates even in so-called real jobs. Graeber talks a lot about the increasing amount of bullshit that university lecturers have to do instead of actually teaching.
Oh, that's true. University lecturer jobs. University teachers. Stay away from the universities, guys. It's a nightmare.
And the private sector isn't necessarily any better. My job selling pretend insurance was completely private and completely pointless. So why do these jobs exist? Now, in fairness...
How is a sales job pointless? I mean...
Well, he meant this specific thing. But I wish he would expand. I mean, of course he can't expound, because this is all just intuitions and vagueness. When he says, oh, like, teachers have to do more and more bullshit. Well, like, what is he talking about? Like, they have to file papers and things? Like, what does he mean, bullshit? As opposed to just teaching people. All this stuff, like, it's so funny, because when he talks about, like, teachers doing bullshit jobs, bullshit work that's not teaching people, like, the only thing I can think of is, well, that's because there's lots of government regulations they have to conform to, that I thought he would be in favor of. Like, it's so weird.
Because he's on the left, and typically they're in favor of government regulation.
Of course.
Yeah, they're the super regulator. They want to regulate everything. It's mandatory smiles.
Maybe I thought that was a bullshit job, but I'm not a big brain finance genius. Maybe we were really helping those people. Maybe there's some dude in New Zealand now who's like, the global economy seems to have collapsed. Good thing I bought all that insurance for this exact situation. Maybe you don't know how your job fits into the whole company, but you must be doing something as well. Otherwise, why would the people at the top have paid to hire? Graeber's thought of that. He says, yeah, if your boss ever came to believe that your job is completely useless, you'd probably be sacked. So when the boss comes around, you'll pretend like you're working on something really important. And when your boss's boss comes around, your boss is going to pretend as well. So the higher up the organization you get, the less of a clue you're going to have about what everyone below you is actually doing all day. He also says that if you tell mid-level management types that a lot of the people under them don't really need to be there, they get hostile. Bullshit jobs are often just there as a status symbol. If you've got people working under you, then that means you're important. You're the head of the team, and that feels good. Even if you and the team just take turns microwaving fish soup all day. Another reason might be that bullshit helps us avoid doing...
Well, okay, there's another huge factor here that he totally skips over, which is that, especially if you're working in a big company, each division manager has to justify their budget.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
So obviously they're not going to want to say oh, all these people under me don't do shit, because then they're not going to get any money anymore.
Yeah. I mean, he's not really making any kind of argument.
Well, I mean,
the quarterly sales reports are going to come in sooner or later. I mean, I don't know what kind of industry you're working in. So, I mean, every business I've ever worked for, I'm pretty conscious of what kind of numbers are going. Just because I'm interested in that kind of stuff.
The argument he's making is that for a lot of private businesses, and even public businesses, that your job isn't necessarily to produce something for the company. It's to please your boss to some extent. Mm-hmm. And then your boss wants to please his bosses, and then this goes all the way up the chain.
Yeah, but you're doing some job. I mean, something is being done.
You would hope.
I just watched this documentary
but that's not necessarily true.
Well, I don't know. I just watched this documentary on Scientology, and they kept talking about, having board meetings and stuff like that. And I kept thinking, what fucking product? Where's the money coming from here? What product are they selling? Like, what are they talking about? They had all these workers, working for them and stuff, and I kept thinking, working to make what? To do what? You're the Church of Scientology. What are you selling? What's the product? But I guess, they were just raking in money from parishioners or whatever.
Well, don't they own some astronomical amount of property?
Real estate, yeah. In Southern California, they own a lot of real estate. Yeah.
Probably where most of the money comes. And also, what they're selling is they're selling a delusion, I guess, to people. They're paying them lots of money as well.
Not to shit on our Scientology fans.
Oh yes, all our Scientology fans. Yes.
But I mean,
all our Scientology fans, because you're listening to the stream, you're magically amazing, but you can't see it, so you have to hear it in my voice. You're all magically not buying into the delusion of Scientology and have free will. Wink, 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 wink.
I'm getting arrested. Aren't some people... I mean, I guess maybe I think a little bit more than most people do. I think this is really bizarre to me, but
Why do you go on this guy?
like usually when I go into a job, I'm thinking like I'm tracing. Maybe I'm just greedy or something. I'm tracing like the product. I think about this before I actually even take the job. I know it's crazy. Like how do we make money? What do we like what is the bottom line? Like, what are we producing? Is it useful for people? I don't know. But he seems to think, okay, like he goes into these jobs and he has no idea, like how the business runs or what he's doing. But like, I don't get it.
So, glib facsimile super chat something which I was going to read at the end, but I'm going to read now because it's very relevant. Glib facsimile for 499 says, Sitch just destroyed Adam's UBI argument by revealing Adam thinks average people are as motivated as him. So, yes, Adam, I don't think the average person is as into thinking about these kinds of things necessarily for their jobs as you are.
I did see that super chat go by, but we have a talk about the there's two different motivations at work here. There's the motivation to climb a status hierarchy, and there's the motivation just to survive, not to die.
No, right, but I'm just saying in terms of, I do think that you are unique, and then if you get hired...
Hell yeah, I'm fucking unique. What are you talking about? I'm like genius level shit here.
That if you get hired to be a waiter, that you're like, let me think about like the business product that my restaurant produces and their job growth. Like, I don't think most people think about this when they're working in a lower level job in a company or organization.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was thinking, this restaurant is not bad. Maybe I'll own a restaurant someday. So immediately you want to figure out, well, how much am I going to make and how much work am I going to do? And you immediately discover, okay, owning a restaurant is not really, you don't make a lot of money owning a restaurant. Maybe I don't want to own a restaurant.
Right.
And work 95 hours a week.
Joseph Kerwin for $5 says, is it possible Philosophy 2 didn't enjoy his work because he went in with the resentful attitude of an exploited wage slave?
Hell yeah, 100%. Yeah, this guy just shot himself in the foot.
True.
I mean, most people go into life thinking, what do I want to do? What kind of job is right for me, and how do I get that job? Right? I mean, it seems like... But I guess Philosophy 2 goes, what job is right for me? I know, international superstar. I think it's the job for me. I might have to sell some insurance.
I should thank Sasquatch and 2 other people had recommended this video. And I originally didn't want to do it because I just looked at the title and I thought, oh, this is going to be Philosophy Tube just whining about all the terrible jobs he did, and that's why socialism. But because people kept recommending it to me, even if I don't respond, people kept recommending it to me, and I said, okay, I'll watch this video. And I didn't realize it was a gold mine. So thank you for all the people that recommended this video. Death by Sloth for $5 says, to manage people well, you not only have to perform emotional labor, projecting confidence so your employees believe enough in their work not to jump ship, but you have to juggle the emotions of all the people below you and deal with the disputes among them. Oh my god, how did I miss that?
Fucking big brain
The boss is the ultimate laborer of emotional labor.
This is why the boss makes more money. This is why you have to pay them more money to entice them to become the boss. If everyone said, listen, we're going to pay you the same amount, but we want you to micromanage all this fucking drama, all this backbiting below you, and try to cobble it together into actually delivering some product or service. People are like, fuck you. I don't want to do that. That's the last thing in the world I want to do.
I don't know if it's so much that, if it's just that in theory, it's harder to get people that are good managers around people.
That too.
So, yeah, I think that's the main thing.
Oh, you think are you saying, because this is a problem that I've experienced myself, and obviously it's anecdotal, but whenever I'm working in a situation, it seems like they offer the boss enough money to move up, but it's not really enticing enough to make it worth the extra responsibility. So the person that ends up moving up is really not the smart one. It's the one.
That's the unintended consequence.
Yeah, you're working. It seems like most of the smarter people are working under less smart people.
Yeah, right. But that is the unintended consequence of a lot of the fuck-ups that happens in private businesses, with the profit incentive not being in the position that it should be in. Sure.
You mean not making enough money to move up? Not enough money to entice the intelligent people to move up.
Right.
Yeah, because there's a certain number that everyone has in their head that's like, God damn it, I don't want to do it, but I'm going to do it if I can't say no to that much money. This is another thing that I think about when delving into the UBI argument, because I feel like you can conceptualize the economy as a bunch of opportunities. And there are opportunities that certain people will capitalize on and other people won't necessarily capitalize on because they have better opportunities, or it doesn't seem like an opportunity for them. But you want to utilize as many of those opportunities as possible, and it's really just like a human resources thing. It's like allocating the right people to the right opportunity. You ever think conceptually like that? You ever think high concept like that?
Sure.
Conceptualize the economy in that way?
I've never thought that thought in my entire life. Never.
I knew I was a big brain. I knew I was a big brain on the show.
Yeah, you're the big brain.
I knew it.
Utter Nonsense for $2 says, do you guys ever notice communists always have a victimization complex? Yeah, it's so. I think Philosophy Tube's a perfect example of this. He's basically sitting around saying, why aren't other people doing better jobs? And then doesn't think, why don't I do a better job?
Yeah. Yes.
Because I'm the victim here.
Yeah, it's easy to criticize.
Those chains he's wearing around his neck, those are all self-forged, baby.
They are, yeah. He likes it. He bought those chains at the hardware store.
He bought those chains and wrapped them around himself, and then projected the image to the world, completely unaware of the irony of what just transpired.
I would have my slave in a bigger chains though. Those look kind of janky chains.
I'll get gold chains.
Those aren't
diamonds on them.
Nah.
Gotta get fancy chains.
Those aren't manly chains. Those are very effeminate chains.
You're right. Those chains are too thin and wimpy.
If I sent my wife to the store to buy a chain, that's the kind of chain she'd come back. And I would have to leave and go get the real chain.
I'd be like, look, you know when you go to like a boatyard and you see those like giant one-ton chains that are like each link is like the size of your face? I want those chains.
Yeah. You're not pulling a boat with those chains. Those chains are lucky.
Chains.
That chain is for chaining up like a small dog. It's a very small dog.
Some yappy dog yellow chain. Yeah, that's true.
We don't really want to do. Bullshit gives a false impression. Ticks a box says somebody has their ass covered, but it's not actually supposed to change the world.
This guy's so lazy he couldn't even do the ghost filter on it. He's got like this ethereal look, but he could have been blue and glow. What a lazy production value here. I would fire that laughing guy. He doesn't know his editing.
Yeah, well, I mean, all he did is he just took the chroma keyed whatever color it was, just a little bit. Just chroma keyed a little bit, so
yeah. Is a chair? How do you do? Oh, I know how you did the chair. Never mind.
Yeah.
You're like, we're both editors. You can tell.
Yeah.
For example, in the UK, the Equality Act of 2010 gives every public body a legal duty to promote equality. The way that's often cashed out is an organization like, say, a university will publish a document talking about their goals and their policies and their values. But scholar Sarah Ahmed has pointed out that a lot of organizations, like universities, will publish, say, a racial equality action plan, but then not actually do anything to combat racism. They'll be like, we are committed to fighting racism, and that's why we've commissioned a
This is great. He's literally saying now that activism is a bullshit job. I like this part. He's won me over.
It's funny because he's saying, look, it's not all the stupid idiots that study critical race theory and woke studies in college that get bullshit jobs. It's not their fault they get bullshit jobs. It's still, they don't have any agency as individuals. It's still the fault of everyone else, of these institutions that hire them and all these companies that hire them, because they don't want real change. They just want a virtue signal. Oh my God.
Who do you think writes that statement? The critical race theorist graduate, of course.
Right, because you know who knows that their job, you know who knows deep inside their soul
that their job is bullshit?
That their job is utterly bullshit, and because they know that, but they don't want to admit themselves, they become a ball of rage and hate?
Activists.
Oh, wow, it suddenly all makes sense.
I know, man. This is why he's like, man, my YouTube job is bullshit. I'm a fucking activist. I'm an activist. I'm here to change the world.
Yep.
Oh, so sorry.
Even as we continue concentrating power and money in the hands of white people. And people can tell. They can tell when you don't really mean it. Some of those people then go, this racism stuff is all a load of bollocks, you virtue-signaling snowflakes. They have correctly identified the problem of bullshit, but they haven't realized that the bullshit work is being done specifically to hide the actual problem, which is very real. And I bet if you look around, you'll find...
Do you see?
Yeah, well, how do we work on that problem?
It's a conspiracy. All these activists that are graduating from college with all their bullshit activist degrees, the reason they have to fix the world is because it's a conspiracy. All the jobs and corporations are just holding them back. Oh my God. You know, you ever notice how all the activists doing those bullshit activist jobs aren't the ones complaining that their jobs are bullshit jobs?
Yeah, because they're hoping no one's going to find out. You think they want to say that out loud? Come on.
It's all the activists that don't have those jobs but want those jobs.
Yeah, they're the ones saying that they're total bullshit.
And they're saying, if I had that job, it wouldn't be bullshit. I would make it actually productive and work.
That six-figure job. My goodness.
People whose job it is to produce documents like that, whether about racial equality or climate policy or health and safety rules, documents that are there just to exist.
Not like my job, making YouTube videos. I'm really changing the world.
Come on, this guy, he's going to be Batman one day, and you're going to be, it's going to be a whole different world when you're at the movie theater watching, I'm Batman. I'm Philosophy 2, I'm Batman now.
Can you, when he said that he's like a professional actor, I'm like, I want to see what the fuck acting this guy's doing.
He's not, there's no way. Like, he's well, I don't know if he's straight, but he's a white male, and that's just, he's not going to move up the hierarchy. Yeah.
I think he said he's non-binary, because if you're woke, you can't be a straight white male. You have to be non-binary.
Yeah. That is the workaround right there, yeah. Yep. He's LBGT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. Well, he's in. Move to LA, guy. Come on.
There you go.
Get busy.
Like they're doing something.
Documents become forms of institutional performance. There are ways in which universities perform an image of the...
Where have I heard this voice before? This voice sounds...
the cursed voice of the
past. This voice sounds super familiar to me.
Oh my God.
Do you know this voice?
I don't know. It's like right on the tip of my tongue, but I think my brain is trying to prevent me from full knowledge. To save myself.
Thought crime.
That's right, it's thought crime.
Thought crime. I love that we've gone full nicknames now. We have nicknames for everyone.
We need what's a good nickname for Philosophy 2?
I don't know.
That's what we need.
Philosophy boob, maybe? Like boob? Like a, you know, like a dullard.
Yeah, like a
Philosophy boob.
Philosophy boob.
And thought crime.
Philosophy boob and thought crime. Or you guys workshop Philosophy 2.
You don't like philosophy poop? Come on,
It's
that's
okay.
brilliant.
It's okay. It needs
Philosophy lube. What you get right before the philosophy goes in. Philosophy's coming over with it. Watch out, here he comes. At least give me the lube before you give me the philosophy.
There you go, shit eater. That's a good.
So shit eater.
I like this. We got philosophy poop. We got foolsophy tube, philosophy noob. We got fish soup. Fish soup's a good one. We got philosophy poo, philosophy pube, bullshit tube.
What job is more bullshit than YouTuber? I gotta admit, like of all the things I do, YouTuber seems like the most bullshit. It really does. I'm sorry, but it does.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun, but it's bullshit.
Colostomy tube.
Colostomy tube. That's so good.
Themselves. And there are also ways in which universities perform in the sense of doing well. If we're committed to anti-racism, and we've said that we are, then how can we be racist?
Speaking of point, it's so funny that they complain about this because they basically create a situation where there's only two avenues for institutions to go down. One is that they just virtue signal that don't change anything, and the second is that they just be horrifyingly racist and just fire all the white people and replace them with minorities because they're minorities.
Yeah.
And so to them, that's the only indication that actual progress is made, is to just be blatantly racist.
Yeah, it is kind of weird, huh? Kind of crazy, especially when you have a majority population that's white. It seems like that's going to stand out. It seems like someone's going to notice what's going on.
Pointless documents. I didn't think that selling door-to-door insurance was really my core in life. It wasn't meaningfully impacting the world, in fact, it was making the world worse. And I didn't want to lie to people. I did that one day's training, and then I never went back.
So you decided to be a YouTuber where you can lie to more people than...
Yeah, 500,000 at a time. Ratchet it up.
Yep. And also, is it weird to hear an actor say that he didn't want to lie to people? Isn't acting essentially lying?
Hell yeah. Professional line.
Yep.
Instead, I got a job doing something much more humiliating. Having failed to find a clever way around it, I took a job in a bar, and it was okay. I chose that bar in particular because I fancied myself a stand-up comedian at the time, and they let me tell jokes on a little stage in the corner. It did not go well because I was 19 and I was not funny. And then after my set, I had to put on my work shirt and clear the glasses of the people in front of me I just bombed.
So he never mentions what the job is. As someone who's worked in a lot of bars, I'm always curious, like...
Well, it sounded like he was like a busboy.
A busboy, yeah, exactly. So he's at the bottom of the bar hierarchy.
Right.
Busboy.
But see, it's funny because on one hand you're like, yeah, that's pretty horrifying to like go on stage and do awful comedy and then have to clean up. Like, that is horrible. But how cool is it that the bar he's in would allow their bottom-ranked employee to do something like that? To give him a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
That's a big deal.
Well, if they let him bomb. I don't know how they would continue to let him bomb, though. They'd go like,
Well,
okay, like,
But still, they gave him a shot.
Let's mix it up a bit.
Yeah, no.
So, that was humiliating. The bar was owned by a guy called Bruno, and he paid me the New Zealand minimum wage, which back then was about $15 an hour. The cost of a...
Damn,
I know,
son.
$15 an hour for a bus. Ooh, jeez, pricey.
Damn, New Zealand. He's complaining about his $15 an hour minimum wage job where he gets to practice stand-up and then clean up as a busboy? I don't know.
In New
I think
Orleans?
a lot of people in America would be very happy with this.
In New Orleans, they were allowed to deduct your tips as your wages. So they could pay you less than...
Yes, yeah, exactly. Again, but this is that privilege.
Oh, yeah.
Pints for that part was about $8. So as I was working, I got to thinking. By pouring just 4 pints, I've made Bruno double what it cost to hire me for the whole hour. And in an hour, I can pour 50, 100.
Okay.
See, is he a bartender? Because bartender's the top of the hierarchy.
I guess
of the bar.
well, no, I think
He's just dreaming of being the bartender.
No, I think he was not a bartender, but I think you don't have to be a bartender to pour the beer. That just push the button. You're not mixing drinks. But more
He's like
importantly,
a bar vet.
Yeah, he's a barmaid. He's a bar wench.
You're so bad.
More importantly than that, what he just said, this really shows like how all these socialists don't understand like economics. I think he sort of like mentions this and then lays it off, but he just said, I'm getting paid $15 an hour. So well, I realized that if a single drink costs $8 and I'm pouring 4 drinks, I'm doubling the amount it costs to pay me per hour.
Right.
Like, no, you idiot.
Yeah. The glass, the overhead.
He's acting like all the $8 is 100% pure profit. It's like, no, it's going to pay for the property. It's going to pay for the upkeep of the property, the electricity, the beer, the glasses, hiring you, hiring every single other person that works there. You know, maintaining the entire facility. It goes to all these costs. It's not like this is great. Like, what is he talking about?
This is the thing that I figured out in the restaurant early on. I was thinking, like, he's thinking that the restaurant owner is getting rich, and I'm doing the math and going, man, he's working his ass off for next to no money. Fuck this place. I don't want to be a restaurant owner.
And that's what's crazy about this is, I mean, I don't know how it is. Maybe New Zealand is completely different, but in America, most restaurants are like are on pretty thin margins of profit when they're operating. That's why, isn't it some astronomical number of restaurants will all go under in the first year?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's super tough.
Well, now they all I don't know what the national lockdown is. Los Angeles restaurants are anyway. They're done, basically.
Right, yeah, exactly. But I mean, even, COVID has obviously destroyed a lot of the restaurant industry.
Yeah.
But even before COVID, restaurants were typically operating very thin margin. And so it's just amazing that you have this privileged socialist like, oh, why am I only getting paid $15 my entire wage? Like, no, it doesn't, you stupid idiot.
More pints if there's a rush on? So he must be raking it in. Although actually, that's not all problem, because he's got to pay for the beer and the cleaning and the electricity and the food and stuff. But still, he must be doing pretty well. And actually, the only way that he gets money to pay for any of that stuff is because I'm here doing the work behind the bar.
Before spending time to dress up in a stupid outfit and put little ghost chains on, like you're doing in Ghost of Christmas Past, and doing all the chroma key stuff to make yourself look intangible, and getting a fireplace and buying your fake chairs, doing all this stuff, you think he could have spent 5 seconds to Google how much restaurant owners make?
Yeah,
he's sitting here
totally.
like, that restaurant, yeah, sure, he has to pay for all this stuff, but I'm sure that restaurant owner just was raking in the money. Just raking in the money.
Nope.
Now, if you're a franchise owner, maybe.
Yeah, got to go with the franchise. That's where.
There you go.
No, franchise owners are constantly complaining because the franchise costs. They have to buy all of the supplies from a certain franchise.
Of course.
But you can make more money in franchise.
Yeah.
Because they cover all your risk, and no one's. Everyone knows McDonald's. I'm going to McDonald's. Of course, I know
exactly.
McDonald's. I grew up with McDonald's.
And then the customer was like, can I have that pint or not? And I was like, yeah, sorry. If Bruno didn't come in, because he frequently didn't, we'd have just kept going. If the bar staff don't come in, no money gets made. As we've seen with the pandemic. CEOs, hedge fund managers.
Adam, if the boss doesn't show up, there's no change. So we don't really need bosses.
Yeah, totally.
I'm 12 years old, and
I know. What happens when the boss?
I'm a genius.
What happens when the boss doesn't show up on payday?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly.
What happens when the boss doesn't show up because one of the employees is fucking around not doing their fucking job? Or they just didn't show up and didn't tell anyone that they weren't going to show up?
Totally.
What happens when there's some problem, about maintaining the entire restaurant?
This is what YouTubers start finding out when they get bigger. They're like, oh, I'm supporting a bunch of people underneath me. But obviously, Philosophy Tube's not paying this. Like his editor's probably doing that or something.
Well, I mean, this is the
guy's
classic.
not raising a family on what he's getting paid by Philosophy. As soon as you're big enough that the guy under you is like raising a family, you start thinking, oh, the business has to keep going.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Very true. But no, this is a classic human experience. You're the employee, and you're like, oh, it's so unfair. My boss sucks. I'm getting so underpaid, blah, blah, blah. And then when you're the boss, you're like, all my employees suck. I do so much work for them. I'm working, like, it's the classic human experience, the classic confirmation, or self-serving bias. It's like, oh, I'm the chosen one doing everything, and everyone else sucks shit, And he's fallen, philosophy boob has fallen straight. One of the most obvious pits of human thinking.
Getting people to cooperate is hard. Yeah. Human cooperation is hard. It is. It takes lots of time and energy, lots of cajoling.
And it's funny too, he's like, oh, philosophy. We would still just keep serving drinks. Like, oh, really? How are you going to keep getting all the food and all the stuff that has to be cooked for the restaurant?
Yeah, what happens when the cake runs dry?
Yeah, you're going to be paying, like, you're going to be doing all these things. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Landlords, they can all stop working because fine. If supermarket assistants stop working, or bus drivers, or cleaners, then
When you hear that, if landlords stop working, they could all be totally fine. Like, they don't have to manage upkeep on their properties or anything like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Slumlords, love it.
Yeah.
everything falls apart. The profit doesn't come from the people at the top. It comes from the people at the bottom. Oh my God. That job, working in the pub, was the first time it really struck me that there's a world of difference between somebody who works to produce something, like a pint or a chair or a microwave or a delicious can of fish soup, and the person who owns and then sells it. I had heard the term working class before, but that was the first time it really clicked. Like a lot of people, I thought class just had something to do with how much money you had, or where you went to school, or especially in the UK, what sort of an accent you...
Have you seen Office Space?
Yeah, the movie?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, it's good.
I love how at the end of the movie, he just gets like a construction job, and he's like, I feel so much better.
Yeah, totally. I'm outside.
Producing something, I'm creating something tangible.
Yeah. Different strokes.
Yep. I feel this is like philosophy tube, just like, oh, producing the beer and selling the beer. Oh, I would feel so much better if I was like producing a physical product. I'm like, no, you wouldn't. You'd be still complaining about all the same shit.
He'd not producing a physical product.
But even if he was,
producing
he'd still be like
entertainment.
Like, like imagine if he worked at a brewery. He's like, oh, well, I don't understand why the person who owns the brewery gets most of the money. I'm the one, all the employees, doing all the chemical labor of mixing the hops and all that shit, and stirring the barrels and moving the barrels and then putting them on the trucks and loading them, and then the people who are picking the grains for the alcohol, why, they're the ones doing all the work. I don't understand why the person owning it gets all the money.
Yeah, it's such a weird distinction that they make, like physical labor being more important than coming up with a plan and organizing something.
Right.
It doesn't. I never understand that, because organizing the vision is so much more difficult.
Well, I understand why. It's because that's like, well, there's two reasons. The physical labor is physical. It's very tangible. Everyone can see it and understand it. Where the organizing of the labor is like ethereal. It's not something you can see really in lab. So that's the first part of it. The second part of it is privilege. If people never appreciate what exists already. So if someone goes to work at a factory or a restaurant, part of their privilege is the assumption that that restaurant just exists and will continue to exist.
Yeah.
You know, they ignore the fact that there's all this work making it exist in the first place and keeping it running.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Well, and the high risk of, I guess I'm just totally risk conscious because you have to put a lot of risk on the line to be able to do that. I mean, COVID is a perfect example. All the restaurants are risky endeavors to begin with, and that risk is like the fucking risk fairy came and squashed them all.
Right. And how much is Scott Adams said this the other day, which is, and I know you were making fun of him because he's been very copium recently, which is true. His streams have been kind of boring. But he did say something that was interesting, I think the other day, where he said, how much is an idea worth?
Oh, I love that. Yeah. I do this all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
An idea is worth nothing.
Yeah. Zero zilch, nada.
Everyone has a million ideas. What was valuable is making that idea tangible in the real world.
Yeah.
Making it exist.
That's what the real work is.
A lot of, and I agree, I want workers to be paid more. I want everyone to get a bigger piece of pie. I share all these same intuitions, but at the same time, I'm conscious enough to understand all the work that comes from the top that these socialist types just have no concept of because they're so fucking privileged. They think these factories and all these buildings, all these businesses just spring out of the ground, whole cloth, created. They're creationists, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, they think that they totally belittle the power of organizing something, which just I don't know. That's the big thing. That's a big difficult thing to do. I don't know how they discount that because I mean even Philosophy Tube here, like he had to come up with an idea for a script and like how they were going to shoot it and all that stuff. Like he had to pull that out of his head. So you'd think he would have some respect for the idea that the planners, the people who are able to conceive of a vision and make that break it down into steps and make that a reality. Are worth something to the world. I don't understand.
Right.
Like to give all the credit to the guy sitting across the room from him holding the camera just seems bonkers.
And if you look at human history, humans always give the most power and the most respect to the master organizer.
Yeah, the people with the idea, exactly.
Yeah, that's always the person who organizes everything. That's like literally what it means. What it's supposed to mean.
The leader,
is to be chief, to be king, to be leader, is to be the master organizer who can look at the big picture and organize everything. Because that's the hard part, is to look at everything and get all the people where they need to go.
People naturally organize themselves this way too, because even if you're starting a new company and some new challenge is thrust at you, everyone's going to get together and they're going to compare plans, and they're going to go, okay, that plan sucks. Who's got some other plan, right?
Right.
And then consistently, there's somebody that brings the good plan. So immediately, people are always looking to him. His plan was good last time. What's your plan this time? Let's move forward. But planning is so much of life.
Right. Well, this is the socialist fallacy. Is that using your example? Okay, well, this is a hypothetical. You have a bunch of people work for some company, and they're faced with a new challenge, and they'll go, okay, what's the plan? What's the plan? And everyone throws out a plan. And whoever continually throws out the successful plans is going to rise to the top. They're going to be the leader who's in charge of everything. But then, as we know, because people are terrible and selfish and horrible, people who have lots of power and are at the top are going to abuse their power and be selfish assholes in many ways, which is going to make the people at the bottom resent them. The problem is the socialists assume that this behavior, the corruption, the taking advantage of other people, they assume that this is somehow built into the capitalistic system, ignorant of the fact that no, that hierarchical system is part of human nature, and the shittiness is also part of human nature. So if you get rid of the capitalist system, all you're doing is you're creating a new system where all the same shittiness will still exist in it.
Do they have to abuse their power once they climb up?
They don't
I
have
feel
to,
like
but
everyone
it just happens quite often.
I'm have trouble with that one.
Well,
I like to think that there's magnanimous leaders in the world.
I think they're the minority.
I feel like I would pitch it more this way. So the person rises up through the ranks because they are the man with the plan, right? But ultimately, that plan involves people doing things that they don't necessarily want to do. But in order for the plan to... So normally, it's just like a victim of circumstance. Then Philosophy Tube comes around. Why do I have to be the one that cleans out the bathrooms? It's because you're really good at it, Philosophy Tube. You're the best bathroom cleaner we've had in years. Right?
Well, I'm just... Yeah, no, that's
so it's just like a victim
true.
of circumstance.
Right. That's completely
Somebody
true.
has to do the job that nobody wants to do. Right. You don't want to tell him that he's really terrible at it, but he's not good at anything.
Yeah, no, that's true. But I was talking about more. I'm looking at it from their perspective because they're always complaining about corruption.
From the communist perspective.
Yes, they're always complaining about corruption from the higher ups and abuse from the higher ups.
Right.
Which exists. You can't say that doesn't exist. Of course it exists.
But some people call asking you to do your job abuse.
Of course.
Some people call normal criticism abuse.
Of course.
And they tend to be communists. They tend to have their pronouns in their bio.
Right.
Yeah.
How dare you criticize me?
This is just normal abuse. This is normal criticism. It's not abuse. Come on, I want you to do a better job.
You've got, but working there, I was like, that stuff's mainly just aesthetic, isn't it? The real divide is between people who get money by owning stuff, like Bruno does, and people who don't own anything. So all they have is their ability to work. The image I had in my head of a working class job was like a man in a factory. But that's just because historically...
All these people, they act like all owners of anything are like the privileged children like them who just inherited it and do nothing.
Yeah. They didn't think, I want to build a factory.
Right.
They didn't start off building a small financial company like PayPal.
Fuck off.
Right, exactly.
And then moving up.
Men working in factories were easier to organize into unions because they were already in one place. Even in Marx's time, there weren't actually that many people doing factory jobs compared to the number of boot polishers, cab drivers, nurses, teachers, sex workers, and so on. A lot of those jobs were historically done by women or people of color, and so they tended to just get overlooked, and they still are. I've heard people say today that
Yeah, white people have never worked, ever.
Nope.
They never have jobs.
No, just get magical. We go to the bank of white privilege, and they just give you money, depending on your skin shade.
Even in the South, I find it a stretch that white people didn't have to work.
But you've never been to the white bank?
I just found, oh, I guess not.
Where you walk in, and what you do is you walk into the bank, and you stand next to like a color skin chart, and they hold it up. It's like, you know when you go to the eye doctor and they're like, lens 1 or lens 2? They do that with like skin color to try to figure out like your maximum skin color whiteness, and then depending on that level, you get a check.
Wow, I really need to stay out of the sun.
Yeah, no, jeez, man. You're just throwing money away when you go outside.
we are all middle class now because the factory jobs have gone overseas. As if our Uber drivers and baristas and cleaners are all just invisible. Speaking of people who usually got overlooked, my co-workers were a pretty chill bunch, especially this one guy, Javier, who was the hardest working person I've ever met. He cleaned and stacked those glasses so fast it was a blur. It was like watching someone do Dragon Ball Z on crockery. He was from Brazil, I think, and he was working a minimum wage job in New Zealand to send money back to his family. I didn't ask how he ended up in that situation, but I felt kind of sorry for him.
So,
why did
this is, I just want to pause here for a second. This is to me the most important part of the video right now. Okay. So this is the situation. He's working at a bar. He doesn't like that he's making minimum wage. He's complaining about the owner taking too much money.
Yeah.
And then he turns and he sees a guy from Brazil who's working super hard at the same job.
Yep.
And they're sending money back home to their home country.
Yeah, their family.
Right.
Yeah.
So what direction do you think this is going to go?
Oh, it's terrible. I watched the video. I know it's awful.
Okay.
Because the way the managers and the customers looked at him and spoke to him, compared to me, a white person with an English accent, was really obvious. What I came to realize is that he had to work that hard in order to be allowed to stay. And yet, cruelly, he would never be recognized for his hard work.
Okay. So this is amazing. This is fucking amazing. So, the actual answer to the question is the reason he worked so hard is because he comes from a country where maybe he couldn't get a job that was anywhere near as good as the job he had in New Zealand. And because he had to support a family. So he feels motivated by his personal experience and lack of privilege. He's probably like, this job is fucking amazing.
Yeah, I don't lose it.
Right, because he doesn't have the privilege of living in a first world, European country, right? Where he looks at this job and says, this is beneath me, right?
Yeah, piece of shit job.
Right, and yet, Philosophy 2 doesn't realize that that's why he has this attitude about working.
Yeah.
Instead, because if he was to realize that, he would say, oh, well, this means that my attitude towards my job is my own fault. It's because of my privilege that I'm not working as hard as Javier. Okay? And because I don't have this responsibility, I don't feel like I have to work this hard because I have to send money back home to my family who are depending on me, right? There's all these responsibilities weighing on this guy. But none of this enters into Philosophy 2's mind. Because if it were to, he would have to self-reflect and feel bad about himself and his performance. So instead, his brain warps it in the only way it can to make it so that it's not his fault. It's somehow the fault of racism.
Racism, I know. It's so sad.
Oh, the reason that Javier works so hard isn't because of the opportunities presented to him here versus his own country. It's because he has to work that hard because all these racist white people are going to deport him or fire him.
Yeah.
Like, this is expert level mental gymnastics, all in order to avoid personal responsibility.
If we could just get rid of racism, Sitch, then Javier could slack off like everyone else does, and the fucking restaurant could fall apart. It would be great.
Exactly.
Hold on. Is he making the argument that restaurant is actually holding civilization together? It kind of sounds like he is. Poor Javier. The thing that screams out to me, because I've worked with a bunch of like bus boys and like dishwashers and stuff like that. I've worked in restaurants. A lot of them are Mexican, barely speak any English. I smoke weed with those guys and fucking talk to them and shit. Like, I know all about their families and stuff. I don't, like, he's not even self-reflective enough to ask the guy, like, what's your situation like back in Brazil? That kind of shit fascinates me. He's probably got like 6 kids and shit, or a fucking mom that's like dying of cancer or something like that.
First of all,
that
it's funny 'cause he
motivates him
says
to
he
work
thinks-
his ass off.
He thinks he's from Brazil. He doesn't even know for sure.
Yeah, exactly. No fucking shit. Like, so.
He didn't. But see, it's so funny because this is the literal paradigm of the white bougie shithead communist who thinks they're above it all, right? He's watching this guy from Brazil, who he thinks is from Brazil,
Mhm.
some generic Hispanic guy who's not sure where he's from.
Yeah, exactly.
He's watching him work really hard, and instead of asking him like a human being,
What's your situation? Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
what's your situation? Why do you know, you're so motivated? Like, instead of like getting to know him to understand like his motivations, he just projects his own woke fucking bullshit racist narrative onto this guy's
Onto
behavior.
fucking Javier and then monetizes it on
Yes,
fucking the internet.
He objectifies a minority
Yes.
instead of just asking him for his take on it.
That's fucking devious, man. It's totally devious. It's totally devious. I can't imagine monetizing the story of any of the guys that I ever worked with. That's so fucking. That's a new level of evil that I've never even contemplated could exist in the world.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. That's totally crazy.
The promise is that if you work hard, you can get ahead. But in Javier's case, that just wasn't going to happen. There wasn't a specific rule barring him from a promotion. Or
Bullshit. That money that he's sending back to wherever he's sending it back to probably is buying his family a house, buying him out of poverty. It's the kind of advantage that most people never get. Jeez, this is why America is as strong as it is, because we're obviously poaching the most motivated people all over the world. Like, they got to be motivated enough just to get here.
Right.
or a raise, but he just obviously wasn't going to get one. No matter how hard he worked, he was going to stay working class, maybe for the rest of his life. And presumably his children would too, which would affect...
How does he know any of this?
Yeah, what's going on here?
He's like, this guy that I knew for a couple months, I'm just going to make all these like grand projections about his entire life based on the fact that he worked hard in a bar.
Well, he doesn't even get specifics about how the people talk to him. They talk to him very differently. I don't know. Like, what's
Yeah, what
going
does that
on
mean?
there? Yeah. Like, they were speaking Spanish? That's differently. Like,
no, but like, this is so weird and racist. He's like, oh, you know, this Latinx individual from some unidentified Latinx country
poor
is
Javier.
never gonna
Fucking freedom for Javier.
Yeah, he's never gonna make it in our white society. He's the
know,
wrong
what a
skin
fucking-
color.
Like, that guy's probably a doctor now, you fool. What are you talking about?
It's so funny. It's because we're like, there's so many. It's just so obnoxious to me. I don't know. Maybe this is a New Zealand thing. Maybe this is a Brit thing. But I don't know. In America, it's like there's so many doctors that are of Latin origin or Indian,
totally.
or of like, you know, of all stripes, of all creeds,
Totally.
who succeed in our society. And so
Totally.
it's just this is all based, and this is what's insane. This is all based on him not wanting to self-reflect and understand that the reason he's not working hard at this job, and this guy is because of his incredible first world nation privilege. And that's really the end of the day. That's all it is. That's all that's happening. So he concocts this whole fucking racialized worldview just so he doesn't have to deal with himself.
I got news for you, bro. Javier owns his own roofing company, man. He's pulling in $2 million a year, you fucking lazy bastard.
And he's actually producing something tangible.
Got a gig. Yeah,
as opposed
totally.
to just shitting out propaganda to make communists in the future so they can destroy the world.
He finally figured out, like, bilinguals kill it in the fucking roofing industry. He's like, I got 20 guys a month that come up here. We're killing it. Lazy Americans don't want to do shit.
Yeah, but see, then when Javier opens his own roofing company, then he becomes the evil owner. He doesn't do anything anymore.
Oh, but Javier, he deserves it, though, because of my racism and my oppression. It's funny that he doesn't think, Javier is probably scheming on his own roofing company. He doesn't know because he never talked to the guy.
Yep.
Which seems vaguely racist to me.
It's super racist. He's like, Javier's children are probably never gonna get out of working class. Bitch, you didn't ask him what the fuck his children are doing.
No
Maybe he's
shit.
sending money back so his kid can go to fucking medical school. You don't fucking know. Like, what the hell?
It's so sad, too. I mean, work environments are one of the few places where you can just, like, talk to everyone. Like, race is not a barrier. It's great.
But no, you know, whatever.
Yeah. How lame.
He was too busy telling. bombing with his terrible jokes on stage. Okay, he couldn't talk with the riffraff. Okay, he was above them.
Javier, I'm trying to be funny here, okay? I'm going to be Batman one day. Batman, I tell you.
I want to be Batman. I don't have time to hear about your sad story about your family and your work environment. I have to tell jokes and be funny. Ha 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 ha.
With the right people or getting the right education to escape the poverty trap. And this isn't me disparaging him or calling him a victim or anything. On the contrary, he was a legend and a damn good glassy. But undoubtedly, he was forced unfairly to live that way because he wasn't white.
No, because he was born in a fucking shithole country.
Well, we don't even know what country. We don't know what country he was born in.
Oh yeah. He could have been over on a work visa. Brazil's not too bad.
No.
So that Bruno,
I mean, it's not America.
Well, we can't all be American.
That's true.
We can't all be lazy Americans.
That's true.
Someday, guys.
But this, again, this proves like that he's just destroying the leftist narrative. You have someone who's coming from a bad environment, who doesn't have all this stuff provided for them, is hyper motivated to work.
Yeah.
And someone who comes from an environment where they have all these things provided for them already isn't motivated to work because they think they just deserve it.
Yeah.
They don't appreciate it.
Argument against UBI right there.
There you go.
I don't want you to think I don't see them both. I calculate them in my head. UBI.
Go away!
could make money. And Bruno wasn't a bad guy. He was actually kind of nice. On my last night working there, female customer sexually assaulted me in the corridor as he happened to be walking past. And he actually told her off on my behalf. It was cool of him. But
oh, see, look, you have a boss who's looking out for the safety of his employees.
How do you get sexually assaulted?
Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
What happened?
Wish you'd expound upon.
What happened? She tried to steal a kiss or something? What happened there?
Did she grab his junk?
Yeah, what happened? Philosophy too? Come on, kiss and tell. We want to know.
that was just the way the place ran. Me and Javier were on the same team because we had nothing to sell but our labor, even though we were from really different backgrounds.
What?
We had nothing to sell but our b-holes. I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't help myself. We're just there, lowly sex workers.
But that was just the way the place ran. Me and Javier were on the same team because we had nothing to sell but our labor, even though we were from really different backgrounds, different countries even.
And I wouldn't even talk to him because he's lower than me. I'm not talking to these immigrants.
I want to get his perspective of reality. I want to project my perspective onto him.
I might be able to use this situation in the future YouTube video to make some money off of this experience, even though I don't take away anything from the job.
And Bruno, he just wasn't on our side.
Even though he explicitly was on your side in an argument, or not even an argument, a conflict you had with a customer. He could have totally been like, just let the customer do whatever you want. But no.
Yeah.
He took your side. But you know, it doesn't matter because he was the boss.
Yeah.
So, you know, fuck him. Fuck that guy.
If she wants to make out with you, make out with her. She's a customer. What the fuck? I'm running a bar here. People want to make out.
Job 4, content warning. Racism.
Well, he's been talking about racism already. And that's a little late for the content warning.
Dun dun dun.
This whole last job was about racism. Did we get the content? Now I feel obligated to look and see if the content warning's on the last job. Poor Javier.
I bet all my money Javier's New Zealand national. How funny would that be? He's like assuming this guy's from Brazil or some other country.
Oh, yeah,
Turns out
totally.
he's like, no, you fucking racist. I was
He's like
born in New Zealand.
he's fourth generation.
Yeah.
Hey, you idiot.
Oh my god.
But you had dark skin, Javier. I bet Javier's not even his real name. He probably had to make Javier up.
Ryan for $10 says, if UBI gets passed,
but
I'm
the
opening
whole
up a
fucking
liquor store. Free will is
job,
axiomatic,
the
and
whole
booze is a
story
luxury used to escape responsibility of
from the start is
self-agency.
made up.
Maybe we all one day can be champagne socialists.
What do you mean? You're not going to get your UBI and sleep on your couch? You're going to try to get other people's UBI out of them? Hell yeah. Go America.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly what's going to happen. People are like, oh, there's all this UBI in the world. I can't wait to get me some. I'm tricking other people out of their UBI. Come to my liquor store.
5-speed 1992 for $25. Thank you very much. Says, turds like slime and tube lob, valid. Criticism at corporations using platitudes like fight racism, but they do the same exact thing.
Oh my God.
Spewing garbage takes, but never doing anything to actually fight it. True.
So true, yeah.
So true.
It's even worse making money off of this shit. That's what I think is so. Like, he made probably $4,000 or $5,000 off this video.
Right.
And he's got Javier's story in there. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Isn't it funny that like all these champagne socialists who whine about no actual change occurring, you know, what they want to do is they want to go be thought leaders, quote unquote thought leaders on YouTube or Twitch, where you just get to spout opinions all day and people will pay to hear what you say.
Yeah, it's great. I love it.
It's almost like they want to be leaders.
Yeah.
It's almost like they want to be paid to be bosses. They want to be paid to be the organizers that just tell people what to do or what to think. Isn't that interesting?
They just want people to listen to them.
Yep. Sad.
After my adventures in New Zealand, I came back to the UK. I got a first-class degree in philosophy from one of the best universities in the world.
Moment of silence for a first-class degree in philosophy from one of the best. Like, you're not.
Look.
If you don't go to school and study philosophy unless you got some parents fucking backing you up, seriously, philosophy.
Look at him. Okay. I had a job selling fake insurance to people in New Zealand.
Right.
And it was so awful that it made me reconsider my entire perception of the job market and of life itself.
Right. Right.
And I thought, I don't want to do something harmful to society.
Right.
There's so many jobs that are so important that need to be done across the world. Okay, doctor,
Yes.
nurse, caregiver,
Soldier.
teacher, firefighter. We need to be fighting climate change.
Yes, climate change. Climate scientist.
Climate
Marine biologist.
We could be like Jotaro Kun and be a marine biologist.
Robotic scientist.
That's right. We could be building AI. We could be a medical engineer. We
Laser
could be creating
technician.
New stem cell therapies. We could be making people immortal. There's so many important jobs. And
Vector control.
I had this grand realization walking on the side of a street out in the hot New Zealand sun. So you know what I did? I hopped on a plane and I flew back to UK. And I majored in philosophy, bitches! Oh, get fucked, everyone!
I think he might be like talking his book a bit here on the. Well, you don't say a
Get
top.
fucked! We're doing philosophy. Fuck everyone else. I'm changing the world, bitch, like Socrates. Oh God,
Well, but I mean, you generally don't say top tier university. Like if you went to Harvard, you'd say Harvard. You wouldn't say top tier. You wouldn't hide it. Like, oh, let me be modest here about my top tier university, right? Right?
I don't know. It was weird.
I mean, if you're going to Stanford, you're like, yeah, I'm a Stanford guy.
Mm-hmm.
You don't go, oh yeah, I went to a top tier university, Stanford. Are you looking it up? Yeah. Well, who is it?
I'm assuming that information is somewhere.
Nah. What school philosophy 2 went to? Let's look it up.
Let's see. Okay, here we go.
I mean, Javier went to UCLA, so.
It says, Thorne studied philosophy and theology at the University of St. Andrews.
Well, I never heard of that.
Is that like a big school? I don't know.
What's a big? What's
it's
a
a
big
public
UK
university
scale?
in St. Andrews, Scotland.
Scotland. That's even like. That's kind of off the beaten path.
The entire Scotland itself is just.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
America, yes.
I mean, if you're gonna get a degree in philosophy, you might as well get it from a community college.
It says where he also participated in Mermaids and the St. Andrews Review. I don't know what that means. Thorne graduated with a first-class Scottish Masters of Arts in Philosophy.
Oh, so first class is like the designation.
I guess. I don't know how your weird Scottish degrees work.
What is the biggest university in UK? I can't remember what it is.
Is it like Oxford or something?
Cambridge. There you go.
Oh, Cambridge.
Oh no, wait. Cambridge is here. It is Oxford.
No, Cambridge is there.
No, it is.
Isn't it?
The one that Newton went to. Newton was like a.
I don't. Yeah, Oxford and Cambridge are in England. Adam.
All right, let's move on. This is
America.
making me sad. Yeah.
And then I moved back to my hometown and got a job in a pub because economy. Should have done STEM instead of inventing all those extra genders. The manager, who I'll call Dave.
He says it like a joke, but
he means it.
Yes, it's fucking true.
Yeah.
Like, there's no defense to this. There's no defense to this.
Was about 7 feet tall.
And he's not even. You know what's funny? He got a degree in philosophy. And yet
gender philosophy.
Gender philosophy. And yet, what is his job aspect? He wants to be a fucking actor. He doesn't want to be like something to do with philosophy until his YouTube stuff came around.
Yeah, why didn't you get a job in like the theater or a degree in theaters? I mean, I knew a bunch of theater majors when I was in college, and I always wondered how they were going to find jobs.
Jacked and very accustomed to getting his own way. You know, one of those managers who likes to think that he's one of the gang but has no idea how intimidating he actually is. The chef was one of the biggest assholes
Beta!
Oh
Beta! The manager was really buff and it was intimidating. Beta!
Yeah. Oh, wow.
I have ever met in my life. When talking to the female staff members, he had 2 modes: sexual harassment or shouting.
I know that guy.
Most shifts, he managed to make someone cry. One time, me and some of the other staff complained, but Dave couldn't fire him because then we'd have to close down for a couple of days and get another chef and get all the menus reprinted. By the way, pro tip, if you ever go to an English pub for food, either get a burger or fish and chips, because they're just about the only things that are actually cooked on the premises. The Sunday roast arrived pre-cooked on Friday night and was heated up in the microwave. The owner of the place, who I'll call Ebenezer Scrooge, was also an asshole. He would come by maybe once a week, wave to the regulars, pull a couple of pints, then find some excuse to steal the contents of the tip jar. He also had a security camera.
The boss is stealing the tips? I don't
Pretty
know.
gross.
It is totally gross, but I'm...
Yeah. If it's true.
Yeah, I'm dubious that you'd keep your employees, especially if you're like letting your chef get away with murder because you don't want to hire another chef. You're going to go and steal the tips of the workers that are probably going to quit. I don't know. Seems dubious.
Well, it's funny because he just talked about his previous job was also working in a bar where the boss was way
getting
better.
A lot of experience.
Yeah, the boss was way better and the environment was way better too. There was no abuse going on around, and they even let him perform fucking stand-up, okay? And he was getting paid $15 an hour.
Yeah.
And yet it's just as bad as this job, also in a bar, where the boss fucking sucks and it's in a terrible environment. And also, this is what's so hilarious too, okay? He's been going on and on this whole thing about how awful, like, bosses are and how they don't do anything. And yet he's just contradicted this entire premise. Because in the previous job, it's so much better of an environment because he has a better boss who gives a shit and is there and is working and is involved. And it seems like, as he said, is a nice person. But then, when he goes to another job where the boss sucks ass, the shittiness of the boss, goes down and affects the entire business. It's almost like when the leader is good, things work, and when the leader is bad, things don't.
Yeah. Yeah. Results may vary.
Specifically to watch the staff on the till. And that got me thinking. If he wanted to steal the tips, there was nothing any of us could do. He had a camera watching us, but we didn't have a camera watching him. He kept a record of every transaction to make sure we didn't steal from him. But when he gave us our paychecks at the end of the month, we just had to trust that it was right. We didn't want to work with the chef, but we had to, because Scrooge, we didn't have to work with.
Wait, that's so weird. You don't have to, when you get your paycheck, you don't have to trust that it's right. You have
do
a
the
contract.
math.
You know how much you're supposed to be paid.
Yeah.
You should, and I don't know. You keep track of your hours. Like you have to log your shit. Like what is he talking about?
This is America, though. In Scotland, who knows what they do in Scotland?
Yeah,
They're
I
like,
don't know. Like what the fuck he's talking about?
they just guess. They're like, yeah, I feel like you worked about, $125 this week. I'm just gonna pay you that much.
With him, said that we did. When Dave gave us our shifts, we just had to trust that he hadn't booked us for illegally long working hours. The onus was on us to check the law and to try and persuade him to change it if he had.
Oh, I see. He doesn't want to have to have any responsibility for himself. The onus is on himself to make sure he's getting paid properly and to make sure that he's not working illegal hours. Oh, the humanity. The humanity.
He had to look out for himself, Sitch. Come on.
Oh my God.
Nobody wants to do that. We want our mommy to do it for us. We want our mommy, will you check my paycheck and make sure I got paid right? Please. Please, mommy. Fucking glass houses, man. My wife is reading subtitles to me, so I should shut up.
Dread going into work in that place. Powerlessness made me feel humiliated, less than a human being. I felt sorry for my co-workers.
Think how Javier feels, you bastard. You used the story illegally.
It's funny because imagine if the timeline was reversed. If this was the first bar job he worked, and then he worked the better one second, you'd have a completely different attitude about it. You'd be like, oh, this is amazing. This is so wonderful.
Totally. You'd be Javier at the new place.
Exactly.
You'd be like, Javier, woo, high five. I love this place. My last boss was an idiot.
I know.
I felt sorry for anyone who had to do a job like that. I even felt a little bit sorry for Dave, who was ostensibly on our side, but had been turned into a lapdog for a man who would surely sack him the second he stopped being profitable. I felt sorry for the millions of people for whom that job would have been a godsend, but who would be left to die in the streets because the Scrooges of the world couldn't find a way to squeeze money out of them. Over time, I stopped feeling sorry for anyone, and I just resented everybody in there, including myself, both for landing in the job and for not being tough enough to hack it. When I looked at the team,
here's the dark truth about a lot of this stuff. If all the people were working in this restaurant and it's like just so awful and toxic environment, they just fucking quit. You just have to leave.
Totally.
It's only because people put up with abusive behavior that abusers are allowed to continue.
Yeah.
And that's there's no way to get around that. And that's sort of the problem with a lot of this stuff is that people like Philosophy Tube, they want someone else to take they want the responsibility of someone else to take out the abuser, as opposed to just not putting up with it themselves. They're like, why can't the government or society take out the abuser? Why do I, the person being abused, have to walk away from the abuser? Why can't someone else do it for me?
Well, also, he wants to use this situation to say that it's the system that's the problem. It's the system that's empowering. I don't know the name of the asshole boss now, but it's a system that's empowering that kind of behavior when really, it's corruption. It's the guy at the top who has become corrupt.
Right.
I mean, you have to fight the corruption at the individual level. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the system. You're not going to get a better system than the system that we have now. It's pretty.
Well, he's explaining. It's so funny because, as I said, he's basically explaining why it's bosses are so important because their attitude controls the environment.
Yeah. Well, this guy's probably snapped from dealing with dickhead employees all the time. He's like, fuck it, I'm not getting attached to
Well,
these
I don't know.
people.
I don't want to throw my. We don't know anything about this guy. Why he sucks.
Well, I don't know. I'm just, my personal experience is, like, I've helped people at work and they've kind of backstabbed me and stuff. And after a while, you're like, okay, well, fuck, I'm not helping anybody anymore. Fuck this.
Of course.
This is nonsense.
Right.
And then sooner or later, you're Dave or whatever this guy's name is. You're like, yeah, fuck
He
you.
called him Scrooge.
Oh yeah, Scrooge.
Didn't
That's
get his real name. Yeah.
He's protecting Scrooge, but he wouldn't protect Javier. I'm literally offended by this. This is awful.
TV, and I saw people talking about freedom and democracy and choices, I got angry because I felt it was just a bad joke.
Work makes a mockery of freedom.
It's so funny. This is like the fucking socialists in a nutshell. Like the bougie socialist in a nutshell. I'm working a shitty job. People are talking about democracy and freedom. I'm not experiencing this in my lived experience of daily life. Therefore, we need to burn the system down.
Yeah.
Like, why don't you just try to before? How about this? Before you burn the fucking system down and replace it with something that has always backfired and created more chaos and oppression and pain and suffering in the world, why don't you just, try to improve your situation by getting a new job first? Why don't you try to do that first before you tear everything down? I know it's asking a lot, but why don't you try to improve your individual system, situation first? Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
The official line is that we all have rights and live in a democracy. Other unfortunates who aren't free like we are have to live in police states. These victims obey orders or else, no matter how arbitrary. The authorities keep them under regular surveillance. State bureaucrats control even the smaller details of everyday life. The officials who push them around are answerable only to higher-ups, public or private. Either way, dissent and disobedience are punished. Informers report regularly to the authorities. All this is supposed to be a very bad thing, and so it is, although it is nothing but a description of the modern workplace.
Okay, this is like so disgusting.
The modern workplace is a police state? I don't know. What the fuck? What are you talking about?
I'm trying to get to that quote.
The modern workplace is a police state?
Oh my god, he like keeps it up for like a quarter of a second.
Yeah, because he
anyway.
doesn't want you actually to read that crap.
Okay, well, so first of all, imagine how privileged and disgusting it is to compare working at a job in a normal democracy to living under an authoritarian regime. Like, imagine the fucking privilege that you have.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You think if you tell your boss, fuck you, that employees are going to come in from the other room and drag you off and put you in a camp where you either work to death or get shot?
Yeah, exactly. Totally.
And this is what's so crazy. Philosophy Tube, he made the decision, the free will, maybe not free will, I don't think he has an ounce of free will, but he made the decision on his own to study philosophy.
Yeah.
After working jobs he didn't like. Okay, not giving himself a clear career trajectory or path for himself
Right.
to follow.
Yes.
And then he makes the decision himself to work at another bar. And then he makes the further decision to not quit that job and try to find a job somewhere else and to continue getting abused day in and day out. And he's comparing this, all these choices, he's making all these choices himself. And he's free to leave at anywhere else, at any time, and try to do something else, as he's shown he's done his entire life. He fucking flew halfway across the world on a goddamn whim. And yet, he has the audacity, the fucking audacity, to compare him in a job that he just, for whatever reason, doesn't want to leave. Because he feels psychologically trapped or whatever bullshit it is.
Yeah,
He compares that to
psychological.
living, and yeah, he's comparing this psychological issue to living in a fucking police state.
Yeah.
Where you literally have to do what they say or someone will come and murder you.
He doesn't know what a fucking police state is. He doesn't. He hasn't read anything. Like, there are places in the world that are just terrifying, and to compare this situation to those places is totally offensive. It's totally offensive. The Arab Spring was started by corrupt police. The guy who, a guy lit himself on fire in front of the city hall, basically, and that's what started the Arab Spring, because some police came and asked him to pay for some daily permit that would have basically taken his wages for the entire day. It would have cost him money to pay this permit, but he was forced to do it because they couldn't do anything, and the injustice drove him to light himself on fire in front of fucking City Hall, and that's what started the Arab Spring. That's a police state, okay? Right. Your fucking stupid job where your boss is mean to you is not like, pay me your day's wages plus some, or I'm going to drag you off to jail and incarcerate you for the day. Yes, it's fucking infuriating, these people. These fucking snot-nosed kids, they're like, oh my God, people were mean to me at work.
Yep.
Oh man. This is why, like, as soon as you're in one of those hero jobs, like you join the military, you learn immediately what real work is. Like, what real work is. This guy hasn't really worked. Like, what's involved in a philosophy degree? Come on. Have you seen some of the math that you have to do in STEM? It'll terrify you. It will literally terrify you.
To avoid doing that much math.
Yes. Yeah. It's just sad. It's so sad. It is so sad. And it is victim culture all the way. It's like, oh, I am such a victim. Like, this is another thing, because it is kind of like a stolen valor type thing when he's saying, he's making this video talking about, oh, poor Javier, and how Javier is so oppressed, and I'm oppressed just for just having to see Javier suffering makes me oppressed, when he doesn't even really know the situation.
This is why so much of this is Fight Club.
Oh, definitely, yes.
It's people who are living in a situation where they feel like they're missing some very important part of their life, some very important feeling of doing something valuable or of enlightenment, or something is missing in their life, and they're not exactly sure what it is. And the difference is that people like Philosophy Tube and Thought Crime and all these other people is, on one level, they're aware enough that it's very hypocritical and insane for them to bitch about living in a cushy first world country as a white male.
Yes.
And so in order to square that circle in their mind, they create this whole thing where, oh, well, the reason I feel this way, it's not my fault. It's because society makes me feel this way. It's society's fault. I'm really on your side.
I think I'm even more cynical about it, to be honest with you. I think there is a bit of like ego maniacism going here, where
definitely
he genuinely feels oppressed because he's not this big high status actor, and the reason he's not a high status actor is because it's just so unbelievably competitive that very few people achieve that, and most of the time it's basically based around luck. So that oppression that he's feeling, I think, is very real. But let's face it, you can't come out and say, listen, I should be Batman, and the reason I am oppressed is that I am not Batman, because the world is unfair, and there can really only be one Batman, and they usually start off as child stars, or their parents are stars to begin with, and they get them. Like, the world is genuinely unfair in that way, shape, or form. But if you start bitching about that, immediately Javier is going to get pissed, because like what he's had to do just to get here to this fucking this bar back job is incredible. So he can't say that. So he has to come up with this other narrative about how, yes, we all feel that oppression. That we all feel that same oppression. We all want to be Batman. We all know it's true.
Mm-hmm. True.
And it's not necessarily that the world is as it is. It's capitalism. Let's blame capitalism for this. Maybe capitalism is somewhat responsible. Who knows? But I don't know. It's just so weird.
Sure, capitalism creates loads of problems for our society. The issue is that most of these problems are inherent in people, and capitalism and these capitalistic systems just bring them to the surface. And that's why these communists are so dumb. It's because they think that if they get rid of capitalism, that all these problems are going to be wiped away too. And it's like, no, they're not. That's why communism will always fucking fail, because at least capitalism creates a profit incentive and motivation to produce something of value outside your own shittiness, or where communism doesn't, because there is no profit.
Yeah, it totally takes away the innovation cycle. It takes away all of that. I remember now. I was trying to think, because I did like quote tweet thought crime this week. I was like, hopefully I'm not blocked yet, because his tweets are pretty funny. But they were talking about the squashing hierarchies nonsense, which it's so ridiculous that these guys are so obsessed with climbing the YouTube hierarchy, and they want to talk about squashing hierarchies, because even in a world like the abundance utopia that like Star Trek somewhat articulates, and you know, UBI is a step in that direction, there's still going to be hierarchies, you dullard. Like, people are still going to want to compete for status. Like, hierarchies aren't going anywhere. Even if we do abolish poverty, people are still going to compete. It's crazy.
Flamenco for $1 says, Ollie wrote to his alma mater trying to get a speaker deplatformed using his YouTube sub count as a sort of way to legitimize himself.
Yeah, see, that's a thing.
It's not insane. Super embarrassing in academia. Predictably, they apparently told him to pound sand, and the speaker was able to speak. Nice.
That music guy did the exact same thing. Like, they're trying to parlay their YouTube platform into something bigger. I gotta tell you, Ollie, though, like, producers are not really interested in you. Did I lay this out in the last show?
Yes.
Like, call us when you have 25 million views. I don't know. It's so weird. YouTube is an interesting, experiment in human psychology.
We have this is super important. We have a very important correction from last stream. Adam, you made a very big mistake last stream.
I made a boo-boo?
Oh my god.
Impossible.
We have to issue a correction, so we might have to take it on the stream. This is such a big fuck up on your end. I can't believe this. Genos Kuhn for $1 says, Adam Boomer, Adam Liar, you don't know the synopsis of the movie Deep Throat. It's not about a girl with no gag reflex, you fake artist.
What? Look it up.
The basic story is a girl who never had an orgasm finds out her clit isn't down there, it's in her throat.
Oh, you're right. You're totally right. Yes, you're right. Damn it. I guess I am wrong.
Look at Adam.
Holy cow.
Lie. Faker.
Her clitoris is in her throat. Yes, you're right. She's an ass. Which is much funnier. Yeah. I should have known.
There you go. Sideshow Frost for £5 says, St. Andrews is a university in Scotland that rich English kids go to. It's where the royals typically go. Oh,
really? Oh my God! Holy cow!
Wow.
So no wonder he thinks he should be Batman. He's like,
there you go.
He was raised. Yeah, he's raised surrounded with privilege. It's so weird. The Thomas Sowell book I read, Marxism by Thomas Sowell, which is a great accounting of Marxism, and he didn't really bring the Thomas Sowell conservative politics into it much. It was just kind of like straight news. But he talks about how most Marxists are the children of affluent people. Like, that's how Marxism is sustained. Because the Javieres of the world, they're like, dude, I just escaped fucking Marxism. What the fuck? Mm-hmm. What are you talking about?
So, because it's interesting. He said he scraped.
You thinking about that clitoris in the throat? I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it too.
Yeah, I know. No, Philosophy Tube said he scraped all his savings together to fly to New Zealand on a whim. And I thought, that sounds really weird. Like, that's a really weird thing to do. And then he said, but then he flies back to the UK and somehow attends a super rich, prestigious college.
Yeah, for a philosophy degree.
For philosophy? Like, with what money?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, sounds like.
Oh, this is interesting. On his Wikipedia, it says that he originally started his YouTube channel in response to university tuition fees tripling in the UK in 2012, and he was going to make his channel like a way to teach philosophy for free on YouTube.
Ooh, okay.
But
Do
so
some
wait
good
a
in the
minute.
world.
Right. So isn't that interesting where he was and where he is now? So he started saying, I want to teach people information I think is valuable for free because university costs too much. And now he's completely thrown that idea in the trash because it wasn't profitable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And instead, because he's driven by profit and status, realizes that the way to make money is to dress up like ContraPoints and to spout woke socialist philosophy to people. Not even
Yeah.
philosophy, just to spout woke socialist nonsense to people.
Woo!
So there you go, guys.
Go capitalism.
Yep. Our friend Ollie, Philosophy Tube, completely personally driven by profit and status motive, and not at all by doing good in the world. So congratulations.
More status than anything. Status is important. Status is important to people.
Thug Life Bar for $2 says he couldn't leave the only bar in Scotland apparently.
Yeah, I guess that's the only one.
Yep.
Sad.
Yep.
Is, although it is nothing but a description of the modern workplace.
But I don't like to be negative. I thought that before I painted my face in Joker makeup and emptied the cash register, I should try and think about it from Scrooge's position. Wasn't he doing me a favor by giving me a job? Hell, didn't I literally walk in there and ask for one?
Yes.
Wasn't I technically free to leave at any time?
Yes.
Was it possible that I resented him more for his success than the control he had over me?
No, you
that
resented
part.
him because he didn't want to be Batman.
Yeah.
He didn't have this desire to be Batman.
That's right.
That ruining his life.
Maybe he was just
Would
a
I
dick.
What's that?
Maybe the boss is just a dick.
feel better if I just worked really hard? And then I'd be able to go home at the end of the day feeling proud that I had made the customers really happy. What if I tried to look at the whole situation from the point of view of a job creator?
I gotta totally.
This
He
way.
totally straw mans it. Like he picks
I
the
know.
job where like the boss is a total piece of shit to talk about this, and not the job where like the boss was nice, but he still had problems with the division of profits.
Yeah. This is where the video goes off the rails.
I know.
Goes completely off the rails here.
Flamenco, you fucking
While
watching?
this goes off the rails, I'll be right back.
No. You have
I
to
like
stay
it,
here.
brother.
Don't drink too much water.
I'm gonna get
Yeah,
high. Okay, so I
lore.
can make it.
Smoke a fatty for me. Wow, this is a long shot of pouring champagne. I don't get it. You know, Ollie would be doing. Ollie would probably be happier doing narrative fiction on his channel as like an actor, like Social Justice Detective, like my short. I would be more happy doing those shorts as well, but people aren't interested in those shorts. Like, it's too much work to do one of those shorts on the odd chance that it might go viral. People, audiences want to believe something, and they go to YouTube to find someone who can give them evidence that what they believe is real. And narrative fiction doesn't necessarily do that. So I would probably be much happier in narrative fiction, but he's serving a different boss, his audience. Sitch said it last time. The audience becomes the jailer. His jailer now is his woke ideology. No slow motion? Man, this guy needs a better cinematographer. Look at that. He's got his teeth. His good teeth.
Hola, amigos. I have a proposition for you. I represent the interests of an investment fund who represent a bank, who represent another bank,
He's
who
changing
represent a
a
foreign
character.
government, who pretend to represent their people, but actually represent the interests of an American hotel chain. And we would like to build a luxury 5-star resort
not
on
an actor.
Cuba, where you
He's still the same
live.
character.
The hotel will have a pool, a spa, a gym, a private strip of beach, 300 suites, 4 restaurants and bars, daycare facilities, and a business center for corporate event hire. We will create...
This is, for those of you just listening, he's dressed himself up like a vampire.
In a
So-
suit. A nice suit vampire, I guess.
But the idea is that business is evil. Like, this is a form of propaganda that he's making. And he's definitely painting business as evil just by nature.
Right. Well, not just evil, but that it's leeching from other people. It's blood-sucking from society. And,
Sure.
and the hardworking laborers. Also, why is he not wearing shoes?
I can't help this. So the thing that he's outlining here about
Put on some damn fancy shoes, asshole.
the thing that he's outlining here, and he might say where they're planning on building this, but I mean, wouldn't this make it easier for Javier to stay in his own country and not have to come all the way to America and leave his family behind? And I mean, the thing that they're talking about building
He sort of mentions this, but it's in a ridiculous way.
seems like Javier might like to work there.
upwards of 500 jobs and attract international customers to your island. Relations between the United States and Cuba haven't always been cordial, but Castro's been dead for a few years. Let's face it, Cuba could probably use some extra cash. You are an island, you don't have a lot of natural resources, but it's a beautiful country. Pristine waters and scuba diving and a fascinating history. With our help, you could become...
I don't like that tie. What's your take on that tie?
Awful. You should never
Yeah.
wear a tie that's the same color as your shirt. Come on,
It's
that's like 101.
Yeah, and also it's such a ridiculous shape. Looks like a clown tie.
It looks like, it looks like a fake plastic tie.
So weird.
Become a hot tourist destination. Guests will come, they'll stay in the hotel, they'll spend money in the local businesses, which makes
Vampire teeth look very cool, but not when they make your cheeks bulge out. There's something
then-
about your cheeky, chubby, squirrel cheeks that just completely destroy the whole
Yep.
stat. I've lived for 500 years. You know, you can light me on fire and spread the ashes, and I'm still gonna come back and kick your butt.
And
But I
also
have
you
these
sound
chubby
silly.
cheeks, and I'm saving nuts for the winter. It's like it just doesn't work.
Right. And you also sound ridiculous when
Oh, that too, yeah.
I'm hey ladies, I'm a sexy vampire. I'm a sexy blood.
Yes, yeah.
Cubans rich, so everybody wins. Excuse me. Ni hao, Chen Chun Chang. Yes, I'm talking with the Cubans now. We're very excited to build this hotel for you. It's my boss. Would you just give me 2 minutes? Thank you. Yes, I told them it would attract lots of wealthy international tourists to the island.
Is that his house? With the slumlord walls there?
The set.
He has his own set? Oh my god.
No, see,
he's at Warner Studios.
If you're a good leftist,
Mm-hmm.
you can like ask YouTube to like use their spaces. to film
Yeah, I know.
videos.
Oh shit! Right?
Yeah, isn't it
Yeah,
crazy?
you can do that.
Fucking
YouTube
bonkers.
space, yeah.
Yep.
You think he uses them?
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, of course not, no. No, the resort
No,
is designed
probably
to
not
keep
because
the
he
guests
lives in the
inside by
UK.
providing everything that they need on site.
But
I mean, they might go into town to buy a souvenir or something, but they'll spend most of their time by the pool or in the bars or the restaurants, and those are all owned by you. Yes, it is quite clever, isn't it? Well, they'll get minimum wage jobs out of it, keeps them out of trouble. if you don't want to be seen doing business in Cuba, then that's not a problem. We can set up a shell company in Panama or Canary Islands or somewhere where the taxman.
Oh, you're close.
Then
You're
the shell
close.
company will officially
Close to the
own the hotel.
fucking
You'll own the
argument
shell
against
company, so the
leftism.
profits will all be-
More corruption.
Tax havens.
More corruption.
It's this is like one of the communists'
You're
favorite
never
trick.
going to
They'll
be
point
able
to
to tax the
corruption
rich
or illegal
because they're
behavior
just
as
gonna
if
move
that
to
somehow
tax
proves
havens.
capitalism is
Yeah, totally. Exactly. Yeah. Yes. No, this is the whole idea behind the regulator job. Look, you could have been a regulator. You could have been an oil tycoon.
Why don't all these fucking socialists work for the government to be like the tax fraud investigators for the IRS?
Batman. Batman.
Yeah, then you'll be actual Batman.
Oh, that's true.
And that way, if there's a problem with the working conditions or there's an accident or something, it doesn't get back.
Taxman.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to employ
Bad working conditions.
But
Listen to this.
it's probably not good for
Listen to this. This is all propaganda.
robots.
This is super propaganda. He's complaining about someone wanting to start a large business in another country, and that's a bad thing.
Right. Because there'll be bad working conditions and whatnot.
Because because the profits will go to someone else. This is really the crux of it.
Yeah.
Because the profits will go to someone else, it's bad for a rich person to invest a lot of capital in a foreign country and, create a resort that's going to provide jobs for people that live in the area. And also it's going to help drive traffic and tourists to that area too.
Yeah.
But don't worry about that. It's all because the profit goes somewhere else. It's bad.
Yeah. Do they have a hospital in this area? Like, maybe some economic activity would be good.
Some people in the shell company to do bullshit jobs, creating documents, that sort of thing, to make sure it seems legit. Yes, creating jobs. That's what it's all about. All right. Zaijan Kuching, give my regards to the General Secretary. Sorry about that. That was my employer. He's very keen to help your country become delicious on the international stage. I mean, competitive on the international stage. What's that? Why does Cuba need foreign investment? Well, because you're poor. And I'm sure that's just bad luck. I'm sure that nobody's deliberately kept you poor by imposing trade sanctions.
You know what makes some countries rich and some countries poor? Do you know why some nations are prosperous and some
Is there a
nations
book about this?
fail? Fail? Do you know why some nations fail?
Yes, it's because America makes
Carry
them
Euroden's
fail.
guitar?
No, it's because of the institutions.
Johnny
It's
Silverhand's
the fucking shitty
Fahrenheit.
institutions. Yeah.
Yep.
They don't have capitalism in Cuba, you dumbass.
The girls got it.
So,
So
It's because
bad.
they sided with a country that we were at war with that wanted to put nukes in our front door.
Yeah. For their own selfish reasons.
For their own selfish
can we
reasons.
get-
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So much. I mean, you read the book Why Nations Fail, and so much of it you realize, oh, it's all just luck. It's all fucking
Yep.
luck.
Yeah.
Like the only reason we have capitalism in America is because there was no hierarchical organizations already established this high north. In South America, there was plenty of them. They didn't get capitalism down there. Yeah, it's so weird. Incentives. It's almost like they run the world.
But at the behest of American oil companies. Don't Google it. What's that? You say that you want to come and work in my country instead of doing a minimum wage job there. No. I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Why do they want to come work in America? Because of the institutions.
Yep.
Specifically safety. I mean, there are places. I mean, there are those vacation spots in Mexico and stuff like that that are just. I mean, they're
Okay.
compounds. You can't leave the area because it's not safe anywhere else.
Let's try and
It's
get
sad.
But America's
Unless-
the bad guy. Adam. Okay.
This is what when they talk about paying police less, I'm like, are you high?
Let's see.
Are you high?
We can
Do you
drop
know how
down
they
from
pay
a-
police in Mexico? They're
How?
freelancers. The
Adam.
police are.
When I had to put on a shirt and a tie
Probably
and wake
can.
up in the morning
Oh my
and
god.
go to a job in an office
Okay,
building
shit.
where I don't do anything, and I just get paid to read until microwave fix soup, that's exactly the same as living in a totalitarian.
No, it's not.
thing,
No,
Adam. It's the
not.
same
No,
thing. It's exactly
not.
the same thing.
It's not. It's not, man. In Bolivia, when they throw you in jail,
Wonder if
they don't
he's
even
home.
give you a cell. You have to buy your own fucking
Can't have
cell.
bad luck all the time.
Like, you're sleeping. You're literally. You just got thrown in jail, and you're getting robbed. You're getting robbed in jail.
Yep.
You have to save up for a fucking cell so you can have your own cell. You got to buy it from the warden. This is Bolivia. Welcome to Bolivia.
Yep.
These
Smart
people,
glass.
They
Wait a
need to
minute.
read more.
You have to
You
be there.
need,
What's
you need to
behind
get
that?
a job where you can read. It's worked out really well for me. I love it.
You have what we in English call a visa. Comprende? See? You just have to.
This is the racist portion of the video, guys. Just so you know.
So is he an advocate for open borders? Like, what is he? What the fuck is the message?
Well.
I don't know.
His
Why is he
poor
talking down
acoustics,
to
that
these Spanish
place.
speakers, and he's
Budding
like
came
so,
a close second.
like in the short.
Because he's
of
pretending
Chinese.
to be the evil businessman.
Of course, the
Oh,
chicks made up
I
for
don't,
that.
doesn't seem pretend to
Best
me. This seems
pussy
more
I
like a
ever ate.
documentary.
But what is what is the message here? He's
doesn't
basically
matter.
I guess he's saying that we should just have open borders and there should be free travel everywhere in the world and everyone
First
should
of
live where the
all-
fuck they want. Like, what the fuck is he saying?
First of all, this is totally cultural appropriation. He should have a real businessman in that role.
He should be a real vampire.
The fact that he's a communist playing a businessman, that's cultural appropriation. I call it as I see it. What are you talking about?
This is the perfect analogy, okay? Yes, vampires are immortal, and yes, they have super strength and super speed and can hypnotize people and can do all sorts of other things, but they're actually the most oppressed class in the world. Adam. People have been chasing and trying to kill vampires for years, for generations. They've been trying to wipe
never forget
vampires as a
this.
people
Mine was
off
longer
the
than
face
here
of
to
the
Plymouth
earth.
Rock.
You know why?
After
Because of
party lasted
racism
2
and
nights.
speciesism.
No,
In the trunk.
because they're fictional. They don't exist. You've fallen for the fake news.
Oh, I fell for the fake
Always
news.
get the
There it is.
cash.
Stay in your own country
More your
and work
dollars.
very hard to make it better
Pants.
by working for
Can
us.
dress up like
What's
John.
that? You say that.
I want to see
look
his.
here.
I want to
Dude
see
made
his
a
response
shrine to
video
the
to the
band.
narrow
Well,
path. What is
shrine,
it? The
half
narrow
fault
corridor.
of mine.
The
There's a
narrow
numeric
corridor
keypad.
towards liberty.
So
Especially
codes a
since
string
all
of
he's talking
digits.
about is freedom,
Man,
liberty. I
don't know.
want to be able to do whatever I
Maybe
want to do. Like
69,
jobs suck
69,
because they take away
69.
my liberty. I should be able to do
Or maybe not.
whatever I want to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some nations you don't have those opportunities. You have more liberty here than you have.
Individuals should be able to do whatever they want to do, Adam.
Yeah.
Unless that's start a business, and they shouldn't be allowed to.
Oh yeah, totally. Unless it's paying someone else to do work for you,
No.
which maybe you can't do. Oh my god.
This is imperialism. You say that we're foreign dogs. You say you'd rather own the hotel yourself.
Imperialism. Own the hotel ourselves. What are you talking about?
Well, next you'll be saying that you want to own your own country's natural resources.
Okay, wait. This is like insane. He's like, I don't understand. Why can't a magical 5-star resort just appear out of thin air in Cuba and then be owned by all the random people that happen to live in the area? Like, why can't all these people in an area just put their hands on their foreheads like Professor X and just think really hard into just focus into being a 5-star resort that they could all just own? I don't understand why that doesn't happen.
They
Why
live in
should
a police state, Sitch. What the fuck? Like, no,
But
that's
Adam,
not gonna
it's-
happen.
This doesn't make any sense to me, Adam. You have to explain to me. How come when a foreign investor
I don't
puts
even
all
know
this
me.
money into creating an infrastructure and a system and a building and a resort somewhere else, why do they get any of the money for it? Just because they created the thing in the first place? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Nobody wants to work in Cuba because it's so, this government is not stable. It's like
Not
the
long.
third grade.
Oh my fucking god.
He's dumbing it down for his audience.
Why can't everyone just be a millionaire? I don't understand. Why can't everyone just make things with their mind and then just do whatever they want? I don't understand.
Batman is a $1 billion franchise, okay? Not everyone can be Batman.
I'll just go to
But
the
I
lobby.
want to be Batman.
But
Mom!
you gotta understand. You have to do Twilight movies before you can do Batman. You have to
I don't
work your
want
way
to do
up
Twilight.
to Batman.
Girls are gross. I want to be Batman. But sweetie, if you think about it, Batman is like a bat, and vampires are like a bat.
Oh my
It all
God!
makes sense.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
And make sure the money from them goes to benefit the people of your country rather than the owners of foreign capital. Oh, God. One moment, please. Good morning, Vice President. Oh, Madam Vice President, indeed. I'll get straight to the point. How do you feel about a war with Cuba?
Is he calling the big guy? Is that who he's calling? Is this
He's
during
calling
the
Kamala
Obama?
Harris.
Oh, I thought he was calling. I thought he was calling the big guy.
Who's the big guy?
Joe Biden, the vice president.
No.
The Hunter Biden stuff. Come on, get your scandals correct.
I got you.
Thought he was trying to favor influence.
There you go. Those neoliberals like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they're going to go to war with Cuba to protect a 5-star resort because the workers are rising up and they want to own the resort themselves.
Well, that part is true.
Wait.
Yeah, that's...
This was in the book, the book that Zahan book. He talked about how the only reason the military-industrial complex stayed in power, the reason why we became world police, is because the capitalists stepped in and said, "Hey, we want open businesses everywhere. We want McDonald's in Iraq." That's why this is like emerging markets 101. So.
No, but that's not what he's saying.
No, he's not smart.
He's saying if
Zahan is a long book, he would never get through.
Made a shrine to the
yeah.
band. Well,
Sorry, I keep
half
it.
shrine,
But
half
but that's
vault.
what's so ridiculous is that
Has a numeric key.
it's so funny too because
So
they
code's a string of
complain
digits. Man, I don't know.
about
maybe
all these, they complain about the first world countries they live in,
69.
and yet you see all these other countries that are doing much worse. And you would think that, well, if you start exporting more of the ideology
So
of the
I
first
know
world
what happens
countries
when
and
the
the
door
kinds
is
of businesses
forced.
the first world countries to other countries, then maybe they'll start mirroring
69,
first world countries into better places.
69.
It doesn't work though because there's the whole. I mean, it takes a while to build up the kind of institutions that work. You can't just drop in a
Exactly.
new institution because everyone's like,
Exactly.
"We're on the old programming. What the fuck?" Like,
Exactly.
Think
But
of-
that's the problem. No one's
even-
patient.
even the money system. You think about the money system, like they constantly complain about taking money off the gold standard, which, like, when America was new and they wanted to establish a currency, the gold standard was a necessity. What? You're going to give me a fucking piece of paper? Fuck you. Like, oh, there's gold behind this piece of paper. Okay, I'll take that.
Right.
But after a while, everyone's like, oh, the paperwork's fine. We don't need the gold standard. Fuck
Exactly,
that
because
shit.
they
Too
have
much
faith,
work.
Yeah, they have faith and trust in the intuition in the
Right,
institution.
but it
yeah.
takes time to build up those
Right.
faith and trust in the institutions. You can't just. But the thing is, if you have these
No help.
wealthy industrialists come in and build these things overnight, I mean, it's kind of overnight faith in the institution, right? Just the mere scale of it.
Hold
makes
on,
you
hold
think,
on. Let's.
all right, shit's
count 'em
happening,
more.
right?
Sure, exactly. But no, but that's my problem is that they look at this as bad. They say,
Yes.
oh, this is
Must be all that vodka you
because
sponged up
the
over
profit goes to the
Let's get one
person
thing
paying
straight. I
for
never
it,
touched
as opposed to the people.
bourbon, whiskey,
I mean, obviously, there's still
tequila.
profit going to people that work there,
crap.
who live in that country. But because there's some amount of profit that's
04,
going to the foreign investor,
20,
they view it as
2001.
inherently exploitative and thus bad.
Right. Yeah.
Even if it creates something better in the future.
Yeah, that's the problem right there, because they think any kind of exchange is automatically has some level of corruption in it, when there
Well,
are
of
some
course.
exchanges that are just, I mean, that's the
Well,
whole idea
well,
behind
have to
capitalism. It's a
appreciate the
win-win.
man's taste.
I want the
Right.
money,
Music,
I want the thing less than I want the
But
money.
what I don't get, I mean,
Can't
why
they
the
just focus?
fixation
You know
on
that
carry?
feeling that you get when you get like a really good deal, you buy something that you really want, and it's like, I'm so happy I got this thing. Like I don't want the money. It's so much nicer having the thing. Can't they just like focus on that?
Right.
They've had to have that feeling sometime in their lives, right? Like when he bought his teeth, when he bought his vampire
His
teeth,
vampire
right?
teeth.
You can't get those just anywhere, right? I'm sure you got to dig. I have some of those contact lenses. I got them one year for Halloween. The ones that he's wearing. And the people in the optometry store were like so fucking excited, like they'd wanted to sell those things.
There's gotta be a way
million
to
years
get
and no
in.
one would ever buy them. It was so
That's
funny.
not tripping
Soupy
the
Colombo
alarm.
for $5 says, would a vampire be interested in beachfront property? True. Very true. Couldn't anyone flip this by putting vampire fangs on Shea Guevara?
Oh yeah, totally.
There you go.
Yeah.
That should be the shirt that the right wingers sell. Shea with little vampire fangs.
Yeah.
Yep. Blood-sucking socialist.
Can't we just give him a Hitler mustache? I feel like we could take it up a notch.
We could do that. I like that.
Yeah, there you go.
Soupy also wants me to say A-Team for life.
Oh my God! Why you're such a tribalist? I don't like this. I don't like this tribalist Sitch. I like the old
God.
Sitch.
Oh. I gotta get the taste of my mouth. Candle Koi for $5 says, long-time listener, first-time super chatter. Using my newly acquired free will to say that S-Class is best class. Thank you, Candle.
Oh my God, it's so funny. It's so funny. That's the feeling I'm talking about. That feeling, like when you say S-Class is best class. It's like
I can't say that. You can take responsibility for yourself, Adam. You can say the A-Team for life in a very energetic, happy way. Okay, here's your chance.
Interesting.
A-Team for life.
Geezer now.
There you go. See, you don't need me. You don't need me. You got it.
I want the
look.
I like the.
date.
It's
The
sad
date,
for
the
me because
date. That's it, the fucking code
that's
to
like
the
the fun
safe
part. The
What? Oh my God. Fucking skip this.
An A-Team.
Loner, yeah, right. There's not the right consonants. Loner Renal says he just hit Sitch's throat clitoris.
There you go.
There you go. You should you could say A-Team in your like movie guy voice, okay?
A-Team.
Yeah, see there. Oh, that gets the panties.
A-Team. Here, let me tell you.
There you go.
A-Team. Let's move on with this video. This is getting
Alex Stewart for $5 says, what annoys me most about Philosophy Tube's videos, well, minus the communism, is he seems very enamored with himself. He loves hearing himself
code's a
talk.
string of digits.
True.
Man, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
What is that called?
69, 69, 69.
Absorbed? Narcissistic?
Narcissistic. Yeah,
not.
that's what everyone talks about. The narcissistic stuff.
Nathan Margolis for $1 says, the most hilarious part is the hotel is in Cuba,
Better
so you
look
don't
around.
speak to the landowner. You talk to the
Weird.
military generals
Don't
because they
remember
get to
this
take
one.
over any business
all
they
that
want.
Yeah, exactly.
Furthermore, yeah, exactly. If they were
Let's get one
capitalists.
thing straight. I never
Furthermore,
touched
real businessmen
vodka,
know the Irish
bourbon,
backstop
whiskey, and
beats
tequila.
Panama any
That was
day.
my crowd.
Yeah.
There you go. That's true. Fucking Ireland's screwing us with our taxes. Fucking Irish. What are you guys doing? We should declare war on Ireland. Get our tax money back.
Interesting.
Let's do it.
Carrie's an old geezer now. When
I
was I
did
still taking-
try.
Not long
But
ago.
working in that
Look,
pub,
the date.
it kind of felt
The
like
date,
the whole
the date.
enterprise
That's
was
it, the
more
fucking
about
code to
keeping
the
me under
safe room.
control than
Hooey,
putting money
see
in my
that?
pocket.
Still
And I
got
don't
it.
think that was just because Scrooge was an asshole. He could have been really nice. Bruno was. But that wouldn't have made a difference to the amount of control he had over me.
Nice. He's saying Bruno is equally an asshole, even though he wasn't.
Yeah, even though
Just
he was a
because
good
of-
boss.
Yeah. Just because
There
of
we
the
go.
work situation. So
Right.
evil, man. So evil.
He is a good boss, defends him from being sexually assaulted by a customer, allows him to perform his shitty stand-up jokes, gives jobs to immigrants from other countries.
I know,
paying
not
a $15
racist,
minimum
yeah.
wage. Yeah. But no, he's the same as this like evil piece of shit tip stealing asshole from, a completely different
Alleged tip stealer. I don't know. I don't know. I can't imagine. Like, I've worked with some terrible jobs. I can't imagine them stealing my tips. I mean, that's just a level of crazy to me. Like, I would walk out if I saw that. I would not, yeah. Everyone would walk out simultaneously. It'd be like, fuck that.
It's pretty crazy.
Carnegie. Consider another rich person and a famously nice guy, Andrew Carnegie. Carnegie was a Scottish immigrant to the United States who eventually became the richest man in the country. By today's standards, he was a multi-billionaire. And
look at that, living the American dream.
Yeah.
An immigrant from another country comes to America and becomes the richest man in the country. Wow.
Carnegie.
Fucking capitalism.
Yeah. Carnegie Hall.
I guess he was white, so it doesn't count, right?
I don't know. He looks white. Yeah, sure. Santa-ish, maybe. I don't know.
And he was
You looking it
also,
up?
fun fact, the
That's not what I was
real-life
looking
inspiration for the character of Scrooge McDuck. I'm not making that up. Carnegie wrote an essay in 18...
Scrooge McDuck is was that what Ebenezer Scrooge was who's Scrooge McDuck?
Scrooge McDuck
is the
is from
Disney character, right?
The duck, the really rich duck
Yeah.
who swims in the pot of gold.
Okay. I thought he
DuckTales.
was okay. I don't know the Disney version. I thought it was from Ebenezer Scrooge. I thought Scrooge McDuck came from Ebenezer.
Well, the name I'm assuming does,
Right.
but maybe the character.
Okay. But it would
'cause I
just
think
make me think like Andrew Carnegie was probably the real life inspiration for Ebenezer Scrooge's book from this famous
Maybe. I don't know
novel.
when that book came out.
The chain
'cause I
of
mean-
inspiration, I think,
Right.
is a little off here.
Because I think Scrooge McDuck started off
Ebenezer
as a
Scrooge.
comic character. if I recall
Yes,
correctly.
Ebenezer Scrooge
Oh.
was before Scrooge McDuck. I'm just going to go out on a limb and make
No,
that
well, but
assertion
Scrooge
here.
McDuck. Well, Scrooge McDuck was Scottish though, so it probably was based. The personality was probably based off of.
Anyway.
Okay. We didn't trip the
1889
alarm.
called The Gospel of Wealth, which is one of the most influential bits of philosophy I think I've ever read in my life. I've been hearing these arguments almost verbatim since I was born. The idea that the best way to help poor people is to give them a job as a ladder out of poverty, that's Carnegie. The idea that socialists are just lazy and they resent rich people for their success, that's Carnegie. The idea that wealth is created not by labor, but by the organization and intelligence of the people at the top, that's Carnegie. The idea that giving aid directly to the poor will make...
Don't you get to the top by organizing? Seems like you do.
Yeah.
Like
Well, it's
how-
funny 'cause
they don't just
if you-
they don't come from the top.
If you look at
Nobody will think anything about
Carnegie's
the guitar.
background, I mean, like his parents, like they were like cotton mill workers. Like it's not like, he didn't come from wealth. Like he definitely worked his way from the bottom up.
Yes. Yeah.
Make them dependent and hurt them more in the long run, that's
Right.
Carnegie. Skiing down a mountain of gold coins.
I don't like that one.
Like which one?
The welfare one.
Oh.
Because it goes against you guys, so.
And making Christmas trees out of dollar bills. Okay, apparently that one was actually Scrooge McDuck. But if Carnegie had had that much gold, I bet you he would have tried it. A lot of these ideas he pinched from a philosopher called Herbert Spencer, who I talked about in my video on Charles Darwin. But Carnegie updated them. He brought them back. And more importantly, he made them seem like kindness. Because by most accounts, he was a pretty nice guy. He gave away...
But it's so funny because he basically in this video proved Carnegie right. Because he's like, oh, how did this rich, businessman, of course he says that just giving people money is going to make them, not feel fulfilled and not give them
Better not
self-worth.
turn out that
And yet
Carnegie
he
was Jewish.
complains about a job he had where he just got money to do
Our
nothing,
friend
and
Dawkins
now
gonna
it was like the
turn
worst
up
experience of his life.
Yeah, he didn't feel fulfilled.
Anti-Semitic.
So is he proving Carnegie right, or what's happening?
But there are jobs that you would like pay to do if you had the means. To
Oh
do
my
it.
god. I should have
Sure.
taken the car.
And there are tons of fun jobs.
Of
Yeah.
course there are.
billions of dollars in today's money, and he encouraged rich people to give their wealth away for the public good rather than hoard it. Carnegie Hall in New York City is named after him because he paid for it. But here's the kicker. Who gets to decide what the public good is? Well, Andrew Carnegie does, of course. He decided that the people of...
It's so funny that
all these
I don't like how the
socialist
Avenger
types,
turns.
they're all like, oh, how dare these
Good speed,
individuals
but
make
it's better on
decisions about what to do
straight,
with their
on
wealth.
straight
This should all
lines.
be up to the mandate of
than,
the people, right? And then what happens 4 years ago? The mandate of the people votes Donald Trump into office, and they all lose their mind. Because they're like, the will of the people is going to vote in fascism.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
Very
it's all very
sensitive too.
convenient.
you know, sometimes when you leave everything up to the will of the people, they're going to go in directions you don't like, Ollie. I don't know what to tell you.
Many times.
New York would benefit from a big fancy concert hall, and undoubtedly, many of them have. But he didn't
every
go to
fucking
the
time.
people and say, hey, I've got a few spare $1 million, what do you need? Because that would have put them in control.
He went to the politicians and he said, what do we have to do to get this thing built? Right?
Right.
I mean, somebody he went to. This is, I mean, no man rules alone, right? He had to grease some palms in order to get that thing built.
By the time of his death, it is estimated that he gave away $76 billion. By
76 billion. Wow.
Jesus
That's crazy.
Christ.
Yeah, Ollie's here shitting all over him. Yeah.
Fuck
He could have burned it all.
It said he
Imagine
left.
that. He's like, no, I'm gonna I want to be buried with it all like the pharaohs did.
And he left the rest of his money up to foundations, charities, and pensions.
Oh,
when
there.
he died.
Look at that. Yeah, he liked his employees. Good for him.
Maybe they could have voted.
I mean, if you have that much wealth, you really have to feel like gifted. You really have to feel like you've grateful for having the opportunity to amass that much wealth. This is why conceptualizing the economy as opportunities. I mean, he had opportunities that only he knows. Like, if it wasn't for that opportunity, I probably wouldn't be in this position. So many people, though, oh man, and they're bad people. They look past that stuff. Like, they want to think, no, I made my own opportunity. They don't want to bring luck into the equation anywhere. It's all just, you know, my raw grit. I wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for my raw grit. So much of it's luck, though.
This is so funny. You know, he chose a lot of Carnegie's select quotes. Here's some quotes that he didn't choose from Carnegie.
Oh, goody.
Carnegie says, the amassing of wealth is one of the worst species of idolatry. No idol more debasing than the worship of money.
Oh my God. That's great.
He said, the man who dies thus rich dies disgraced.
Wow.
And he apparently was a big proponent of the death and estate tax.
Really? Oh
Yes.
my God. That's great. But that estate tax.
Yep.
That's gonna keep that's Ollie's inheritance there.
But see, this is what's so funny. This is like the perfect encapsulation of like socialists don't want to help poor people, they want to hate rich people. You have a guy who, and look, I don't know anything about him. Maybe he was a shithead, but you have a guy who, from the outsets of it, you know, he grows up in a working class, lower income family, completely works his way to being the richest person in the world, and even while doing so, has all these attitudes about you have to give away your wealth, about how you shouldn't just be, you know, driven by money, and all these things. He gives most of his money away, right? And yet Ollie still says this guy's awful and terrible.
Yeah.
Just because he was rich in the first place.
It's awful. It's totally awful. And amassing wealth just gives you the opportunity to do amazing things. And it sounds like you did amazing things. So that's another thing that bothers me about the whole communism socialism thing. It's like they live in this world where the state is going to do those amazing things. What amazing things has the fucking state done?
How dare you, Ed?
Well, we did go to the moon, okay? But, like...
The state provides the stable framework for our society to exist in.
Yeah, but, I mean...
This is your privilege,
the state is definitely like the platform to work off of.
Yes.
But I'm just saying, like, the amazing heights that we reach are from, like, technology and development and stuff like that. isn't that mostly private sector stuff?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Seriously, even in the the moon thing, which only came the moon thing is the thing that everybody points to, but it only came out of the fact that we were competing with the Russians. If the Russians weren't there, we wouldn't have gone to the moon. Nobody in the state said, "Oh, wouldn't it be great if we went to the moon?" Somebody said, "Oh my God, they're going to go to the moon, and if we don't, they're going to shoot us from up there."
Right. People need.
Well, they're saying that about 5G in China
Most people
right
are not
now.
going to say, "Oh, we should go to the moon because the pure science and curiosity drive."
Somehow,
like, no,
it's not as exciting
dirty, stinking commies.
to
but sometimes you put
irradiate yourself just because you want to have Netflix
He didn't do it just for. Elon Musk put a car into space because it was great marketing.
on your phone.
Well, yeah, because it's fun.
It wasn't fun. It was
In the
totally
city.
marketing.
Well,
It was a giant. It was like
I'm just
it was like a
saying.
huge ad.
What? I mean, this is an interesting debate because I look at all the accomplishments that are shaping the world, and they all seem to come from private industry.
Well, first of all, I don't know if that's true. I haven't seen a breakdown. I don't even know if you could create a breakdown of like what technological advances were made entirely by private companies and what were made, with government funding. Which would be the first part of it. But the second part of it is that, again, you're denying the most important aspect here, which is that the platform is the most important thing. Without the platform, without the stable society, none of these technologies, none of these businesses, none of these innovations could exist or come into fruition.
The platform is only important in that it creates the environment for very special things to happen, but the special things that happen are the real. That's like the meat and potato.
Right, but that's like saying the Earth had to exist in the environment that it did. It had to be just in the right spot in space and have the right temperature and the right atmosphere in order for life to exist in the first place. Like the physical location of the planet had to be somewhere special.
Yeah, the Goldilocks zone.
Had to be in the Goldilocks zone. And it's like, yeah, so life develops and the life is very special and unique. But it had to rely on the platform, the planet existing the way it does. The planet was the most important part in getting life to form in the first place.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like the attitude when you say like, oh, well, what did the government, what's the government ever done? It's like, well, they create a fucking platform. They create the stable society that allows business and people to exist.
Government definitely provides like security.
Yeah.
Like the liberty grows out of security. They talk about the feckless governments in the narrow corridor. Yes, government is important, but private industry is.
They're both important.
Yeah.
It's foolish to say one is of the most importance and the other is evil.
Yes, yeah. They serve different functions. They serve very different functions.
And they have to coexist together. They have a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah. I triggered you a little bit. That was good.
You did.
You were like, oh my God, the state is. Listen to you. Sitch is a total leftist. Look at this. He's like, the fucking state? I love the state.
So to be
Nobody
clear,
likes the state, Sitch. You know that, right?
The
government.
Yeah, because you know why no one likes the state? It's the same reason why it's the same reason why Ollie doesn't like his job, even though his boss is really nice and he's making a good minimum wage. Because everyone wants more. Everyone's mad at the boss and always want more.
We love America.
We love complaining about our
hate the
situation.
government. Come on, say it with me. We need to. There needs
First
to
of
be.
all, you understand? A leftist means someone who's not a liberal. So I'm definitely not.
Yeah.
Flamenco?
Well,
what
yeah.
the fuck? You're on the
People
roll
use it.
today.
I'm using it. I'm not using it.
I'm using it incorrectly.
What would you? What would I call? You're like a statist, I guess.
You would call me
I
a
don't like
liberal.
that
You'd
term.
call me,
And you're not
a dirty
streaming?
liberal is what you would call me in that situation.
But the state impinges on our liberty, though.
Yeah, but liberal in the American sense, not in the liberalism sense.
Okay. Yeah,
The
libertarian.
liberal conservative dynamic.
You're a statist. It's okay. I mean, I
You're
don't
right.
love this.
I believe it's important to have a strong chained Leviathan. Remember your favorite Pokemans?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's important to have the chain Leviathan. I thought you were in favor of that too.
Shackled Leviathan. Get it right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you read the book or what?
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I used the wrong synonym.
It's a
for the
shackled
word.
Leviathan.
I'm so sorry.
People notice this stuff.
Okay. Adam wants his shackled Leviathan to never evolve. He wants it to stay the Magikarp forever and just flail around and flounder into nothing.
Well, the thing that I don't like in the hardcore libertarians don't seem to understand that the state needs a certain amount of power to be able to do anything. Like a strong, in Why Nations Fail, one of the reasons Why Nations Fail is no strong central government. They can't control the fucking wackadoodles who want to start private militaries and grow their own government. It's like, oh, okay.
Private
Yeah,
militaries.
central government. But all I'm saying, and I don't
Private
want to trigger you,
militaries.
that the strong
So you're
central
saying
government generally
the way to
doesn't
blow this
say
fucking system apart.
we want to go to
It's
Mars.
not exactly revolution. It's just
They don't do that. They don't.
having
Well, they
private
do say have the
military.
incentive to do it. So
They
Metal
don't
Gear.
say we want teleportation. Let's figure out how to do it.
They do, wait, but this isn't true. Okay, everyone's operating under incentives. The government has a different
That's
incentive than
way
the private
more
business,
doable.
which is the way it should.
Right.
It wouldn't make sense if they had the same incentive.
Right. It's not an aspiration. It's like just keep people. Just stop the complaining.
I mean,
But if the people,
private
if
military is
society
gonna
gave a
need
fuck about creating
tech,
teleportation,
it's gonna
and they
need-
said, hey, we're going to only
it's
vote in
gonna
candidates
need
who make creating teleportation a primary
top
part of their
priority.
platform, then guess what the
Programmers.
government would be doing, Adam?
They'd be working on teleportation. Everyone would be like, "We're wasting all this money on teleportation. We're never going to
Joining
figure
a
it out."
private military
Right,
company.
but sometimes, and this is why the whole communism vote for everything is stupid and doesn't always work, is because lots of times people don't really know or understand what they want. And sometimes you do need the crazy rich person like Elon Musk or Carnegie or whoever to say, I think we should do this. And they invest a bunch of their fucking money into it. And it turns out, wow, I did something awesome that no one thought was possible.
Yeah, doing the impossible.
Right. And that's why you need both
Individuals
these
want to do the
systems.
impossible.
Exactly.
We gave up the space race. The United States did because of people were complaining that it cost too much money. What a bunch of losers.
Right.
Anyway, let's continue.
They would have voted to build a core. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they'd have said, we want you to pay your taxes, Andrew Carnegie. We want to take that money and spend it on housing and food so then we can
on.
control our own lives and then maybe we wouldn't have to work for you anymore. You
What's a Wikipedia say about housing and food? How much did Carnegie give of that 78 billion?
Who
Fucking,
the fuck knows?
it's so,
I don't know.
so bad.
I'm sure
He's
he knew
paying
lots
this
of
guy to be terrible.
Bad shit. I don't think anyone could be a super ultra billionaire without doing bad shit to
Without
some
doing
degree.
some bad shit, right?
Yeah. Yep.
charming yet insidious Scottish duck. Carnegie described himself as an agent of the poor. But an agent is somebody who works on your behalf and who you can recall if you want to. That's not what he's describing. What he's describing is called technocracy, a system of government.
So, Andrew Carnegie was in favor of both a progressive taxation scale and the estate tax. So I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah. And a technocracy. Pay attention,
There you go.
Sitch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're strawmanning Carnegie now.
I'm
Catch
so
up.
sorry.
In which the most competent people have control. But they are also the people who decide what competent means. And therefore, in my opinion, that is a dictatorship with brunch. I don't care if you call it Carnegie Hall or...
Wait, he's against competent people having control?
Saying what competence means.
How is he gonna become boss if he's in favor of competent people being in control, Sitch? Follow along. Catch up.
See, that's the problem, because he wants to be an actor.
Yeah.
But actors can go really far. There's an we've had 2 actors be president.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So
Come
much
on,
for
Ollie.
competency.
Yeah, you could totally leverage your shitty acting to be in charge of everything. What are you doing?
or the Bezos Academy or the Gates Foundation. I don't want presents from rich people. I want control over my own life. When I play Fallout New Vegas, I kill Mr. House every goddamn time. And working in that pub.
First of all, Mr. House is awesome. How dare you kill Mr. House? Secondly, okay.
Mr.
Secondly, is it funny that he's whining about wanting to have agency in his life, and yet in all of his examples,
He has none.
he does have agency, and everything he's doing is his fault.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Bad decision making.
Right. Like, he could choose to go down a different career path at any time, and doesn't. He has agency. He totally has agency in his life. He
lying.
flew across the world to New Zealand because he had agency. He flew all the way back and went to a fucking rich college in Scotland with royals for philosophy because he had fucking agency. Like, what is he talking about?
Nah, his mom asked him to do it.
He's
That could be the
confusing
case.
agency with I should be a part owner in every business that I just walk into. Like, I should be able to walk into the front door of a restaurant. I didn't put any work into creating this restaurant in the first place. I should be able to walk in the door and start working there and be a fucking part-time owner just by
Partner.
walking in the fucking door.
Partner. Yep.
Like, imagine the privilege that you think you're in, the entitlement that you should be entitled to that.
I wonder if he was in a fraternity.
This guy, he'll get hazed to shit.
Yeah,
I don't
seems
know
like
about-
fraternity life kind of beats us out of you. Realize, oh, that's what starting on the bottom is like. Oh shit.
I didn't feel like any of us were in control. Except Scrooge. There was a guy who used to come in every day as soon as we opened, and he would...
It's so sad because Scrooge isn't in control. Scrooge is fucking at the whim of the employees. You've already
He
talked
doesn't have
about
free
this.
will. He's a fucking crazy person.
He's not in control though.
order a pint of John Smith's, the cheapest ale we had. And then he'd order another one, and another one, and another one, all day, counting out his change on the bar. He was an alcoholic, and he was killing himself. He was killing himself with John Smith's. But I had to serve him, because Scrooge said I did. I remember the night that I...
Oh my God. He's talking about some other guy, or was he talking about Scrooge? I don't know. Is he
No,
talking about some customer being a alcoholic?
Yeah, he didn't have to. He doesn't have. He says, "I had to serve him." It's like, no, bitch, you made the decision.
Yeah,
okay.
quit your job. You fucking.
That's
yeah.
one thing,
Exactly.
and the other thing is
You
like the
made the
bartender has the
decision
authority
to sell
on
your
the bar.
morality
Yes,
You
totally.
don't have to
to
sell
work at a
anything
terrible
to
job
anyone
that you
for any reason.
And I had to fucking.
And
because I was a porn star, and I was
this-
paid
Which
to
makes
be
me think
there.
he didn't work
This is the problem.
at the bar.
This is what's happening. He's working in a job he fucking hates, and he's selling his morality and he's selling his self-worth to do it, and he doesn't because he didn't
right.
have whatever it was, the energy, the motivation.